Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to colleagues joining us from around the world. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this international conference, our second international conference at St. Narcissus Armenian Seminary in collaboration with St. Vladimir's to study the life of and the works of Evagrius Ponticus. The deserts of Egypt may seem far removed from our conference rooms, our library, our classroom, and computer screens, yet the question that occupies Evagrius continues to travel remarkably well across centuries. Questions concerning knowledge, wisdom, the nature of thought, ordering of desire, the pursuit of contemplation, and the human search that remains compelling today as they were in late antiquity. Among Evagrius's most enduring insights is the conviction that understanding requires attentiveness. Many of your papers will touch on this. In many ways, the attentiveness is what we bring together today. We gather across nations, languages, disciplines, and traditions to attend carefully to texts and manuscripts, to historical context, to theology, philosophy, to competing interpretations to one another. Whether our work approaches Evagrius through theology, history, philology, philosophy, monastic studies, spirituality, psychology, intellectual history, we are united by a shared, rigorous scholarship and meaningful dialogue. Over the coming days, we will continue a conversation that spans generations, continents. We will examine texts and contexts, revisiting long-standing debates, discover new perspectives, and experience a deeper understanding of a figure whose influence extended beyond his own time and place. Thank you to each of you for making this possible. Your presence on Zoom here in person, it would have been impossible without you. But this would not be possible with each of your scholarly research and contribution. We are grateful to your expertise, generosity, your intellectual curiosity that each of you bring to the conference today. May our discussions be characterized by intellectual rigor and our search for our wisdom and understanding. It is my great pleasure to welcome each of you. Let us begin. It is truly an honor to have with us several of our bishops and archbishops, clergy in attendance today. We are especially grateful for the presence and support of Bishop Mestro Parsemian, the Eastern Diocese Primate. We also are blessed by the presence of Archbishop Anushavan Tandelian, the prelate of the prelacy. And we also have in presence with us Bishop Daniel Fendikian. Thank you for being with us. And clergy from other Father Tiso, and Father Mestrop and Father Holtznepp. Thank you so much for being with us today. And we also have with us Archbishop Levon Zekian all the way from Italy. So thank you for being with us. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Bishop Mestrop Parsemian to give us our episcopal blessing today. Thank you.
Let's pray, please. Right. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Blessed be our Lord Jesus Christ, amen. Our Father, our Lord, thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Lord Jesus Christ, true light and wisdom of God, we thank you for gathering us together for this conference. Bless all the scholars, clergy, teachers, students, and faithful who are present. As we reflect on Evagrius and the wisdom of the desert, open our minds to understanding and teach us to seek purity of heart and deeper communion with you. May these days be fruitful, prayerful, and pleasing to you, for you are the source of all wisdom and the hope of all who seek you. To you be glory together with the Father and the Holy Spirit, now and always, and unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen.
You may be seated. Thank you. Երաշնոր սփազան հայրեր, ոգեշնոր արժանապատիվ հայրեր, սիրելի ներկաներ, dear friends, distinguished scholars, beloved guests, and dear friends in Christ. Welcome to St. Nerses Armenian Seminary. It's a great blessing to have you here for this important gathering dedicated to St. Evagrius of Pontus and his lasting influence in the life of the Church. In my capacity as the president of the board of directors of St. Nerses Armenian Seminary, I would like to welcome you, and also I would like to begin by offering my heartfelt thanks to the Dean of St. Nerses Armenian Seminary, Dr. Mardiros Chevian, and to the faculty members, Dr. Roberta Irvine and Dr. Ani Shahinian, for organizing this important conference. We are grateful for all that has been done, much of it quietly and behind the scenes, to make these days possible. I also want to thank all the scholars, clergy, students, and faithful who have come from different institutions, countries, and Christian traditions. Each of you brings a special gift, a valuable perspective, helping us understand more clearly the richness of the desert tradition. You have gathered today to reflect on a figure whose voice still speaks with remarkable clarity to the human soul. My own encounter with Evagrius goes back to my years of study in Strasbourg, France. There I came across a book by Antoine Guimont with a title that has stayed with me, Un philosophe au désert, Evagrius Ponticus, a philosopher in the desert, Evagrius Ponticus. That book made a lasting impression on me. A philosopher in the desert. At first, it sounds unusual. We imagine philosophy in the academy, surrounded by books, arguments, and ideas. But here was a philosopher in the desert. His classroom was silence. And that image has stayed with me through the years because it reveals something essential about Christian wisdom. For Evagrius, thought was never separated from prayer. Theology was never simply an intellectual exercise. It was a path of purification, watchfulness, illumination, and union with God. Evagrius entered deeply into the mystery of the human soul. Guimont emphasizes the finesse of his psychological analysis, which gives Evagrius such a modern voice. He understood distraction, restlessness, sadness, anger, vainglory, and inner fragmentation long before modern psychology gave them clinical names. Evagrius went to the desert to see the heart clearly. And in the silence of the desert, he discovered that the greatest battles are often fought within the mind, and the greatest healing begins when the mind turns toward God. This is one of the reasons St. Evagrius has been so important to me in my own pastoral life. In my lectures on Christian meditation, the method of Evagrius has played a central role. I have tried in my own way to introduce our faithful people to what St. Evagrius called the antiheretic method, the spiritual practice of confronting negative thoughts with the Word of God. This method is deeply inspired by our Lord's own temptation in the desert. When Christ was tempted, he did not enter into conversation with temptation. He answered with the scripture again and again. He said, "It is written." That is the heart of St. Evagrius' method. When a thought comes to disturb us, accuse us, discourage us, tempt us, or separate us from God, we answer it with the truth of scripture. We do not simplify thoughts with our own strength. We place them before the Word of God. We allow the light of Christ to expose, heal, and transform what is happening inside us. In my pastoral ministry, I have seen how deeply our people need this wisdom. They may not know the technical vocabulary of desert spirituality, but many faithful people struggle with anxiety, fear, anger, resentment, sadness, discouragement. They struggle with thoughts, logismoi. They know what it means to be attacked by inwardly, by a voice that says you are alone, you are not enough, there is no hope, or God has forgotten you. For this reason, the wisdom of Evagrius has deeply pastoral purpose. My desire has been to bring the beautiful method of Evagrius to the level of our faithful people, to help them see that the real desert is not only outside us, it is also within us. The desert is the place where we face ourselves honestly before God. Dear friends, my prayer is that these days will be intellectually enriching, spiritually uplifting, and meaningful days. May the lectures and conversations open new paths of the research, and may friendships be formed across traditions and institutions. Above all, may the wisdom of Saint Evagrius help us become more attentive to God, more watchful over our hearts, and more faithful in our daily life in Christ. Saint Evagrius, pray for us. Sub Evagel parechosia vasanmes. Şaragalisun and God bless you.
Thank you so much for those inspiring words. I would like to invite our Dean of the Seminary, Father Matiro Shevyan, who has been a support and a blessing to us in this time. He has been the Dean of the Seminary now 2 times, giving us the opportunity, the platform, the ability for us to gather here, both here now in person and Zoom. Without any further ado,
Thank you.
Father.
This gathering, workshop has many moving parts, and to me has been entrusted the simplest, the easiest, and that is saying Pari Kalus, welcome, Pari Egatek. It's with great pleasure that I welcome all of you here on behalf of our faculty, our staff, our board of directors. It is with great appreciation that we honor Dr. Shahinian for all the hard work she put into putting this workshop together. We're grateful, Ani, and we're certain that the day will proceed as you had hoped and dreamed it would. The seminary has been around for about 60 plus years. We've gone from place to place, like those in the desert who go from place to place. We started in Evanston, Illinois. We went from Evanston, Illinois to southern Westchester, during which we began a collaborative program with our sister seminary, St. Vladimir's Orthodox Seminary, which we continue today. We value and we are grateful for, and like a fine wine, it has improved with age. So we look forward to continuing that collaborative effort. We would like you to feel that this is your home as well, not only for today, but for whenever you are in the area, whenever you'd like a rest in the desert, please join us here, and we will be so happy to welcome you and to have you interact, especially with our students during the school year. They are not here today, they're on their summer assignments, but please feel welcome. If you have any needs, please let us know. And we pray that this day will be fulfilling for each and every one of you. Hariye Gazik.
Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father Martinez. Very briefly, I also would like to invite, I am responsible for some of the logistics, but this would not be possible if it wasn't for our Director of Studies, Professor Roberta Irvin, who is really massive support and encouragement to make this happen. So I would like to have Professor Irvin to offer 1 or 2 words before we start.
After your beautiful words, Sapazan, I really have nothing to add in that regard, but I would like to say that it is such an inspiration to be together with people who are inspired by this kind of topic. We never anticipated that we would be able to actually do this, and that all of the people we invited would say yes. So we are beyond thrilled. I cannot tell you how happy we are to be able to hear from you concerning your passion for this topic, for this thinker, for this person who learned that out of the bitter ground of humiliation grows humility. And so we welcome you all. We're delighted to have you, and wish you a beautiful 2.5 days.
Thank you, Professor Irvin. And thank you again, everyone. Our first speaker today, I would like to take a moment to introduce, is Archbishop Anushavan Tanyelian, the prelate of the Eastern Diocese, or the Eastern Prelacy, sorry, of the Armenian Church in America, a member of the Brotherhood of the Catholic State of the Great House of Cilicia. He holds a PhD in Armenian Studies from Columbia University. He has taught at the Armenian Theological Seminary in Antilias, that's in Lebanon, and at the Hamaskain Armenological Institute in Beirut. He was the head of the library of the manuscript of the Catholic State. No, sorry, he was the head of the library of the Catholic State, where he authored a grand catalog of manuscripts of the Catholic State, published in 1984, the diplomatic edition of Nerses Lambronatsi's Commentary on the Wisdom of Solomon, published in 2007, and a memoir about Catharikos Zare I and Horen I of the Great House of Cilicia, published in 2013, along with a number of articles in Armenian study journals. He has rendered into modern Armenian the works of Nerses Shnorhali, Sarkis Shnorhali, Yerzangadze, and Ganetsian, amongst others. I would like to ask all of you to join me in warmly welcoming Archbishop Anushavan for his paper.
Thank you, Annie. I can rest in peace this evening after this concise, eloquent bio. I would like to express my deepest gratitude as well as congratulations to the committee for organizing this valuable international conference dedicated to Saint Evagrius and bringing the gentle spiritual breeze of the desert into our hectic and materialist life. I would like to thank Professor Peter Cowie, also the head of Navigacy chair at UCLA, who insisted that I presented this paper while we were working together to find clarification in my work on Lampronatsi's commentary on the Psalms. I'm sure that my colleagues will present the influence of this great saint on different traditions and levels. The aim of my modest contribution is to shed some new light on him, depicting his place in the life of 12th century Armenian writer, Archbishop Nerses Lambronatsi, through his monumental commentary on the Psalms, which will be published soon. Saint Evagrius, one of the blessed fathers of the Holy Church, is highly revered throughout the Christian world, albeit with some exceptions. His life and oeuvre are like stairs, helping any Christian to come closer to God, even though a few steps of those stairs are weak due to the temptations he went through. Nevertheless, they also bring a fundamental message to each human being that sainthood is neither genetic nor ossified, but represents a constant adherence to and renewal in Christ. In the true and authentic spirit of the Armenian alphabet's discovery, which took place in 405 AD, by translating the first instructions sentence of the Proverbs book, quote, for learning about wisdom and instruction for understanding words of insight, unquote, the Armenian Church Fathers enriched Armenian culture in the 5th and following centuries by translating into Armenian the oeuvre of Church Fathers as well as classical authors. Evagrius was among the ranks of prominent fathers, John Chrysostom, Basil of Caesarea, Gregory of Nyssa, and his brother Gregory the theologian, Ephraim the Syrian, and others, attracting those who embrace religious and most especially monastic life. Father Parkser Sarkisian, a member of the Mkhitarist Brotherhood, studied meticulously and compared the source pertaining to the Vita and works of Evagrius in different languages, and printed the 5th century Armenian translation in 1907. Father Sarkisian devotes a special chapter to the impact of Evagrius on Armenian Church Fathers, such as Catholicos Sahak, the chief translator of the scriptures into Armenian in the 5th century. His disciples, Jesnik Korpatsi and Tatul, Catholicos Hovan Mantaguni, also from the 5th century, the 7th century polymath and philosopher Anania Shiragatsi, and later authors of the 13th and 14th centuries, Vartan Arevelsi, Hovannes Yerzengatsi, Vartan Aikekzi, Hovannes Karnetsi, and Kiragos Yerzengatsi, who completed a commentary on Evagrius Kefaloia Gnostica. Scholars who have studied the impact of Evagrius on Armenian authors besides Father Sarkisian do not have any reference to Archbishop Nerses Lampunatsi, which is understandable since his voluminous work has not been available and thoroughly studied. Lampunatsi, known also as Second Paul of Tarsus, was born in 1153. He was an offspring of the priestly house of Lambron, which had migrated either from Gansak, Ganja, modern Azerbaijan, or Ani, the capital of Armenia, in the 10th, 11th centuries, and eventually settled in Giligia. From any early age, some part the baptismal name of Archbishop Nerses revealed himself to have uncommon maturity. At the age of 15, when he escorted his brother Constantine, the new lord of Lambron, to Constantinople to receive the honorary title of Sepastos by Emperor Manuel Komnenos, the latter, impressed by this teenager, told him, "Come, child, let us make you our adopted son and the heir of a great power." The answer was quite sharp and astonishing to the audience. "I am already enlisted in the heavenly army and must refuse anything that stands in its way." At the age of 16, he was ordained priest by his maternal uncle Catholicos Nerses the Graceful Schnorrhalli and sent to the monastery of Saru on the Black Mountain, which was a multi-ethnic monastic center, to pursue his higher theological studies. In 1175, when Nerses was 22 years old, Catholicos Krikor named Dera, the young, consecrated him bishop of the dioceses of Lambron and Tarsus. His legacy of spiritual literature is quite remarkable. At the age of 24, he had completed a commentary on the divine liturgy, Supadarak, and thereafter he wrote commentaries on the Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Wisdom of Solomon, and the 12 minor prophets, along with treatises and translations from different languages. In addition to his diocesan duties, Archbishop Nerses was delegated by Prince Levon II, later King Levon I, to meet Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, although the meeting was preempted by the latter's death by drowning in the river Kalykatnos of Cilicia in 1119 during the Third Crusade. Thereafter, he was commissioned to meet Patriarch Gregorios of Constantinople for ecumenical dialogue. Inflamed with the love of Christ, he departed from this world and he joined the source of life and love at an early age when he was only 45 years old. Thus, in the very words of the Wisdom of Solomon, perfected in a short span, he fulfilled long years. The comparison of the lives of Evagrius and Archbishop Nerses, despite clear-cut differences, reveals notable similarities. Hereby, I would like to mention a few of them. From their childhood, both Evagrius and Nerses were passionately avid for knowledge and a spiritual life. At the age of 15, as was mentioned above, Archbishop Nerses was the object of admiration during the audience with Emperor Manuel I. Evagrius also, quote, at the tender age of 15, already impressed Gregory Nazianzus as requiring no further eloquence, unquote. Both fathers were inclined to the ascetic life and somehow escaped from administrative duties. When Patriarch Theophilos of Alexandria wanted to make Evagrius bishop of Tumis, modern Tel of Timai in the North Nile Delta of Lower Egypt, he fled to Palestine. In the same way, the young archbishop, assigned as the abbot of the monastery of Askevra, fled to Cyprus in the dark of the night to study rhetoric and philosophy. Thereafter, when his brother Constantine brought him back home, he once again retreated to the monastery of Saru. See, their ascetic lifestyle was remarkably similar. Evagrius used to eat only once per day. When he did eat, his diet was extremely modest. He slept no more than a third of the night, devoting the rest of his time to prayer, contemplation, and study of a scripture. According to Nelson's biographer, Samuel Anetsi, he abstained from all meat and dairy products and was satisfied with lentils. Moreover, while commenting on the divine liturgy and psalms, it happened that a brother who used to bring his meal found it untouched next day. Also, he never sought his bed, but literally burned the midnight oil he used to light until the candles were extinguished and then rest on a chair. Both authors had the same approach to commenting on the scriptures. As Cassidy says, Evagrius' preferred method of expositing the deep meaning of a given passage is, as like as not, through allegory. His notes lead the reader to the spiritual sense of the passage through the method of interpretation that had been familiar in Egypt from at least the time of Philo. Likewise, Archbishop Nessus continuously reminds the reader throughout his commentary on the Psalms that this complete song, the Psalms, needs to be understood in its spiritual rather than material dimension. Teaching was the characteristic of Evagrius and Lamponazzi. While the former enthusiastically visited different monasteries and instructed the monks, Lamponazzi, besides teaching his studies, his sons, as his biographer testifies, frequently descended from the monastery to Tarsus to feed his lay flock with a spiritual nourishment. Now let us review the direct relationship between these two authors. The commentary on the Psalms of Archbishop Nerses is the product of a 27-year-old young priest who enjoyed the rigorous life of the monastery. It reflects his multidimensional knowledge as a theologian, philosopher, instructor, pedagogue, etc. Besides the innumerable biblical quotes, his references to the early church fathers, Dionysius Areopagite, St. Basil of Caesarea, Gregory theologian, St. John Chrysostom, as well as to desert fathers like St. Anthony, Macarius, Ammonius, Isidorus of Scetes, Nilus of Sinai, and others, are the best testimony that they were his daily bread. Though quotations from Evagrius in the commentary are comparatively few, nevertheless, compared to the others, statistically they represent the highest percentage. Here I cite them in sequential order. Number one, mit commercial ikidutun nastuzo, amdutyan khortotzen einhede penav puit watch arne. Zizorutun kidutyanen habstagyal mekne ezna iskayanatsen andi. A mind that has approached the knowledge of God does not concern itself at all thereafter with the senseless thoughts, because the power of knowledge raptures the mind and separates it from the senses. Second, Yetevokidese knutyam, Zanchap ashhadetsan marlov minchev artakohanin, azmides yereveliatsas, yevzerasan, imas nastudo yeviser, yevaba hankutsinez marmines, asvarum kreyevakar, kadaruman orinaganats ser. If someone observes with scrutiny the degree they labored to draw their thoughts from visible things and grew old in God's wisdom and love, and then rested their bodies, accordingly Evagrius writes, love is the fulfillment of the practical. Third, vorbesc Evagrius as hrat harsen zorasen ashagegdelotsen, as havades vortiak hastade yegurdiaren, yevzergur bentutun, իսկ զբնթություն անշարժ վահեն համ պերություն և հույսկ, նոցա թորն է սեր և սիրույն թուրն քիդություն, հորմե պնությամբ ասված խավսություն և ի նման է երանություն. Evagrius writes, the instruction of the fathers which they transmitted to those who studied with them. Quote, son, fear of the Lord confirms faith and steadfastness reinforces fear, and acts of patience and hope keep steadfastness immovable. Love is their grandchild, and the door to love is knowledge, from which naturally proceeds a speech with God, and from that bliss. Four, the process of the soul's purification is described in multiple ways by different authors. In this regard, Lamponazzi, quoting Evagrius, states, Քրեև Evagrius զանցավությանն ոգոց եղանակ եւ ասե. Հանկիստ ընդ ըսկոնության եւ չան ընդ իմաստության լծյալ գան եւ ընթացողն ընչանն եւ ընդ սկաստությունն հանգչի ժամանյալ իսերն. Evagrius writes about the way of the passionless apatheia of souls and says, repose is yoked with serenity and striving with wisdom, and the one who proceeds with striving and sobriety finds rest when he attains to love. Fifth, a permanent theme of patristic and hermeneutical literature is the presence of good and evil angels with their guidance in every person, but most especially in those who surrender their lives to God. In this regard, he says, as pari խորհուրդս խեշտագացն, որ են օգնական մեր, ոչ կարեմ թվել, բայց ըստիվացն չարած իքրիտ ռոշմեմ. I can't enumerate the good counsels of the angels, who are our helpers, but I will sketch in writing those of the evil demons. 6. There are several passages where Archbishop Nesses refers to the work of Evagrius in relation to demonic attacks against the hermits in general terms without a specific quotation. He writes, Ցուցանե արժմ եւ զանաբադականացն մարդ ի փանսագwen, որբես քրեզամնեն ըզնոցամարդն մի ըստ միոչե իքերս յուր երանելին Evagrius. Now he, the psalmist, demonstrates the warfare the devil directs against the hermits, as the blessed Evagrius writes in full detail concerning all their contention in his writings. B. Again, Lambrunazzi indicates how when someone starts their spiritual journey and enjoys its sweetness, a spiritual warfare is already at the door. He says, Ամեն հոգի որ իշավիրս արակինության մդե եւ ըժջաշակ քաղցության նորա ըմբե, հետ այն օրիկ իգրիվս խորհրդոց դվյալ լինի իհանթես, որբես երևն Անդոնյա եւ ցուցանե իքիրս յուր Evagrius. Every soul who enters the path of virtue and imbibes the taste of its sweetness, thereafter they submit themselves to the struggle of thoughts as occurred to Anthony and Evagrius testifies in his books. See, also he describes how the evil one creates disharmony among the brethren. He says, Zi zanratsutsanen notsa zhuzgalutun varutsın yev heri zvakhchanen. Զայրացուցանե եւ արամենայն ինչ ընտեմ եղբարցն որ կծորթեն դենացն եւ գաչմդությամբ հոգթորե խուսափել ինոցանե որբես քրեզամնեն զոթամարդն մի ըստ միոչե իքիրս յուր երանելին Evagrius. For that adversary weighs down their life of sobriety, sets its end afar off, and provokes them to ire in all respects against the brothers who share their lives, and short-sightedly exhorts them to distance themselves from each other, as Evagrius in detail writes about all their strives in his books. 7. He also briefly alludes to Evagrius' experience of temptation. Քրյալևասն Անդոնի, թե խտխդեր խորհրդոցն եւ զանրանայր իվերանոցա դենչանք ցանկության աշխարհի. Նույնպես եւ Evagr արփյալ խովեցավ համփոխել խորհրդոցն վասն այսօրիկ մեկ լիներ իսարնամանայսն. It is written about Anthony that was titillated by his thoughts, and the passionate desires for the world bore down upon him. Likewise, Evagrius became intoxicated and perplexed in the confusion of his thoughts, and therefore, to counter this, striped naked during freezing storms. These few yet precious quotations by the young abbot of the monastery of Skevra are a solid testimony that the living experience and instructions of Evagrius were in circulations in the Black Mountain monasteries as a manual for spirituality, even 700 years later. Regardless of the time and place Evagrius and Archbishop Nerses were born, raised, and acted, these two giants in humility continue to inspire all those who still attempt in earthen vessels to practice the spiritual dimension of their existence, while struggling in the warfare against the principalities, powers, and rulers of darkness, as St. Paul says. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Anushalan. We're going to reserve questions and discussion towards the end of the panel. So now I would like to invite Professor Robin Darling Young to present her paper to us. Professor Robin Darling Young is the ordinary professor emerita of church history at the Catholic University of America. She specializes in Alexandrian tradition of Christian thought and its reception in the 4th and 5th centuries in Greek, Armenian, and Syriac. She has been most recently the chief editor and translator of the Gnostic trilogy of Evagrius Ponticus, Oxford 2024, and her translation of Origen's Contra Celsium with J.W. Trigg in forthcoming in the Graphi series of Dumpart and Oates at Harvard University Press. Welcome, Professor.
I'd like to thank Professor Shahinian, Professor Irvine, Can you hear me?
Cannot hear anything.
I'll try. Oh, yes, okay. No mic. Okay, good morning. I would like to thank Professor Shahinian, Professor Irvine, all faculty and staff at St. Nerses, of course, Bishop Parsamyan and Bishop Tanyelian, who have made this amazing gathering possible and who have extended such great hospitality to us. I'm particularly happy to be in a place after some years of ecumenical discussions in my past, belonging to a sister church that recognizes Saint Evagrius for the philosopher, scholar, and holy man that he was. Bishop Tanyelian showed how the work of Evagrius resonated in a different time and place in the work of Nerses Lambrunati. I'm going to go back, far back in time, and talk about the way in which Evagrius of Pontus uses and amends the word gnosis and gnostikos. He grasped the third rail, so to speak, in adapting Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and other writers, some useful, some not so useful, in creating the figure of the Gnostikos. I'll begin with a quotation from Clement of Alexandria, from whom Evagrius drew very much. For gnosis, knowledge, is some completion of a human being, harmonious and, don't know how to translate this word, homologous, having the same mind or thought with itself and the divine logos, completed as to the disposition and manner of life and of speech by the episteme, the experiential knowledge of divine matters. Now, it should be of note here that the figure, the term of the Gnostikos does not find much acceptance in the Greek-speaking world until Maximus the Confessor's revision of it at the end of the 6th century. But again, I want to turn far back before that period and before the controversies about Evagrius to discuss why he wanted to use the term Gnostikos and for what reason. My colleague and friend, Joel Kawasmaki, wrote a 2023 article, very important article, and correct too, proposing that the Kephalaia Gnostica is an earlier work from the pre-monastic period of Evagrius's career. Got that right, Joel? I would say something similar about the Gnostikos. It is a teaching manual, but not centrally, or perhaps not even innately monastic. It becomes monastic by adoption, But it doesn't start out that way. Particularly in the anti-Manichaean response of Egyptian teachers, Christian and pagan, of 4th century Egypt. Now, everyone here is familiar, I assume, with the history of Gnosticism as capital G that has fascinated the Western scholarly world since 1948 and the discovery of the Nag Hammadi texts. But those texts were themselves part of a larger tradition that arose as a combination or from a combination of Jewish apocalyptic, of wisdom literature, the wisdom literature of the scriptures, to which Evagrius is deeply indebted and which he explores in his Scholia, and from Hellenistic philosophy, particularly a form of Platonic philosophy predating what we call Neoplatonism. So, in a sense, Gnosticism, as we understand it, is the, forgive me for using this expression, evil twin of a Christianity that is deeply committed to knowledge, to gnosis. After all, from its Jewish roots, it appears in the New Testament. That is the word gnosis. It's extremely important. And it comes into the New Testament really from a Jewish mystical and apocalyptic framework, which, of course, Paul and his followers participate in. In Judaism, with which I don't think Evagrius was directly acquainted, but I could be wrong, in later Judaism, Gnosis develops into Merkabah mysticism, and creates a kind of parallel to what is going on in early Christianity. And this has all been very well documented in Alan Siegel's work of about 25 years ago, Two Powers in Heaven. In the Western world, the Gnostic, of course, has gained traction, as the Western scholarly world has gained traction, largely from works like those of Elaine Pagels, particularly the Gnostic Paul, where Pagels shows how the epistles of Paul were read by 2nd century Valentinian Gnostics, and she shows how Paul can be interpreted as dualistic as well as non-dualistic. I'm not going there. I simply raise it as part of the framework. Now, there's a very interesting response to that, of course, to 2nd century Gnosticism, and that is marshaled most effectively by Clement of Alexandria and later by Origen of Alexandria and Caesarea after his move to that city in Palestine. They participate in a Platonism strongly inflected and deeply indebted to Philo of Alexandria. And the connections between this school of thought and the early Armenian translations of Philo are yet to be explored, but extensively explored. I'm thinking here of Professor Terrian, as I think of him always when I work on this period, especially on the Armenian side. Philo of Alexandria is the literature or the thinker and his works are together the literature that make possible the rescue, so to speak, of Platonism for the Christian tradition. And this is what Evagrius himself this is the well from which he also draws. And he is one of the few authors, I think, in early Christianity who actually quotes Philo by name. Clement and Origen are part of the Platonic, but of course Christian Platonic, rebuttal of dualism. Origen, as I discovered in my long detour through the Contra Celsum, that's a 3-year detour, I want to say, drew very deeply from his acquaintance, his experience in the school of Ammonius Saccas. That's a controversy which I won't get into right now, but I'm happy to engage later if you like. So that Origen, Plotinus and Porphyry formed a kind of dual anti-Gnostic tradition. Porphyry's treatise against the Gnostic, or not Porphyry, well, Porphyry organizes it. Plotinus's treatise against the Gnostics in Ennead 2:9-33 is a very important signal of non-Christian Platonic opposition to Gnosticism. And Clement, before Origen, and then Origen as a student of Ammonius Saccas, probably known to Plotinus, represents a full-on Christian battle against the dualism that had already, of course, distorted the epistles of Paul. So this anti-dualism is crucial to both Christian and non-Christian philosophy through the 3rd century. But what Origen and Clement, and I'll come back to Clement in a minute, what Origen and Clement had the good luck not to experience was, of course, the revolution of Manichaean teaching and Manichaean missionaries, who became so powerful, coming from originally from Persia up through Syria, and then by the beginning of the 4th century into Egypt. Origen and Clement couldn't have anticipated the system that is Manichaeism, and I know that's disputed, but again, that's something we can talk about later. But the arrival of Manichaeism in the late 3rd and early 4th century in Egypt, and then later, of course, in North Africa, where Augustine encountered it, I think is crucial for Evagrius's rehabilitation of the term Gnostikos and his use of Clement in his very particular way to combat it, to combat dualism, to which, of course, he was extremely vehemently opposed. So, in the neighborhood, I'll say, of Alexandria, but also up the Nile, Manichaean missionaries had settled. There are 3 witnesses to this problem in Egypt. One is Alexander of Lycopolis. Another is, of course, Didymus the Blind in his teaching, in his anti-Manichaean treatise. And the third is Evagrius, who doesn't generally identify his enemies. But I think we can figure out who they are. I'm going to read I think what is a really telling quotation from Alexander of Lycopolis, and I know you probably didn't expect to go there, but I think it's important because it shows something about the challenge to which Didymus, but then Evagrius, who obviously worked with him to some degree, rose. So he begins a section of his work against the teaching of Mani by saying, this is terrible, "Hey, Christianon philosophia haple kaletai." So the philosophy of the Christians is a simple philosophy. And he says, furthermore, it is chiefly devoted to ethical instruction, while insofar, I'm reading from somebody else's translation, while insofar as relatively precise statements of the Christians about God are concerned, it remains ambiguous. Of course, He's writing this before Nicaea. The endeavors in this direction amount to the assumption that the productive cause is the most honorable. That would be, of course, the first cause, God the Father. The most important and the cause of all beings, and an idea to which, in all fairness, no one will take exception. In ethics, too, the Christians avoid the more difficult problems, such as what is ethical and what is intellectual virtue, and the whole subject of dispositions and affections. This is, when I read this, you realize this is sort of the gauntlet that was thrown down and that Evagrius took up. But at any rate, I'll go on. Hence, they merely devote themselves to ethical exhortation without laying down the principles according to which each individual virtue should be acquired, but indiscriminately heap up precepts of a rather ponderous nature. He's not done insulting Christians yet. Ordinary people listen to these precepts, and as you can see with your own eyes, make great progress in virtue. And a stamp of piety is imprinted on their characters, stimulating the moral disposition which grows from this sort of habituation and leading them by degrees toward the desire of the good. And then a second paragraph of which I'll only read a bit. Since this simple philosophy has been split up into numerous factions, yes, that's our church, by its later adherents, the number of issues has increased just as in sophistry, leading to Christian sects. So this is a description that a Neoplatonist, or Platonist if you like, philosopher in the suburbs of Alexandria has of Christians in his own writing against the teaching of Mani. Now, the Manichaeans against whom Alexander wrote presented a huge challenge. And of course, Didymus wanted to meet it in his own way, using the thought of Origen. Evagrius wanted to meet it in another way, using the thought of Clement and Origen. And key to this is, of course, the figure of the Gnostic. Evagrius reads and combines Origen with Clement. Origen, who is strongly anti-dualist, as particularly in his commentary on John against the Gnostic Heraclean, which he began in Alexandria and then finished in Caesarea. And he also reads Clement, although he does not directly cite either of them. Their reputation was presumably already as problematic as his would later be. If there is dualism in Evagrius, I just had this thought, so I wanted to put it in. If there is dualism in Evagrius, it is in his configuration of demonic opposition, externalized, but within an overall framework of providence, pronoia. Evagrius, the Gnostic teacher, could be either male or female, for instance, Melania, but had to be trained in both the practicae, about which Alexander of Lycopolis is eloquent, but also the Gnosticae, and able to engage in syncatabasis. From Evagrius, this way of opposing dualism, but also of creating Christians, such as we have already heard and will hear throughout this conference, such that they can follow the program of amending their lives and returning to God. Evagrius's thought enters the Syriac world in the beginning of the 5th century, perhaps with John of Dalyatha, certainly in Philoxenus, trained in the school of Nisibis, and in later authors on each side of the so-called Nestorian Monophysite divide, in response to the needs of a more organized ascetic community. And it enters the Armenian world. Evagrius's thought in the 5th and early 6th century. First, I think, with translators, obviously, but also in ways that we have not yet figured out. That is how Evagrius influenced Yezny Koryun-Yegeshe, because he's not directly quoted, because our authors generally don't quote. But we know that Evagrius became very useful very quickly. And yet the Gnostikos, until, as I've said, Maximus, does not become a familiar term for someone who is a spiritual teacher. That is, it doesn't spread in the wider tradition. The reasons for that are interesting, and we could explore them. But my point here was to show how Evagrius, in response to the challenge of a much more menacing form of dualism, that is Manichaean Gnosticism, in Egypt in the 4th century, takes Clement, and of course Origen, but I'm concentrating here on Clement, and puts him to use for rebuttal and for training. And the Gnostikos then can be perhaps a figure whom Evagrius thought up before he came to the desert, and who benefits later teachers, but whose origin is Origin, is in the work of Clement and Origen. And so I assembled this brief handout to show how Evagrius does this. And I think it's his genius. Is there a way I can scroll it up? No, I have it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're not going to spend much time on Clement, but I wanted to show you where Evagrius is coming from. So if you look at Stromate 6, which is not even the most concentrated of Clement's discussion of the Gnostikos, you can see where Evagrius is coming from. He then, who has first become moderate in passion and trained himself for apatheia and developed toward, I should have said, the generosity of Gnostic perfection, is here equal to the angels, here in this world, cosmos, equal to the angels. Luminous already, and like the sun shining in the exercise of beneficence, he speeds by righteous knowledge through the love of God to the holy Monet. I had to leave that word in Greek because that's such an interesting word. Shouldn't be translated as monastery, should probably here be translated as dwelling with God, just as the apostles did. Not that they became apostles through being chosen for some specific quality of nature. That's anti-Manichaean, or anti-Gnostic on Clement's part, sorry, since also Judas was chosen along with them. But they were capable of becoming apostles on being chosen by him who foresees even the end. Matthias, accordingly, who was not chosen with them, on showing himself worthy of becoming an apostle, is substituted for Judas. And then the next quotation, those then also now who have exerted themselves in the Lord's commandments and live perfectly and gnostically according to the gospel may be inscribed in the election of the apostles, the apostoloi, that is emissaries. He is in reality a presbyter of the church and a true deacon of the will of God if he does and teaches what is the Lord's, not as being enrolled by human beings, nor regarded righteous because a presbyter, but enrolled in the presbyterate because he is righteous. And although here upon earth he is not honored with the seat of honor, we would say, oh, poor Gnostic, he will sit down on the 24 thrones, judging the people, as it says in the Apocalypse of John. Well, I want to say all 24, but Now, then I provided Evagrius's summary of this, and I have to immediately apologize to my friend Gerhard Karapetyan because I took these Armenian passages from the document that you're working on, and I didn't think you would mind, to show how the two traditions that extend by translation the idea of the Gnostikos deal with it. So these are the first three quotations from the treatise, the Gnostikos, the Knower, which once again has no mention of being a monastic teacher. So is quite plausibly already written and then applied later in the Egyptian situation in which Evagrius comes to find himself. But this matter of what was composed when is a very difficult one. Joel will doubtless say more about that later. Note the change, and here I'll just concentrate on the Greek and the Armenian, because the Armenian is probably an earlier translation than the Greek. So Greek, I'm almost done. Practiced ones apprehend practical logoi, but Gnostic see Gnostic things or the things of knowledge. So apprehend and see are the crucial differences. Armenian has the practicing ones will gain understanding from the discourses of the knowing ones, and the knowing ones will see the inquiries of the practicing one. There has been an expansion here. Number two, that is Gnostikos number two. The practiced one possesses merely the impassioned part of his soul without passion. The Armenian says the practicing ones are those who obtain and bear within themselves the passionate part of the soul without suffering. So again, has expanded it. The question of Armenian expansions and modifications of Evagrius already so early is a very interesting question and one that remains to be explored. Finally, number three, the Gnostic, however, this is the Greek, offers a logos of salt to the impure and of light to the pure. If we remember that salt is used as a medical remedy, as a disinfectant, that makes some sense. The Armenian has the knowing ones are those who, in the likeness of salt, will be over the impure ones, and in the likeness of light, enlighten the holy ones, suggesting already a kind of order of teaching. The Gnostikos may not have started out as a monastic treatise for a monastic teacher, but it ended up that way. And I think it's really interesting to see what happens for Christian teaching and specifically Christian monastic teaching as a result of the controversy in Egypt with Manichaeans who are, as far as I know, never mentioned in Evagrius, but certainly are referred to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. That was very enlightening, very, very interesting. We're looking forward to the discussion and the question and answer session. Next, I would like to invite Professor Peter Cowie. And before I do so, if I may introduce Peter Cowie with a few words. Peter Cowie is the distinguished professor, Navigati Chair of Armenian Studies and co-director of the Center for World Languages at UCLA. His research interests include late antique and medieval Armenian intellectual history, the Armenian kingdom and state formation across the medieval Mediterranean, Muslim-Christian dialogue, and modern Armenian nationalism. He's authored 5 books and a field and editor of many publications. Currently, Professor Cowie is he's the co-lead on a research team investigating and digitizing Armenian archives and manuscripts in Transylvania with the funding from the British Library. Without any further ado, Professor Cowie, thank you so much for being with us here in person today, all the way from Los Angeles. Please join. Thank you.
Okay, I'm fine. Right, Chelsea. Right. Thank you very much for that introduction, Annie. I have some slides.
Yes, 1 minute.
We can move on to number 2. Let me begin by commending the organizers on putting together such an impressive conference on an extremely timely subject, exploring the interface between Evagrius and Evagrian thought and praxis and various spiritual traditions. Speaking more directly from an Armenian perspective, it is striking to observe from recent bibliographical databases how marginalized this topic has been in Armenoidian circles over the last 2 centuries. Consequently, it is all the more heartening to witness the participation in this gathering of many of the figures actively involved in transforming the scholarly desert into a burgeoning oasis, radiating insight and illumination. At number 3, the early history of monasticism in Greater Armenia is clear in its broad contours, though documentation is limited and requires more detailed investigation. From the isolated hermits of Greek and Syriac background in the 4th century, it followed the broader evolutionary path to the cohesion of small groups around a charismatic leader, eminently illustrated by the model of Mashtots, inventor of the Armenian alphabet, who inaugurated a major translation project sustained into the mid-8th century, which embraced the rendition of the Greek of from Greek of Evagrius Gnostikos, Praktikos, and Antioretikos, together with the text of contemporary liturgy, theology, morality, and piety in most widespread use. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem and the Holy Land, a vital aspect of the new faith in southern Caucasia, introduced Armenians to the Cenobitic life in the Judean desert, which features in Yelishe's protreptic of the 6th century and evoked the rendering of Basil's rule or replies to questions on the subject in the following. The apex of this early phase of monasticism then emerges in the 7th century under the theologian and ecclesiastic Hophanes Myrogometsi, who envisaged reforms to create a 2-tiered Christian polity in which monastics would be supported by a special tax levied on the general population. Number 4, in addition to circulation among the above monastic communities, it is likely that Evagrius' works would have been studied at the school of the Catholicate in Dvin, the current capital, which was probably the primary center of training of Vartabeds, a distinct rank of Armenian celibate upper clergy, dedicated to the mission of preaching and teaching, and maintained affinities with Constantinople. However, the mainstream emphasis in this period on external issues of disciplining the body by various ascetic labors suggests the need for a much longer era of training and reflection to prepare the groundwork for Evagrian interiority. This is epitomized by the vignette on an Armenian monk recorded by John of Ephesus, to the effect that he allowed his leg to become infected with gangrene, affirming that it kills me, so I will kill it. At the same time, the capital also featured schools of secular learning, deriving from and in continuing contact with Alexandria. That by the mid-7th century included the Aristotelian logical corpus and commentaries on it by the contemporary exponent David the philosopher, that advanced the discipline within its pagan pre-Christian format and structure of thought. Consequently, we observe the parallel streams of Neoplatonic formation in symbiotic relation in the Armenian metropolis. The next. An economic slump over the Near East and North Africa over the second half of the 8th century, reinforced by the rigid border drawn between the Byzantine and Caliphal domains in Anatolia, automatically diminished intellectual and cultural interchange. However, important sociological developments were underway internally. The 7th century witnessed the baptism of the majority of the adult population, which in turn impacted the political standing of various noble houses in the 8th, manifest in their touting their comparative merits of the martyrs they had nurtured. Consequently, the subsequent revival of the later 9th and 10th centuries was characterized by a profusion of aristocratic and royal construction projects whereby the patrons wished to outdo each other in acts of public piety. One of the main forms this took was the construction of large Cenobitic monasteries contemporary with the expansion of monastic life on Mount Athos. Among those, the most important subgroup for us are the monastic academies that begin in the south with Gagig I of Vaspuragan's benefaction of Nareg in the 930s to gain legitimacy for his claim to the Armenian crown, and continued later in the century in the north with the foundations of Sanahin 966 and Harpat 976 by the Bagratid dynasty of Ani, with which this paper is more directly concerned. Next. These new institutions for the training of Vartabeds, and increasingly the episcopate, are well financed and protected by high retaining walls, provided an unprecedented form of sustained enterprise in intellectual and spiritual endeavor, some functioning more or less continually until dissolution by the Soviet authorities in the 1920s, a rare feat in the annals of Armenian history. Transposed from an urban environment to the patron sphere of influence, and from the Catholicate to a decidedly monastic setting, their curriculum combined the elementary study of scripture and grammar and logic from the secular schools, albeit now branded by the term ardakim, so external, which diminished their status, before transferring to higher studies in doctrine. Next. Significantly, this new ambiance drew together with greater vibrance the monastic and theological, especially the major Middle Platonic and Neoplatonic figures of Evagrius and Dionysius, who were to dictate the direction of Armenian scholarship up to the first quarter of the 14th century, as represented by studies at Nareg, Sebastia, and especially Gladsor, the greatest medieval center of Armenian higher learning, and the concomitant development of psychological concern with the thought process and the efficacy of mental prayer accompanied by tears, as well as the composition of the major commentaries of Grigor Giragos Yerzengati, Matthios Juvayati, and Grigor Dadevatsi, before engagement with Dominican scholasticism later in the 14th century led to a renewed engagement with Aristotelian thought. Next. Similarly, whereas previously Vartabeds were tasked with the focus on liturgics, elucidating the lectionary and feasts for the faithful in general, now they are more autonomous and borrow the apparatus of the late antique schools to write commentaries on the core textbooks rendered from Greek during the earlier period for internal consumption. This process was facilitated by the ability of paper as writing material and the transition to the smaller monocule script, which gradually allowed the creation of books encompassing a particular field, such as the Pandect of the Bible, the complete works of an individual author, and the entire school curriculum, as contained in Mikita Ayavanatsi's vast miscellany of 1280 to 86 and Grigor Apasu Vorti's Book of Causes of the first quarter of the same century. Next. The latter work therefore built on a local scholarly tradition of 2.5 centuries, designated as that of the Northern Vartabeds by the more liberal counterparts like Catholicos Krikordra, about whom we've heard, and the scholar Nersis Lampronazi, also in Cilicia, who reflected a very different ecclesiastical ethos. Both hierarchs were involved in negotiations with Byzantine and Latin clergy that resulted in the recognition of papal supremacy in the Armenian Principality in preparation for Levon I's coronation in 1198. Our author-compiler, Krikor Abbasu Vorti, like many of the upper clergy of this period, belonged to the aristocracy, being the son of Prince Abbas, as his name informs us. Born probably in the mid-12th century, after studying with the Vartabeds Vartan and Bedros in Haghpat, he spent most of his life in the monastery of Sanahin, rising to the rank of Rapuna Bed, or chief instructor in the school there, before his elevation as bishop. Moreover, his tomb is preserved under the northern wall of the monastery church of the Holy Mother of God. Next. The fuller title of his work encompasses the accepted collection of what is termed Line Yevnut Kriyank, that is, wide and subtle writings, by which we are to understand the scriptures of the Old and New Testament, as noted above, followed by the most important patristic sources. The precise selection presented in the northern monasteries is very conservative, including only a core of the works translated in late antiquity, beginning with the Philonic corpus we heard about just a few moments ago, the Cappadocians forming a second group, followed by the works of Evagrius and Dionysius, and concluding with two treatises on secular subjects, originally sustaining the pagan disciplines of Alexandria, which may explain their final position in the compilation. These are David the Philosopher's Prolegomena to the Study of Philosophy, and a commentary on the Armenian redaction of Dionysius Thrax's Greek grammar by a namesake, David the Grammarian. Hence, it is important to note first that the two authors have been conflated, secondly, that they are now attributed to the legendary figure, David the Invincible, and thirdly, subject to a significant degree of Christianization, the latter's persona as a victorious defender of Armenian doctrine against various controversialists, having been honed over several centuries. Next. The resulting curriculum closely parallels the activities of Krikor's contemporary David Kopairatsi of Haghpat, with whom it seems our author studied under the same teachers. Significantly, Kopairatsi commented on all the above textbooks apart from Evagrius, indicating that their joint undertakings may have actually constituted a sort of collaboration, something suggested by Krikor's incorporation of studies by David on various biblical books, together with materials attributed to Saints Ephraim, Athanasius, and Epiphanius of Salamis. However, as the works of both Vartabeds still remain in manuscript form, further investigation must await their publication. Next. As alluded to above, the new monastic academies adopted the scholarly interpretive apparatus drawn from Hellenic Paideia, together with the core textbooks, which had already featured in part in the late antique Armenian study of grammar, the discipline which produced the first serious examples of commentary, Megnuchun Hermaneia, treating the text phrase by phrase, which was paralleled by the second type of Lutzmunk uses, zooming in on the illumination of passages particularly hard to construe, and the cause, Bachar Aitia, devoted to prefatory issues to be discussed before transitioning to the analysis of the text. Krikor's compilation of the latter material marks a developed stage in the process, which presumably would have been presented orally at an earlier phase, then transmitted in separate manuscripts, and now cumulatively coordinated into a separate textbook. Krikor well illustrates the relation between the approaches in his study of Evagrius' treatment of the prophet Ezekiel's vision. Next. First reviewing certain earlier causes on the circumstances of writing, the Savon passes to a reading, Verzanuchun Anachnosma, of the text with detailed commentary, starting Ban Arban Megnes Zuk, let us comment on it phrase by phrase, and then passing to the third category in adding that this will involve not every statement, but will focus on the Djwari Manalisa, those passages difficult to comprehend. Next. This procedure is well exemplified by the well-known image of Yesai Nchetsi from the manuscripts in the Jerusalem Patriarchate, lecturing to a class in Glatzor. The pupils fill the left and right ground of the illumination, while the reader kneels in the center in front of a low lectern in the center bearing the textbook. The director then occupies the upper left space, seated appropriately on a cathedra, his right hand extended in blessing. From the upper patch of the sky, a blue film descends into the Vartabed's ear, thereafter issuing from his mouth and disseminating to the ears of the assembled student body, symbolically evoking the enabling afflatus of the Holy Spirit. Finally, the central pomegranate tree attests to the wisdom of the teaching being imparted. Next. The cause genre typically treats introductory matter pertaining to the textbook, such as authorship, circumstances of writing, and a summary of the main issues addressed. It is appropriately illustrated by Grikor's handling of the Saints' Vita, with which the Armenian collection opens. There, the author formulates 5 questions probing the central significance of Evagrius' life, commencing with the nature of his eremitical praxis, alluding to his self-denial and subsistence on legumes, spending the night in Agrippnia, his goum, reciting the Psalms, and praying 100 times a day. The second question concerns the period when he lived, to which the Evita alludes by reference to the Council of Constantinople of 381, while the third seeks to verify how long he lived, to which the answer of 54 years is forthcoming. To the query on the amount of time he spent in the desert, the Vita supplies the 3 data that after studying 2 years at the first location, Nitria, he ventured deeper into the desert, Vikelia, where he remained for 14 years, gaining release from fleshly passions from the last 3. Meanwhile, the final question of how he overcame demonic temptation highlights the extreme measures he undertook to release himself from the grasp of spirits of lasciviousness and blasphemy. Building on the hagiographer's concluding remarks, Krikor notes that Evagrius' disciple wrote this Vita and prefaced it to the saint's writings. Although the author is informed by the Vita concerning the existence of the Antiretikos, in addition to a set of unnamed works not available in Armenian, his coverage of the Evagrian corpus only embraces the first 3 materials traditionally listed in manuscripts of that collection, such as Maderatharan 1666 of the 14th century, commencing with the Nishanag Hezekiel, Signatio in Ezekielem, to which we have already been introduced, followed first by the Gidnavoryev Arjunavor, the Gnostikov, and then by the Jar ar Anatolis, the homily to Anatolius on the vestments of the solitaries, the opening section of the Praktikos. Interestingly, these are also the main texts commented on by Grigor Megnich, the commentator of the 12th, 13th century, whose precise identity has not yet been ascertained. In this connection, I should like to thank Father Hovsep for generously sharing his in-progress text and translation of the latter oeuvre to compare their handling of common material. Their treatment can be distinguished from the approach of contemporary Cilician centers of learning in revealing no awareness of more recent versions like the Kephalaia Gnostica rendered from Syriac, which, as Archbishop Anushirvan noted, was already known to Nerses Lampronazi. Next. One of the important functions Grigor undertakes in his interpretive approach is to provide a conspectus of the contrasting perspectives earlier scholars had adopted on facets of Evagrius' exposition, for which he may now be the only accessible source. Thus, in investigating the saint's commentary on Ezekiel's vision, he discusses divergent attributions, the first advocating Evagrius' accession to the request of monks unable to grasp the vision's significance, for which he penned an allegorical interpretation. Another account reviewed suggests the work combats heretics holding sin as a hereditary transmission from Adam, which the saint then opposed with the doctrine of individual responsibility through the application of autonomous will, affording the positive examples of Peter, the prophets and apostles, and the negative corollaries of Judas and the Antichrist. This builds on the saint's discussion of the sons of wrath, who are condemned to wrath not according to their nature, but because they sin. Therefore, he notes a difference of opinion in the roles of baptism and confession in cleansing sin in the Christian dispensation. Applying the technical terminology of Nishanagabes symbolically and Ailabanabar allegorically to discuss his methodology, Grigor then illuminates the significance of the tetramorphs directing the chariot, citing biblical applications and allusions to the evangelists and the virtues, applying a Platonic tripartite model of the soul to argue for the adoption of prudence to overcome wrath and desire, to ascend with knowledge to the supernal Jerusalem. Similarly, his cause on the Didnavoriev Artunavor begins with a definition of the two central terms as theoretical and practical manifestations of virtue. Thereafter, he broaches the conditions of writing, where once more two scenarios are reduced. One in which some heretics had infiltrated the monastic community, as a result of which the saint had commended his brothers to approach him for insight, which they would then transmit to reliable devotees. While another strand of tradition cites a different pair of alternatives, arguing in favor of his writing for fellow monks rather than members of the laity. Next. In his further Desutiun Theoria, contemplative vision, he contrasts external knowledge obtained through book learning that can be expressed only in discourse with the infusion of divine grace, which is manifest both in word and deed, citing Evagrius as the perfect example of one obtaining wisdom from the Holy Spirit. Meanwhile, in the concluding section, the author explores the saint's discussion of the five Garkuk orders and Ahutiunk forms of saltiness by which the enlightened should comfort the spiritually weak who are plunged in sorrow. Next. Of these, three primary examples are given, of which only the first is paralleled by Grigor Nietzsche, i.e. that of the five senses, which must be guarded so as not to fall into sin. However, this is so frequent a corollary of the number five that no contact between the two need be predicated, particularly as the two further explanations are totally distinct. Moreover, rather than elucidating the text in situ, it appears the interpretations derive more from unrelated numerological concerns. First, the five commandments on each of the two tablets of the Mosaic Law, the infraction of which triggers punishment, and the second, the five words the apostle demands, a reference to 1 Corinthians 14:19, where Paul valorizes a few plain words of instruction over extensive glossolalia. Our author next interprets what he describes as the homily to Anatolius, more familiar as On the Vestments of the Solitaries, which opens the Practicos. While Krikor Megnich accepts Anatolius as the source of the commission to write, he identifies the figure with a classmate of the saint, who went on to become a bishop, and states Evagrius did not respond to the query until he had gained instruction from more seasoned monks. In contrast, our author, in keeping with other accounts, records that Anatolius was a Gidnagan and Gnostic and hermit, or one of the Ishchank, princes or magnates, who became a monk. Being wise in all respects, he queried whether the distinctive monastic garb was Ustbarachman, accidental, or corrective, purposeful. Posing the question to several peers, but receiving no unitary response, and hearing of Evagrius' wisdom, he determined to send some of the monastic brothers to ask him, and received this homily in reply. Next. Granted the genre's inherent brevity, the author confines himself to a reference to the head covering, which in the Armenian translation is rendered by the Syriac loanword kusita, which, as a term of relatively little dissemination, Krikor immediately glosses by the Armenian equivalent konkur, as reflected in an early dictionary. Thereafter, he independently pursues the issue of the origin of these distinctive vestments, citing various standard speculations in circulation on the topic. One derives it from a monk named Moses, another by means of an angelic intermediary, and the third from the prophet Elijah via John the Baptist, the stereotypical desert dweller. Drawing his coverage to a close with a renewed reference to the importance of Evagrius' deeper purpose in interpreting the garments to heighten the monk's readiness to overcome the bands of demons, he cites a personal reminiscence from his own school days on how his Vartabed had enjoyed that this should be achieved. Typically, it takes the form of a fable comprising a narrative and moral. As two men swiftly undertake a journey on horseback by night, together to protect one another, so with a tripartite anthropology, it is necessary for the mind to yoke together the spirit and flesh so as not to suffer harm from the demons. Next, Krikor's final section encapsulates a subtle disquisition on the inner workings of the thought process from the initial activity of cogitation through internal transformations into more formal conceptualization and ultimately expression by means of specific words, introducing a series of explanatory terms not encompassed in existing dictionaries. This exposition represents a reprise of Evagrius' discussion of the 5 orders of diminution encountered in the Gnostikos, as formulated in a question emanating from the writings of a certain Irenaeus. Clearly, much of this concluding investigation will require much more detailed study to determine authorship, clarify the operation of the procedure described, and decipher the nature of its relation to the above aspect of Evagrius' doctrine. Next. What then can we say by means of conclusion on this initial overview of a medieval introduction to Evagrius' oeuvre? First of all, as indicated above, Gricor Apasou Vortis Magnum Opus marks a new development in the life of the institution of the Armenian Monastic Academy, in introducing all the primary textbooks on the curriculum in this comprehensive collection of causes. Within that context, the symbiotic interface of the Evagrian and Pseudo-Dionysian corpus played a distinctive role in balancing spirituality and liturgics as integrated vehicles on the path towards theosis, reinforcing the function of those schools as episcopal seats, as illustrated by Krikor's own career, in such a way as to minimize the dichotomy between the abbot and monastic community and the bishop and sacramental ministry, as experienced in Byzantium contemporaneously, in connection with Simeon the New Theologian's theory and practice. Meanwhile, the graduates would employ the newer perspective on the psychological dimension of moral conduct in their outreach to the lay community of the faithful, in their homilies, to raise expectations for ethical norms in social intercourse. Krikor also manifests the importance of the monastic school as affording conditions for continuity of scholarship, resting on 2.5 centuries of instruction, elements of which he cites in enumerating different interpretations of issues arising from Evagrius' text that appear to be mainly of local provenance. As a result, Krikor illustrates a number of traits associated with the wider movement of the northern Vartabeds, in distinction from their counterparts in Cilicia, like Krikor Dra and Nersis Lompronatsi, in their more conservative traditional stance, indicated by a lack of access to Evagrian works translated there in the more contemporary period, and their suspicion of contact with Byzantine and Latin churches. Despite the genre's rather formal focus, we have witnessed the degree to which our author draws his readers into grappling with his subject's more weighty concepts and concerns, one which I would argue will repay much more serious study to ascertain more fully the place he occupies in the expanding preoccupation with Evagriana that dominated the Armenian Middle Ages. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cowie. It's very thought-provoking. Now, this is the moment to turn to our discussion. We have our respondent with us from Italy, who joined us coming from Venice, Archbishop Levon-Zekian. We will like to start with a few responses from the Archbishop and then convene around the table for discussion, and we'll also move over to our Zoom panelists and participants as well. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Bazak, dear colleagues, I would like to put in clear one point that I was very much enthusiastic when I read the first time about this conference on Evagrius Ponticus, because as just we have seen already from these first 3 papers, he is a very important personality also in the development of Armenian spirituality and theology. I have to confess immediately that I am here only as a student, an auditor, to learn, but because I never studied scholarly Evagrius. It's of course like, but life is very short to embrace everything you'd like to do. I am grateful just to the first 3 speakers, and I am sure that this high level scholarship will continue also in the next contributions. For me, it's really a symposium. I would like to express a special thanks to Dr. Shahinian for her help, practical helps also, and encouragement, because especially after 7 years of absence in life of transoceanic trips, which once I used to do very frequently, sometimes I came to the States twice a year to make conferences, lectures in California, in Los Angeles, especially also San Francisco, sometimes also in New York. This is the 3rd time I visit this institution. I visited twice in the earlier building. And I think that this has been a very far-seeing intuition of Archbishop Nersoyan. May his memory be blessed. And just I was telling Dr. Shah Nazarian, Dr. Shahinian, that a conference on Mersoyan really would be something very suitable to organize. For me, he is one of the most important clergymen and scholars of the 20th century in the Armenian church, in the Armenian reality. No, just also for my age, I think probably I am the elder person in this assembly, 82 years of age, accomplished. So that, and I realize the impossibility of realizing many things you dreamed. It's impossible to realize all my dreams. I had to live 150 years. That's something. But I speak recently. I had this use just to speak as transmitting some testament, something, because just taking inspiration from Evagrius, such an important figure in Armenian spirituality theology, has had little attention or pure attention in our scholarship. The first point I want to make is that Armenian philology, even in its hypercritical expressions, has achieved many successes. It's probably the most advanced field of Armenian studies, also linguistics. I give as example Akinyan, of whom I share very few points of view, but he is one of the greatest Armenian philologists. There is no subject in Armenian philology that he didn't touch upon. His work, he was signed by hypercriticism, especially under the influence of Carrière, the French school, was even sometimes was more radical than the German scholars who just created modern critics. So coming back to Evagrius, I would like to make some suggestion today, if you wish, a provocative suggestion. Looking at the program, and I apologize, this is only to discuss. I can be also anathematized. If I were living in the 5th or 6th century, I hope that the 9th Council of Constantinople doesn't excommunicate me. I hope so. No, there is the big question, which was discussed very much in Old Christianity, the question of apokatastasis. It was a basic vital issue. There are different, of course, interpretations and so on. Origenes, of whom I would like to quote a phrase of my personal teacher, also for classical Armenian, later bishop in Armenia for Catholic Armenians, Father Nerses der Nersesian. He considered Origenes as the greatest genius of all Christianity. That was his opinion. But I would like to quote him also to make an homage to this great person. And he was not very fortunate, Origenes. Also, Evagrius Ponticus was not so fortunate. Much more fortunate was Gregory of Nyssa, because he also seems to have sustained the idea of apokatastasis. No, this term doesn't exist as such in classical Armenian, because the only time it is used in the Greek Testament Achichronon apokatastasios, in the Acts of the Apostles, is translated into Armenian by a very simple verb. Also because classical Armenian, that is the Armenian of the 5th century, has some error of preverbs in composition. So he says, Minchevi Jamanagas ammenetun hastadelo. Apo doesn't exist there. No, it is my suggestion, my hypothesis, that perhaps, I say perhaps, I underline this word, Gregory of Narek follows the same idea. This is some reflection, which perhaps by divine providence followed my petitio, which I presented to the Holy Father Francis to declare Doctor Universalis Gregory of Narek. Of course, this was his desire. They asked me to make a theological exposition. I tried to do my best, but I didn't think about this. Perhaps this was providential, because perhaps such an idea would create some difficulty to declare Gregory of Narek Doctor Universalis. Maybe, I don't know. No, I would like to read first the Armenian text. It is in the word. Just, I know that some translators translate prayer. Jean-Pierre Mahet translates parole. I am also of this opinion that ban must be translated not prayer, but word. This says, this is, I think, the capitulation of Gregory's work. It's essentially a word. In some sense, it is a prayer, in all its senses. It's an exegesis, not only prayer. It's a commentary to the Bible, but it is essentially and profoundly word. So that in his 31st word, he says, no, I can find it, I hope. The end, yes, the end of the second paragraph. I also have to add that I follow Osema translation passion, still partial, 30 years of work to translate about 50 words of Narek. I hope to be able to bring to an end this job. Hear what he says. Te pavaganie samenaimi gatnapuits asagats, diots padaniats, mudats vaireniats, estampagats korozats, minsi artaderes desaranats, եւ ալ գույլս խառնի ջաղանջ բազմությանց, եւ գամ արգակավս գայտից անախորժականած գամա ծզորից ոչ ես մորացյալ. This մորացյալ, I think, has very deep meaning, not only the momentaneous memory. And continue. Artu ստացար Զամենեսյան եւ Քոեն Ամենեկյան եւ Օրմեսիս Ամենեցունց միայն բարեկուտ. These are very absolute affirmations. You have pity of all. There is no exception. That is, of course, as I said, a suggestion, a proposal for discussion. Very discussable, my opinion, can be. I said also, fortunately, providentially perhaps, I didn't remark this point when preparing the petition. Perhaps this would create some difficulties. I don't know. And this is, of course, coming to our symposium, because it's really the symposium for me in the worldly meaning of the words, in the just in the Platonic sense of the word. Our gathering here. Now, I would like to add some remarks, especially for our younger scholars. I said all here are younger, I presume, than me, but especially for the youngest ones, that we have a huge task in front of us, a huge field of research. I said Armenian philology has made great, big achievements, notwithstanding all kinds of shortcomings. But Armenian theology needs to be still studied in depth. The 19th century and 20th century Armenian theology was mostly polemical and apologetical on both sides, Catholics and apostolic clergy on the other side, Chalcedon or not Chalcedon, and all the discussed questions, especially from the Syriac period, on the Holy Spirit, on purgatory, and so on. Also, this, I think, Armenian theology goes much far beyond. And it's very original. I would conclude with some anecdote. During my teaching at the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome, there were so many guest professors. One day, there was one from Budapest, Hungary, a Jesuit. In the morning, during breakfast, he asked me, "What are you teaching?" I said, "Armenian theology." "And can you give me some idea of Armenian theology?" I quoted some things. I said, "But you are speaking of the ideas of Vatican II. Perhaps you put in the mouth of the Armenian doctors what the Vatican II said recently." I said, "I know that Vatican II said these things, but much earlier, these poor Armenians, decimated, persecuted, said also similar things." So that I think is an immense treasure which we have to develop. And the last point, since Dr. Coy made an allusion to the acceptance of the primacy of the Pope during him, it is for me, just historically, a tragic vision that the Romans see Rome, with all its exceptional, wonderful achievements, and I say this as a Catholic bishop with all due respect for everyone, but the idea of imperial supremacy many times influenced ecclesiastical behavior. This is, of course, in natura rerum. It was natural. In any case, it's a pity that the shortcomings, not only in relationship between Armenians and the Roman Church, but also in all the relationships, also of the Byzantine, because Byzantium is the second Rome. We have not to forget this. So that these shortcomings were due, with all their advantages, to the imperial approach of the inter-church relationship. And perhaps we can also reflect upon this point, but I don't know which may be the better solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop Berkian. If we can now start with the roundtable for the discussion on the three papers that were presented, then we can take questions from someone. questions around the table in the audience on the three papers presented?
Can I ask a question?
Other,
Are you moderating?
absolutely, please. Just speak loud. I didn't realize our library is actually very big. So you're.
Yeah, so my question is to Professor Kao. Thank you for the very interesting presentation. So you compared two Greek words together, Greek
Yes.
Megdij and Abasordi, their texts. And Greek Abasordi is earlier than Greek Megdij, as far as we know. The days of Greek Megdij is buried. From my own research, is about 1170s. He was born. Did you see any? Did you get any notion or feeling that Grigor Megdij knew of Grigor Abasordi as he was writing his comment?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, but I think that what struck me most was the differences between the two. My impression is that perhaps we're talking about different communities, which I think is a very, very interesting question at that point. I highlighted, which I have to say was very interesting for me as I was studying it, this major contrast between the situation in Lori, basically, so the north of Armenia, in contrast then to that in Cilicia. Obviously, of course, this heightens what we know from some of the material from that period, indicating this very, very different perspective on theology, the role of the monastery, etc. And so I think that really here we're talking much more about separate spheres, which I think is very important in terms then of the time. At this point, perhaps there isn't that sense then of interrelation, but of course that is going to change later on in the 13th century, I think, particularly with the rise of Gladsor. Gladsor is extremely important, and also quite apart from that, we see that there's much greater interrelation between so different areas of Armenia in connection then with the this greater sense then of movement that we find. So it may well be that in part is as a result of the Pax Mongolica, the whole issue of opening up many of the roads, etc., throughout Anatolia and, of course, way on into Central Asia, etc. But we see at that point there's a great deal of interaction and movement of personnel, of materials as well. But it seems to me that perhaps in this earlier period, it's much more localized.
Thank you.
Questions from around the table, comments?
Well, if I may, I'm very curious about Robin's presentation with regard to, particularly to the dating of some of these works being pre-eremitical or post, and what are some of the major issues that have led you to that particular decision in terms of the context in which this is produced?
I guess the first would be reading Evagrius in the context of the people from whom he drew. Not the Cappadocians, I think, but the Alexandrian tradition. Knowing that, and I couldn't include this in the paper, but knowing that Evagrius was also in contact with philosophers and non-Christian philosophers and rhetors in Constantinople, and very likely in his education. Excuse me, and may have, and again, we can't date these works very certainly, but may have composed the Nocticon in the period before he entered Egypt, for which we have very little evidence anyway. That the reason why, and and the circumstances in which, because that comes from Palladius. And I would like to say that Palladius is not trustworthy in certain ways. In other ways, he is trustworthy. But he had a certain, he was writing, I mean, okay, so Palladius is writing in 420, presenting his book to the Praepositus Sacri Cubiculi to pass certainly to the empresses and to the emperor, to give a certain presentation about the disgraced but to him very dear monastic tradition of Egypt. To say that he, I mean, it's unsurprising to say that he would want to present those figures whom Theophilus had cleared out violently in a certain way that would highlight their devotion and domestication, so to speak. I don't think Evagrius was domesticated particularly, although he did certainly write for monks. The Practicos is written for monks. But I believe, and I found Joel's argument about the Cavallania Gnostica credible, and taking another harder look at the Gnosticos, I think it very well could be a pre-monastic work that is then included later in the trilogy in order to make it look monastic. It actually looks much more like a philosopher's treatise than it does like a monastic teacher's treatise, although it is useful. It can be useful, especially in the context of certain philosophical monks, philosophically inclined monks associated with Didymus, associated with Nitria and Kelia, but certainly not with monasteries in Upper Egypt. So that's let's see, that's part of your question. Can you remind me, was there another part of your question?
Encapsulates it very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's my thesis so far.
I think I had a question from Father Tisto and then Jess, please.
Actually, what I was going to ask was about the area of the Armenian authors bring up the sevenfold scheme of ascent that we find in the letter to Anatolius. But I think even more interesting than that question, classic Evagrian question, is to ask you, the text that you presented about the Gnosticos actually sound like an argument about authority.
Oh, yes, that's certainly part of it.
And the charism of authority apart from and yet also connected to ordination. That's a very interesting set of texts that you gave.
Sure, because Clement wasn't ordained.
Yeah.
Origen wasn't ordained. They had, well, yes, he was, I guess, according to Eusebius. But the most important part of their work is the philosophical scholar who adapts Platonic philosophy for a Christian audience at various levels at which they can appropriate it. And of course, it's shown itself to be very useful for that purpose. There are other people doing it at the same time, including the Cappadocians. I think Evagrius doesn't follow the Cappadocians. I think he follows Clement and Origen. But I think that his work, as I said in the presentation, I think that his work is greatly more focused because behind it is the presence of Manichaeans in Egypt and North Africa who, and that's a whole different topic which we could get into, but who present a genuine threat to Christianity because they're a lot better organized at that point than Christians are.
Sounds exactly like our Buddhist friends in China. Christians and Buddhists in China.
Well, yeah, that's another. The Buddhist connection is another line we could go. Another line we could follow. But I think that is what is going on. Although, again, the Gnosticos is adaptable to a monastic setting.
Thank you. A question for Archbishop Anushavan. Very interesting to hear about the use of Evagrius and also being referred to by name in the commentaries of Nerses Lombronazi. Can you give us an idea of how prominent Evagrius is as a source in comparison to other earlier sources or figures whose thought Nerses draws on in the work. So how Evagrius sort of ranks or compares in prominence to, say, figures like the Cappadocian Fathers or Pseudo-Dionysius or other sources. Is he like as commonly drawn on as others, or less so, more so?
Well, within the context of the monastic life, especially Lamponazzi, as much as Evagrius has dedicated a volume to how the evil one tempts those who are in a monastery. He is very interestingly referring throughout all his volume, almost at each page, that how we have to defeat all the temptations of the evil one. On the other hand, because he is more concentrated to spiritualize the Psalms, he is referring more to Evagrius, while the other church fathers, the Cappadocian fathers, are not directly within his interest. He is more focusing on the spiritual warfare against the evil one. And even all the Psalms he comments as not within their historical, let's say, understanding or literal understanding, but rather a spiritual understanding. That's why he is more emphasizing on Evagrius and monastic fathers, Anthony and others, rather than the Cappadocian father. Of course, he has a special place also for the other fathers, but as much as went through his commentary, the only reason because he was living in Saru, and upon his instructor's request, he has done this commentary. Therefore, his whole intention was how he can strengthen the immunity of the monastic fathers against their daily temptation. Sometimes we think that only those who are living in the world, they are going through temptation, but he emphasizes that how he himself sometimes is very critical even against himself, that how, like Navigazzi, he tries to analyze himself, and therefore I believe that within that context, he is more focusing on church fathers, especially Evagrius, rather than the other theologians.
Thank you. Julia, please.
Robin, I have a question about your Manichaeans. I'm wondering why why you're tying it particularly to Manichaeans and not to like Gnostics more generally. I'm sensitive to Karen King's discussion on that, but why not some other group of Gnostics like Sethians or Valentinians that he may have been responding to? And like, is it potentially because Manichaeism was more threatening of a live issue at that time? Like, could this argument that you're making about Manichaeans be extended to cover other Gnostic threats? And do you think those were present when he was responding in this way with the Gnostic?
It's very hard to say because he doesn't name his enemies.
Yeah.
So it's possible. It's possible. I think a broader matter might be that to ask, who first established successfully an ascetic subgroup within a religion? Mine did. That's who. And there may be some competition here that we don't hear because it's not recorded. But it looks as if, given the connection between Evagrius and Didymus, that this would have been on his mind too. So yes, I'd be happy to consider other methods, but other dualists. But we know they're in Egypt.
Yeah.
And this is also actually it's only happening 20 years before Augustine had kind of temple.
Thank you. We have time for about 2 more questions. I see Matteo and also Professor Isfan. First, Matteo, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have so many questions, both for Professor Cowie and for Robin. starting chronologically from Robin's presentation. So it's problematic. It's interesting, but it is problematic. It is chronological development of Gnosticos between Constantinople and then I can say Egypt. Also, because we should assume that there is a rework of Evagrius of this work. So a more general philosophical work, and then an anti-Manichaean, a sort of anti-Manichaean also work, and then including the 5 past chapters which are the Saint of the Fathers, and then inside the trilogy, we know that from Claire Guillaumeau work on Practicos, Evagrius worked a lot on his, but there are indeed with this idea there are many stages of Evagrius works, and it's only a suggestion. And then for Professor Crowley, I have a question about in the book of Causes. You said that the life of Evagrius was also commented and took as as a good example, and the stages of Evagrius' life, his decision to retreat in the desert. So, have we other examples from this in the book of Causes or contemporary Armenian literature of authors which are taken not only for their ideas and theological inspirations, but also for their lives, because you know that their life are the saints, their lives, but Evagrius' life, not only in Armenia, but also in Syriac, has often taken as a good example in the various stages. So it is a curiosity.
No, you can go first.
Yes, so I mean, my overall impression would be that this is really quite widespread and presumably many, many different traditions. But I would say that yes, I'm wondering to have some immediate examples more specifically, but I think that this is fairly widespread. We were mentioning earlier on with regard to some of the Cappadocians. I seem to recall reference to like that with regard to St. Basil. So connection then not only then to his thought, but also how this was practically outworked in his life experience. So yes, as I say, my impression is that this would be much, much more general and we apply it to all sorts of different figures at different times. Yeah.
What he said.
Well, there was another point that you made, Robin, that was very interesting, and it seemed really to demand greater exposition than you had, of course, time for in your 20-25 minutes or so. It was the comment that you made with regard to the use of Gnostikos, and that was developed, you were arguing, in the works of Maximus. And so you were suggesting that there was this sort of hiatus between the original writing and then the development by him with regard to using that term to denote a spiritual teacher. So wondering if you would expand
There's not a complete hiatus.
Okay.
It is used occasionally in the 5th century, but I think Maximus is the person who, at least in not in all his works, but in some of his works, finds this a significant and fruitful category and wants to use it, but stripped of its problematic associations. So he makes it possible for the term to be an acceptable term in the Greek Orthodox Church. Does it really gain traction after that? Someone better educated in the Byzantine world would have to say it was a good attempt on Maximus's part, because Maximus was trying to cleanse previous teachers of certain spots, and then to be able to use their thought. But does the figure of the Gnostikos qua Gnostikos have a long life after Maximus? I would have to ask somebody else that question. I mean, I would have to find that out from somebody else.
But I was also interested, so what's the process by which he then cleanses Evagrius Ponticus?
Oh, good question. Well, it's not so much Gnostikos as Evagrius's thought generally, and certain aspects of Nazianzus' thought generally, to make them acceptable sources.
I think to stay on, I did promise to get a question from Professor Scott. So after that, I would like to then break or briefly and then carry on to panel 2, please.
Try to be very short. So first, I would like to react to this question about the Gnosticos. There is this tradition emerging basically in the New Theologia in the 10th, 11th century, which rehabilitates all this thought. I think it's short-lived, because under Alexios Komnenos, or even the disciples of Simeon are condemned. But Simeon is a saint of the Orthodox Church, and he's very much in this tradition. He writes the Gnostic chapters. And very powerfully, he establishes this idea of the Gnostic teacher, even against the contemporary church hierarchy. But that is not my original question.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
If my original question was a remark, because I was very much intrigued by your pointing to the Manichaeans as the people with whom Evagrius is debating, and I think it's an excellent suggestion. And again, if we go to later times, to the 6th century, in the life of Euthymius, the Palestinian monastic teacher, by Cyrus Kitopoulos, we find a passage in which he says that he equally hated opposite heresies, and he equally hated Origenism and Manichaeism. So, as Sabellianism is put in connection with Arianism, Miaphysitism, Monophysitism, Nestorianism, so also Origenism and Manichaeism. So apparently, Cyril, considered these two lines of thought as opposites and so complementaries. So I think there was even in antiquity this idea that these are responding to each other.
Yes. Well, of course, Origen could not have responded, as I mentioned, could not have responded to Manichaeism. It's a good thing he was dead by the time that showed up. It would have been a lot of work for him. I suppose Cyril had his own way of arranging, this dichotomy. And I'm also aware that Manichaeism is a word that people throw around. So I want to be careful not to do that. How much Manichaeism per se was a present reality in 6th century Palestine? Not, as far as I know. But the ghost of it was probably powerful.
I am not sure it was not. Because okay. we have the Book of the Holy Hierophants in Syriac, yes. And it is very much influenced by Manichaeism, and responds to Manichaeism. Once I wrote an article about this.
I've also read it. It's extremely interesting. Yes.
So even they were responding to each other in the terms of philosophical myth. And I wonder whether this doesn't go back to earlier time because of your suggestion.
Yeah, well, it's a great thing to investigate. Thank you. I actually would go back to looking at Hierotheos and his opponents with that in mind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
But it was greatly inspiring. I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
And I think you are.
Oh, well, that's reassuring. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Again, thank you for the discussion and the contribution. We are going to take about 10 minutes break, reconvening at 12 p.m. for Dr. Jesse Arlen. Please. Welcome. Welcome to panel 2, Evagrius in Armenia. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Jesse Arlen, who's currently the director of the Krikor and Clara Zorhab Information Center and a postdoctoral researcher at Fordham University. Dr. Jesse earned his PhD in 2021 from UCLA under Professor Peter Cowie. On the life and literary works of the 10th century monastic abbot Anania Maragasi. He has many scholarly publications relating to medieval monastic literature and intellectual history. He has taught classical Armenian at various institutions, including the University of Notre Dame, Dumbarton Oaks, classes at Hill Museum Manuscript Library, Himmel, St. Nerses Armenian Seminary. He's taught for us here and currently teaches classical Armenian for us, and through the Zorhab Center as well. He is the co-author of Odes of St. Nerses, the Graceful, annotated translation. Welcome, Dr. Jesse Arlen.
So there is a addendum, I guess, or update to my bio that I wanted to make, which I hope this announcement won't be of more interest than my actual paper, but it might be. My time at the Zorhab Center is actually going to end this summer, and I'm going to join the Armenian Studies Department at Harvard as a lecturer in Armenian Studies. It's about to be announced today through diocesan channels, but just wanted to mention that here as well before beginning. And begin by saying a huge thank you to the organizers of the conference, especially my colleague, Dr. Ani Shahinyan, who put such a tremendous amount of work into bringing such an impressive conference and group of scholars together. Let me see if I can share my screen. So my interest in Evagrius comes in part with wanting to investigate. Okay, thank you. Wanting to investigate and discover the curriculum and way of life in Armenian monasteries, and so looking at Evagrius in that regard. And it's maybe no surprise that there's some overlap in my talk with that of my doctoral advisor and mentor, Professor Peter Cowie, from whom we just heard. The works of Evagrius played an important role in intellectual and spiritual education at medieval Armenian monastic schools. While we have no single source that's a straightforward source outlining the curriculum of a given monastic school due to the lack of regulae or typica or other such texts in the Armenian tradition, some details of the curricula of various schools can be reconstructed indirectly via the manuscript tradition and other documentary sources issuing from a monastic environment, and the Book of Causes is one of those major sources. The presence and impact of Evagrius in Armenian monastic schools is evident in a number of different ways. Through his influence on the thought and teachings of abbots and monastic writers, through the arrangement of his texts into anthologies for their consumption in monasteries, through the explanatory prefaces, the causes, Bajak, to his works found in monastic miscellanies, meant to aid teachers and their pupils as notes on various works that were read in the monastic school setting, and through the commentaries written on his works between the 12th to 14th centuries, the high point of intellectual activity in the monastic academies of medieval Armenia, which were intended to make the works of Evagrius more intelligible to young monks studying his works. So we'll look a little bit at some of the manuscript and textual evidence that provides a glimpse into the impact and presence of Evagrius in the medieval monastic schools of Armenia. Over the course of late antiquity, the core subjects of Hellenistic paideia, the trivium and quadrivium, were translated into Armenian and gradually adapted for a Christian and then monastic setting, both through commentaries written upon them and alterations and adaptations in the source texts themselves. The early Middle Ages, however, saw an eclipse of lay learning in the Armenian milieu due to the demise of the schools of Alexandria, one of the primary venues of intellectual advancement for Armenians in late antiquity, and the closing off of the borders between the Byzantine Empire and Arab Caliphate in the 7th and 8th centuries. From the late 9th century onwards, monastic schools were founded at some of the larger that were endowed by the noble families, the Bagratuni, Arsuni, and Sunnis, each of whom established autonomous principalities under the Abbasid Caliphate. And we heard a bit about that in Professor Cowy's talk as part of their larger sponsorship of cultural production and public works projects. The schools and the monasteries sponsored by these noblemen adopted the subjects of the trivium in their curriculum and integrated them into an intellectual and spiritual educational system that focused on scriptural exegesis, the writings of the church fathers, liturgical celebration, ascetic training, and spiritual exercises. Of the hundreds of monasteries that came to be founded across the medieval and early modern Armenian world, a small number became academies and centers of learning more devoted to intellectual pursuits, along with ascetic discipline and contemplation. And Nodek Monastery was one of the earliest such monastic schools to be established in the 10th century. And in previous and forthcoming studies, I've reflected on the impact of Evagrius's works and overall approach to asceticism and spirituality on the curriculum and way of life in Nodek Monastery, directed by its first abbot, Anania, and exemplified in the life and works of Anania and his relative and most famous pupil, Gregory Nadagotsi. We see this not just in the emphasis on spiritual practices and ascetic disciplines at the monastery, but also in terms of even literary genres and models, and the way texts were employed in conjunction with ascetic practices and mystical contemplation. We have concrete evidence that Anania, Grigor, and the other monks at Nodek read directly from the works of Evagrius, since he is among the few writers whom Anania quotes by name in one of his ascetical instructions. That certain texts of Evagrius were circulating in the southern kingdom of Vaspuragan, where Nodek Monastery was located, is attested in a passage already from Bishop Khosrov Anzavatsi's commentary on the Book of Hours, in which, in an explanation to one of the deacon's litanies during the night hour, he refers the reader to a book of Evagrius, or to books or writings of Evagrius. So here's the quote. You can see the Armenian at the bottom. So commenting on, let us beseech the Lord to dissipate all evil thoughts of our hearts. He says, of course, in the context of thoughts, battle against thoughts, myriad are the types of unclean thoughts that disturb our souls, which the author of evil conceives against us, which, if anyone wishes to investigate, he may learn about it from the book or books or writings, kirk, by nature plural in Armenian, so we don't know in the context is he referring to one specific book or just generally the writings of Evagrius, whose chapters show the divisions and the various kinds by which the fraud of the evil one grows strong in those that are negligent. Bishop Khosrov refers his reader to read further about the topic of various kinds of unclean thoughts in the kirk, book or writings of Evagrius. He probably has in mind, and I'd be interested what Father Hopeshead thinks about this, the Practicus, which includes a discussion of the 8 kinds of evil thoughts, and we know was already circulating at this time. In the Armenian version of this work, the chapters of the Practicus dealing with the 8 kinds of bad thoughts, 16 to 53, are given the subtitle Vasen ud Chor Totzen, on the 8 thoughts, and sometimes circulate as an independent text in the manuscript tradition. So it's perhaps to this book especially that Bishop Khosrov is referring as readers, or this part of the Practicus. As mentioned already, Anania on one occasion also quotes directly from Evagrius, and it's in the context of teaching on the importance of the ascetic discipline of spiritual mourning with tears and the power of tears to ward off bad thoughts from the enemy. Evagrius, a spokesman for the Egyptian desert tradition of spiritual mourning, encouraged this practice, especially at the outset of the ascetic life. And it's one of the first topics treated in the De Oratione on prayer, and also figures prominently in Evagrius's 2 treatises that concern the earliest stages of monastic training, Rerum Monachalium Rationes and the Tractatus ad Eulogium. Anania devoted one of his lengthiest treatises to precisely this practice. And it is in this work that he directly quoted Evagrius by name, a rarity in his monastic discourses. And the passage he quotes is the following. Anania's passage that he's quoting is here, and the original passage that it refers to is in green. And here's the original Greek, but here's the Armenian version, the Armenian translation that Anania is probably reading from and referring to by memory. So this is the passage. Whenever a hostile thought comes upon your heart, the original, do not seek to replace one thing with another through prayer, but rather turn the sharpened sword of tears against your enemies, so that by rushing vigorously into battle, you may the more quickly force him to withdraw from you. Evagrius's quotation, while not exact, in yellow, unmistakably refers to this particular passage. He says, Evagrius also says, when giving basically testimonia from the fathers about the practice he's teaching, whenever thoughts of the enemy come against you, direct the spear of tears against the adversary, and the chief bandit will flee in terror from you. It's basically a kind of shorter, condensed version. But if you compare the 2 Armenian versions rather than Anania's Armenian to the Greek, it follows more closely the Armenian, much more so lexically. So anyway, all this to establish when you talk about Evagrius's impact on the thought and way of life and everything, everyone counters or has countered me with, okay, but where do we have actual proof that they're actually reading Evagrius? So here's the actual proof in Bishop Khosrov Banzavati, Gregory of Nadek's father, and close in the vicinity of Nadek, and from Anania. It seems likely to me that the prominent role given to the works of Evagrius in the monastery of Nadek paved the way for the greater diffusion and adoption of the desert philosopher's works into the curriculum of later monasteries as the reputation of Nadek increased through the study and growing popularity of Grigor of Nadek's works, first in Cilicia and then throughout the Armenian world. Beginning in the 12th to 13th centuries, as we heard, several contemporary and independent sources indicate that Evagrius's texts had been adopted into the curriculum of monastic academies across the Armenian world, Cilicia and the so-called northern monasteries. So talked about already today by Peter Cowie was the Liber Causarum, Book of Causes, Kirk Bajarats, composed by the abbot of Sanahin Monastery, Grigor Abbasian. There's another version of the Book of Causes that it's not 100% clear to me the relation between the two. This one, Madonataran 1897, that's copied by Hayrabed Bartabed, who I'm not sure exactly who this is, but it has a slightly different set of context, but lots of contents, but lots of overlap, and especially in the Evagrian material. And then there's, of course, another important source that could be looked at in this way is the Book of Questions by Banagan Bartabed, and Dr. Irving is our expert on this. And then the commentary on the life and works of Evagrius by Grigor Megnich, who Father Zakaria Bahumyan, who published this recently, suggests is Grigor Skevratsi, but maybe not. We don't know for sure. In Kilikia. And Grigor Skevratsi was a student of Nerses Lambronatsi. And so these are some of the main sources. So all very closely contemporaneous with one another. Each of the first two books, the Book of Causes, are representative of topics and subjects covered in monastic school settings that served as textbooks or handbooks at the medieval Armenian monastic academies and played a central role in defining the canon of authors studied in the curriculum of these monasteries, as Manea Erna Shirinyan writes from the Madanataran. So as she's talked about, this is basically an isagogical collection, a book of introductions or prefaces that's concerned with elucidating the causes of the writings, the circumstances under which they were written, the reasons for which, what they're responding to. So to get those established before reading the text. And so it's closely related to the genres of commentary and scholia that we heard about. But there are also other types of material or genres in these works, and she goes through a long list of them, giving their Armenian and the equivalent Greek terms, Eskispin, Desutun, Arachapan, etc. This is a small sampling. And we see these sprinkled throughout the book and also in the material on Evagrius. The Book of Causes is divided into about 205 chapters or sections which cover the principal subjects of the monastic curriculum. So it's very interesting, the order. The Old Testament is treated first in the first 50 or so chapters, and then come the writings of the Church Fathers, Nurp Kuryank, subtle writings, 51 to 157, the Trivium, which is called external or wide writings, and pauses on the works of Evagrius, and then the New Testament follows that, which is maybe counterintuitive to what we would think. Causes on the works of Evagrius are found in chapters 151 to 154, and we heard about them from Professor Cowie. And they immediately follow the works of Basil of Caesarea and precede those of Pseudo-Dionysius in terms of the order in which they're laid out. So the first one is indicative. So beginning with the sign of Ezekiel, as we heard, in the way that Evagrius's text would circulate, this text is always given first, elucidating the vision of Ezekiel. And also similar to the structure we see in Grigor Skebratsi's commentary as well, or Grigor Megnich. So, and the modern editor of Evagrius's works, the Mechiteres Barcel Sarkisian, followed this same order when he published his works for the first time very helpfully. So you could see like a reflection of mostly how the texts look more or less in the manuscript tradition. So I won't go more because we already heard. But this other Book of Causes by Hairabed Bartabed, you can see it basically has word for word essentially the same material in the beginning of the Evagrius section, but then it goes on with some additional material. And if you look here, basically the material is expanded on the Praktikos, and then the Armenian version of the sentences of Sextus, which is attributed to Evagrius in the Armenian tradition. And then the text treatise to the monk Eulogius, which itself is subdivided in these smaller sections, like how the Praktikos is transmitted. And our expert on all of this is Father Hovsep Garabedian, who knows the manuscript tradition of Armenian Evagrius better than anyone. And so again, very similar, interestingly, as we heard already, to the commentary on the life and works of Evagrius by Grigor Megnich. We heard beginning with the life of Evagrius, and then covers most of the works in the books of causes, but additional material too. And we don't need to go into all of these. So just to give an overview. So then it's interesting to consider in this slide as well the Book of Questions of Vanagan Bartabed, so going to like later generation. So this text, very important, also unpublished like the previous one, so we still await these. Contains a series of questions and answers on various topics, mostly biblical, but also related to the writings of the church fathers that one can imagine arising from a medieval monastic classroom instruction. And Professor Irving's written about this context and setting and context of the book. The manuscripts seem to vary somewhat in context, suggesting perhaps later compilation by students or perhaps in different versions. Questions dealing with Evagrius are also found there, but I haven't personally had access to these manuscripts, but would love to hear what kind of questions or contents are covered there, and it's an avenue to explore more in the future. So we are fortunate that we have recent critical edition and publication of two 14th century commentaries by Giragos Yerzengatsi on the Eight Thoughts and on the Kephaleia Gnostica. They were written at the request of Hovannes, who's given the moniker Rabed, which is basically the chief teacher, master teacher at a monastic school. So we know they're written for reading in a monastic setting. And Har Zakaria Balumian, who unfortunately couldn't be part of this conference for other reasons, it would have been great to hear from him. He suggests that this commentary was written because of the recent translation of the Kephaleia Gnostica into Armenian from Syriac, who he supposes was done by Vartan Araveltsi. But I was interested to hear that Nerses Lambronatsi already knows of the Kephaleia Gnostica, which would presume, I guess, an earlier translation, and or is he accessing this in Syriac or, well, probably maybe not Greek, but raises more questions to be explored or thought about. And then we have this other slightly later commentary too by Mateos Giuraiatsi. So if we kind of put these places together on a map, which I meant to do but didn't include, it basically we'd see it covering like the whole region in which Armenians live from the 12th to 14th centuries, Kilikia, Yerzenga, northern monasteries, Sanahin, Hakhvat, Gladzor, etc. And Father Hotsep also translated on the Eight Thoughts of Evagrius. I think it was his master's thesis at St. Nerses here. And it's interesting just to look at it, to try to glean like any information you can about the immediate setting and reasons for which it was written. It's a little bit sparse in details, though, more sparse than we would wish. But it clearly sets Evagrius and the reason for considering his works as basically being the quintessential master of the spiritual or invisible world and the sort of spiritual philosophy, etc. And Father Hovsep and others have pointed out that there's increased question specifically at this time with regard to like 8 thoughts versus 7 deadly sins, as Armenians are in more contact with Latin Christians. And so one other reason for which highlighting this text and offering further explanation is to sort of defend the tradition of 8 thoughts and compare it vis-a-vis the 7 deadly sins tradition. So that's also interesting to consider. And then I just quickly sort of translated the introduction for the commentary on the Kephaleia Gnostica that we can read quickly in closing here, just to see how this commentary begins, newly published by Har Zakaria. So he's writing to his commissioner, the Raplunabed, master teacher of the monastery, Hovannes, the faithful and wise servant. So here's where he actually refers to him as such. O erudite and intelligent master teacher, Raplunabed, Kovanes, who he honors as bearing the same name of John the Baptist. And he goes on and says, not once but twice you compelled and lovingly assigned me to compose a scholium, so ludzum, which Professor Cowie was mentioning earlier, is not necessarily on every single item in the text, but the difficulties. However, he does proceed fairly line by line through the text. On the centuries, and he means the Kephalaia Gnostica of the Holy Father Evagrius, and he's very reticent about doing this, afraid to refuse the request, but also afraid to embark on the endeavor because it's so challenging, and also because it seems to be he started this near the end of his life, and he was afraid about not finishing it, and refers to this passage about the man who began to build but couldn't complete it. But he did complete the work, and we have the whole thing. And just look at, it's interesting to read this also just for thinking about the way Evagrius was considered and revered in the tradition. He says, for you are commanding us to measure in a small cup the expansive sea of wisdom of the mind of the desert, which is circumscribed by the hand that contains all, and soars in the heights of heaven and travels in the ethereal realm. Us being without the double wings of the practical and the theoretical, which is proper to the Lord and to Enoch and Elijah. So basically he's saying in this way that Evagrius's thought can only be circumscribed in the hand of God, not in the mind of a mortal or in the text of the pages of his book, but he'll do his best. And then he refers to descending to the depths of the swells of the ocean to search out the radiant beauty in its breast. So diving for the pearl, the great pearl, the elegant glory, which is the gilded crown of the supreme queen, our mother, the Catholic Church, that is the pearl of the wise merchant and the Kiliarch of the depths of God. And so if you read between the lines, what he's saying here is essentially that the teachings of Evagrius basically is the pearl that the church holds. Like the wisdom in his writings is the supreme essence, or the of the most importance of the Christian tradition. And then he says that although it's difficult, everything is possible for God, etc., etc. May the one who gives speech, bon, rationality, logos word, to the evangelist with much power, give to us also, pon, to open our mouths with the assistance of your prayers. And then at the end, referring sort of in passing to that this would be for the spiritual occupation, isbahuman, of the children of the new Zion, referring most directly to monks and monasteries, but perhaps wider than that too. So this is really just a sort of survey across the land, more from a bird's eye view, to demonstrate the diffuse presence of Evagrius in the curriculum of monastic academies of Armenia. First Cenobitic monastic schools founded in the 10th century, about which there's far less documentary evidence as to the particulars of the curriculum, so here Nadak Monastery, to the much more documented curricula of monastic schools in the 12th to 14th centuries. The works of Evagrius emerge as frequently read, studied, taught, and commented upon, well documented in the numerous causes, scholia, and commentaries on his works that are extant from the time period. His works were adapted in a way that suited the interests and needs of the medieval Armenian monks who read and taught them, with some works, like the Practicus and Tractatus ad Eulogium, being broken up into smaller textual units and then being read in an order and arrangement that is not necessarily intuitive or predictable to us. For example, beginning with the elucidation of the vision of Ezekiel, followed by the Gnostikos, coming before the Practicos. And there's still a lot more that needs to be done in trying to suggest the rationale for this and setting it in like the actual Armenian environment in which the texts are being read. Studying the Armenian reception of Evagrius reveals the creative and engaged way in which this particular Eastern Christian people read and revered the Desert Master's works and help to preserve his legacy that was suppressed in other quarters of the Christian world. This study is nothing more than a brief survey meant to initiate the reader into the fascinating landscape of the commentary tradition on Evagrius's works, and much exploratory and analytical work remains to be done in understanding and appreciating this fascinating textual tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Tessie. Once again, we'll reserve our questions for discussion after the end. I would like to now invite Father Jose Karapetian, who is the PhD candidate in church history at the Catholic University of America and a pastor of St. Mary Armenian Church in Washington, D.C., where I first met him many years ago. His dissertation, The Armenian Adaptation of the Monastic Work of Evagrius, Gnosticos and Practicos, a critical edition, translation, and interpretive commentary, examines the transmission and reception of Evagrius in the Armenian tradition through critical translation, comparative analysis with Greek and Syriac materials. His current research includes a critical edition, English translation of the Armenian Ban Kharato, and an accompanying translation and study of the Armenian commentator Grigor Meknich, I got that, focusing on how Armenian exegetical practice interprets Evagrian aesthetical pedagogy. Welcome, Father.
Thank you, Ani, for the introduction, and I'm very happy to be a part of this wonderful panel, especially discussing Evagrius in the Armenian tradition. In this paper, I would like to turn to a short but remarkable Armenian preserved work of Evagrius, attributed to Evagrius, which is known in the Armenian tradition as Ban Kharadu, which can be translated as word of admonition or instruction. It depends how we look at this. And I would like to begin with the question. And my question is, why would teacher, spiritual teacher, write in order not to be understood? Why would a spiritual teacher write in order not to be understood? And this question may sound a little bit like awkward, yes, or strange. We usually expect the teaching to clarify, to explain, or to make things easier to understand, to grasp. But in some of Evagrian writings, we encounter a different kind of instructions, different kind of teaching. So Evagrius gives us instructions that inspire and instruct, yet at the same time conceal, yes, hide things from us. Teach, yet also resist understanding, easy understanding. Promise knowledge, yet only to those who are already formed, who already have that knowledge or have the basis of that knowledge. And this is not a simple failure of communication, of course, from Evagrius' part. It's a difference. The difference itself belongs to the pedagogy, as the way that Evagrius is teaching. Already in the late antiquity, Gennadius of Massila spoke of Evagrius' rather enigmatic sayings understood only by expert teachers or experienced solitaries. And that observation raises a question that guides this paper, this presentation. What kind of pedagogy uses obscurity not as a defect, but as a method? And I will suggest that Ban Kharadu offers an exceptional, illuminating way to approach this question. It shows us a mode of ascetical instruction in which meaning is not simply handed over at once, but guarded, delayed, and received through spiritual formation. And this is what I mean in my title when I was saying words under seal. So Ban Kharadu, now having raised this question about this work of Evagrius' veiled pedagogy, let us now turn to the text at the center of this paper, of this presentation, the Armenian work as Bancheradu, Word of Admonition. At first glance, it looks like a very modest work. It has only 45 chapters. It's one of the short works of Evagrius. It is not a large treaty. It does not unfold through sustained arguments. Instead, the Bancheradu is preserved in the Armenian manuscript tradition as a separate unit, independent literary unit. It's a compact collection of short aphoristic sayings or proverb-like sentences or kafalayas, and its form is striking. These sayings are brief, image-rich, and often difficult to penetrate, to understand, to comprehend. They remind us of wisdom literature. Yes, they resemble a little bit like wisdom literature, especially a style of proverbs more than discursive monastic handbook. And that matters. That matters. The Bancheradu does not offer step-by-step program of ascetical training. It does not pursue to explain its images or guide the reader to their meaning. Rather, it seems to presuppose a reader who is already engaged in the ascetical life, a reader who has some experience of discipline, of discernment, and the struggle to persevere spiritual knowledge, even ones that he has already received. So I would put the point very simply. This is not a beginner's manual. It is a text for those who are already being formed, and its brevity is not a shortcoming, but it is a pedagogical reserve. So before I turn to how the Armenian tradition interprets and understood this difficulty, the difficulty of this work, we need to locate Bancheradu within the wider textual history. Of course, it would have been very difficult to go far back. I try to do my best. The history is somehow very complex, but the basic outline is very clear. In the early 20th century, Joseph Mueldermans, he examined related collection of Evagrian sayings preserved in Greek and in Latin. The Greek collection contained 67 chapters and falls into 3 different parts. And the Latin version contains 59 chapters and corresponds to the first 2 Greek parts. So from the Latin version, the last part, the Greek that Greek preserves, is missing. But what matters for us is the third part of the Greek collection. Its final 18 chapters correspond closely to the sayings preserved in the Armenian Bancheradu. And Mueldermans later shows that these 18 chapters, they belong to a larger collection of 45 admonitions or instructions preserved fully in Syriac. And he published this Syriac text under Proverbs and their explanations. Guleman later on places this collection within a tradition of upotakai, or instructions, a series of 45 sentences attributed to Evagrius. Here, the Armenian tradition becomes especially important and very significant because the Armenian manuscript preserves Bancheradu, but it does not number the kafalayas or the verses, does not number them individually. Even so, when the Armenian sequence is compared to the Syriac, it becomes clear that Armenian preserves the same 45 saying sequence, just like in Syriac tradition. In 2 places where appears to as 2 separate sayings in Syriac stands together in the Armenian as single extended unit. So the apparent difference is not loss of text, but rather a difference in segmentation or even in punctuation, I would say. The central point then is this: the Armenian Banhradu is not fragmentary evidence. It preserves full sequence of the work in continuous form. And this matters. This matters because the Armenian tradition does not merely preserve scattered reminiscences of the lost Evagrian work or text. It gives us access to a work, a very coherent whole, a work that circulated around in different languages, but came to us particularly in Armenian and in Syriac. And this textual history prepares us for our next question. If the Banhradu was preserved so carefully, how was its obscurity understood? And this point, I would like to turn to remarks of Gennadius of Massila that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. In his De Scriptoribus Ecclesiasticis, Gennadius speaks of Evagrius as the author of writings useful for monks. But he also adds a very interesting and very important detail. He says that Evagrius also published very obscure sayings which, as Evagrius himself indicates, could be understood only by hearts of monks, only by the hearts of monks. And Gennadius does not name this work. He does not even quote from it. So he leaves us with the question, which Evagrian collection did he have in mind? It is here that Guillemot makes an important proposal. He basically suggests that Gennadius may be referring to the collection of 45 instructions presented fully or preserved fully in Syriac and also in Armenian as Banhradu. Why does Guillemot make this suggestion? Because within the very collection, Syriac saying, chapter 42, reads, "The hearts of monks will understand the words and will discover it in them, the trickery of the demons." And now, this of course does not prove that Gennadius was referring to Banhradu, but it does explain why Guillemot's proposal is very attractive, yes, because of the resemblance of what Gennadius is saying and what chapter 42 is mentioning. So Gennadius speaks of obscure Evagrian sayings understood only by the hearts of monks, and this collection itself speaks of the hearts of monks, or in Armenian, hearts of solitaries, understanding its words. So the verbal echo is difficult to ignore. And it is here that our friend Parsec Sarkisian is being more careful, more cautious in his discussion to this work, the Armenian text. He does not simply identifies Banhradu with Gennadius's obscure sayings. Instead, he points towards Gennadius. He points towards Gnostikos. So he says that it's not. Gennadius does not mean Banhradu, but he means Gnostikos when he talks about these few sayings. Another possible candidate of what Gennadius is describing. Since Evagrius himself, we know that describes this work, Gnostikos, as containing teachings hidden from many and disclosed only to spiritually prepared solitaries. And I think that this caution should be taken seriously, but for my argument, we do not have or need to prove that Gennadius had Banhradu and only Banhradu in mind when he was talking about this. The more important point, the more important question is that Banhradu fits Gennadius's description remarkably well. And it is a collection of brief, dense, image-rich sayings. It does not unfold itself discursively, its meaning discursively. It does not explain itself immediately. And it presupposes a reader who has already been formed through ascetical struggle. So whether or not Gennadius intended this exact title, the Bankradu, clearly belongs to the same Evagrian pedagogy of guarded knowledge, a pedagogy in which obscurity is not a defect, but a part of the way that spiritual teaching is given, spiritual teaching is presented. And this brings us to our next question. How does that veiled instruction actually work within the sayings themselves? So up to this point, I have been speaking about obscurity. Now I would like Bankradu to speak for itself. And I would like briefly to look at three sayings. Each saying is short. Each sounds almost simple, but in each case, the meaning is not given immediately. It has to be entered through the image that this sentence or kafalaya is presenting. I begin with kafalaya number 2, because it immediately shows how Bankradu works in this context. The text asks, who is that, or who drinks water from the wells, and who sees the springs beneath the heavens? Ove vor I gerots vor I gerhorots empese jur, ye vot esse zahpurus inerko yergnis. This is not a clear instruction, of course. It is a riddle. Yes, sounds like a Haneluk, a riddle. And at first, the contrast between wells and springs is not very explicit. It's not explained at all. The reader is left to ask, what kind of water is this? What do the wells and springs represent? Yes, when you read this sentence, this kafala, the questions come to mind. And it is here that Grigor Megnic, about whom we have been hearing a lot today, gives some interpretive key to us. For him, the spring represents divine knowledge. It is clear, living, and life-giving, as Grigor says. It flows from itself, and it is received by those who have reached spiritual maturity, it says. The wells, by contrast, represent false knowledge from the devil and the harmful thoughts that come from him. Grigor describes them as gathered, filthy, and destructive. And he supports this reading with biblical imagery. For example, the imagery of living water, especially Christ's words in the Gospel of John and Jeremiah's rebuke to Israel for abandoning the fountain of living water and digging for themselves broken cisterns. So this kafalaya is not simply asking about water, it is asking something far more serious and far more deeper. Who would behold the living spring of divine knowledge and still choose to drink from the false and corrupt wells? And this is how obscurity works in the Bankradu. Yes, the saying does not hand the reader the meaning, does not give any explanation. At first, it unsettles the reader. Yes, then forces a deeper question: what kind of knowledge am I seeking, and from what source am I drinking? So I turn now to kafalaya number 4, which reads: Աղեղնցուր ոչ դիպես ցուցանե երեո եւ իկապարճած անզգամի հորիցեն նետք. The bent bow does not strike the prey, and from the quivers of the foolish the arrows are lost. Well, at first hearing, this sounds like a simple proverb about failed aim. As you aim at something, you shoot, and it doesn't hit your aim. The bent bow cannot hit the target. The fool cannot preserve his arrows. But Grigor Megnich reads the saying in a very particular way. He reads it as a spiritual warfare. So this is a war against an enemy. This is how he interprets. So for him, the bow is the mind itself. So human mind, the mind of the ascetic, of the monk. When the mind is bent away from the commandments of God through negligence or evil thoughts, it cannot strike rightly. It cannot strike the target. The mind must not be made, must first be made straight through virtuous actions, through discipline, through practices, wise discernment, and only then can it draw like a strong bow. Grigor then explains the arrow. It is the soul's right and unfailing rational power, he says, aimed against the hostile demons, those wild beasts that seek to disturb the spring of divine knowledge and ruin the garden of the soul, he says. Second half of the Kapalaya deepens the image. From the quivers of the foolish, the arrows are lost. So Grigor, for him, quivers again are the mind of the ascetic, mind itself, which should be filled with good thoughts, with divine wisdom and sound counsel. But when a person turns away from virtues and becomes enslaved to destructive passions, he says, those quivers are emptied and the arrows are scattered and lost. So this saying, again, is not merely about poor aim, it is about the mind that has not been properly formed. Distorted mind cannot fight rightly. This is what Evagrius is telling us, and how Grigor is explaining an empty mind cannot resist the enemy. And once again, Bankradu does not explain any of this. It does not give us any directions. It just gives us images. Yes, what images do we have here? The bent bow, missed target, false quivers, and lost arrows. And we have to figure out, someone has to figure out what these images represent. And the meaning is sealed inside the riddle. So Grigor's commentary shows us how the spiritual instructions is how much is compressed, how much instruction does it compress within it, and within this very short sentence. So I turn to Kafalaya 13 as my final Kafalaya for today, which basically reads Ոչ եթե երգան ժամանակը տան զգիտություն եւ ամք բազում չտան զիմաստություն. It is not long period of time that gives knowledge, nor do many years give wisdom. Well, at first glance, this sounds almost like ordinary. It's like a simple proverb. It could be read as general proverb, age does not automatically bring wisdom, which is true, but I don't think this is what Evagrius meant. And again, our Grigor Megnich gives it a much sharper meaning. He reads it as a warning to the monastic reader. So this particular saying is addressed to a monastic reader. A person may remain in his cell for many years, Grigor says, and still fail to receive divine knowledge, divine wisdom, and understanding. Why? Because time by itself does not form the soul. According to Megnich, what matters is whether one's life has been shaped by Ughapar Havatk. He mentions this Orthodox faith, discipline, and discerning practices. And then he mentions also healing and training of one's conduct. So Evagrius' point is not simply that time does not equal wisdom. It is that duration in the ascetic life is not the same as spiritual formation. And the saying is again brief, it unsettles the reader, it refuses to let monastic longevity become a source of false conduct. One may have spent many years near the wisdom without even becoming wise. So what unites these Kapalaya is not simply their difficulty, but their resistance. Yes, their restraint. They do not explain. They do not persuade. They just test. And as Evagrius understood, and as Armenian tradition faithfully preserved spiritual teaching must not outpace spiritual capacity. The spiritual teaching must not outpace spiritual capacity, and this is pedagogy by restraint. So these examples, they show us how Bankradu teaches through restraint. If Bankradu refuses to explain itself, the natural question is, how was it read at all? Yes, we wonder about that. And the Armenian tradition answers this question not by removing the text obscurity, but by guarding it and interpreting it from within its own ascetical logic. And at the center of this reception, of course, stands Grigor Megnich, whom I love studying and doing some more research on him. Is the Armenian commentator, actually the only commentator on this particular work, whose interpretation is crucial for understanding how Bankradu was received in Armenian monastic circles. Grigor begins his commentary by defining the purpose of Bankradu with remarkable clarity. According to him, Bankradu teaches, first of all, how divine knowledge is attained through strenuous ascetical practice. Then how that knowledge must be guarded with vigilance and with wisdom. And then why such knowledge is not fittingly handled by those who are careless or spiritually unformed. Most importantly, Grigor also insists that this is not a simple work to understand, and it cannot be it's not immediately transparent. And he describes it as hidden, difficult to grasp, sharp and shaped by parable and allegory. And he says that understanding comes only through the proper spiritual disposition, through silence, through practical virtue, through humility, and through interior stillness. In other words, Grigor's commentary presupposes a very same condition that Bankradu itself requires, that Evagrius had in mind when he was writing this work for the ascetics. And this is what makes him so important in my argument. Grigor is not a commentator who explains obscurity away. He is guardian of pedagogical restraint. His commentary clarifies the text, but it does not flatten the text. It reveals the direction of the sayings with while also preserving the fact that their deeper meaning belongs to the reader, shaped by the life that these very sayings are presenting or teaching. Seen in this light, the Armenian reception of Evagrius is not merely secondary preservation, of course. It bears witness to something essential in Evagrian pedagogy. Spiritual knowledge must be communicated in a way that respects spiritual readiness. And Bankradu, together with Grigor Mechnich's commentary, I think they give us a remarkable, coherent witness of Evagrius's veiled method of instructions of pedagogy, one in which understanding is not a product or produced by explanation alone, but made possible through transformation. So let us return in closing to the question that with which I started my presentation. Why would a spiritual teacher write in order not to be understood? Well, Bankradu suggests that Evagrius' obscurity is not a failure of communication. It is a form of spiritual care. This is why Evagrius presents this particular work in this obscure manner. To speak too clearly, to speak too quickly, may place spiritual knowledge before a reader who is not yet prepared to receive it. So in this sense, the obscurity of Bankradu functions as a threshold. It does not simply shut the reader out. It basically asks some very important questions to the reader. It asks preparation, patience, ascetical struggle, humility, and willingness to be formed. So understanding is guarded by is not granted by intelligence alone. It comes through transformation. So the Armenian tradition preserves this insight with remarkable fidelity by transmitting the Bankradu as an independent work, and by interpreting it through Greek or Megnich, it preserves an Evagrian pedagogy in which practice comes before comprehension and formation comes before full understanding. And seen in this light, I think Bankradu is not a minor or marginal work. I think you will agree with me. It is given as a kind of concise example of Evagrius' way of teaching. And its goal is not simply to communicate information, but to form a reader. Not merely to explain an idea, but shape the mind. And perhaps this is where the work also speaks with particular force today in our modern era. Yes, in this age that values immediacy, acceptability, and transparency, Bankradu comes to remind us that some form of knowledge, especially spiritual knowledge, must be received slowly and rightly. Obscurity, in this case, is not a barrier, it is a guide. Read through the Armenian tradition, Evagrius invites us to recover, to rediscover pedagogy of restraint, one in which truth is not hidden in order to exclude, but veiled so that it may be received well and correctly. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Joseph, an integrator, bridging, and very inspiring. I very enjoyed that. Thank you so much. This is now the moment where we actually go. I would like to invite Professor Robin for a response. And then after her response, we will have time for question and an answer. I'm happy to have you sit there and respond, or come up here. It's up to you.
I have 3 pages of notes here on the table. I think I prefer to sit here.
Excellent. Excellent. As you know, this is a hybrid conference, so I want to take 1 minute before moving with the questions to say we have our panelists also joining us from around the world. And after having in-person questions, I would like to take a few minutes to also incorporate their comments. So with that, Professor Robin Darling-Young.
I think the best thing to do here is to ask our 2 panelists to put their papers together. And I say that because Jesse has laid out an amazing cartography, so to speak, of the reception of Evagrius, beginning in the 11th century with Ananya and going through the 14th, in which he describes the Evagrius as the basis of a curriculum. I think if I've gotten you right, a curriculum generally is set, or it could be modified over decades and centuries, but it's public of necessity, public within a monastery. So I would like to ask Jesse to react to Derhier's paper, and then the opposite, about the relationship between an established and again within the walls of the monastery open, well-known curriculum and this insistence on, to quote a much earlier philosopher, nature loving to hide. So could you maybe react first, Jeff?
Yeah, I like that approach. I guess so for me it's like very exciting to see you contextualizing the Bond Khadadu in this way because it illustrates perfectly to me what I see as like the overall ethos of monastic instruction in the Armenian realm, but more broadly too, which is that it's not about first and foremost or only intellectual content. It's about formation of the entire human person, body, soul, spirit. And so you can't actually progress in any way in knowledge without instruction and discipline of the body as like a prerequisite to even understanding. And so this is, of course, behind the importance given to ascetic practice and ascetic discipline, which is basically like just a fundamental baseline in order to even approach the things of the spirit, which are higher and more important, but everything in order. And if you can't discipline the body, you can't understand spiritual truths. And so I agree that this work should be put more in the center of Evagrius' corpus, but also maybe more in general in terms of like illustrating very well the overall approach of Armenian monastic schools and what they're really trying to accomplish in the curriculum and in the education. I didn't mean to say that Evagrius is like the basis of the curriculum, but he's one of like the pillars. And I think because of his focus on thoughts and on ascetic practice and discipline, but combining that with sort of the heights of philosophical knowledge, he's really exemplary and like the model to be followed.
Well, Gerhard, you got, I'll say, I have a question, but Gerhard, you should.
No, just briefly, I think what I learned from Jesse's presentation, also Professor Cowley's presentation, I think it's very interesting to see how, because in my study, in my research, I was concentrating on Greco-Megnich, also to see how Evagrius was used earlier and how different fathers of the Armenian church from different periods, starting from 10th century all the way to 13th, 14th century, including also Kyriakos Yerzengatsi, how they understand and how they interpret Evagrius and how he's being used in the monastic settings. And we see this all the time with Rabbi when we translate Gnosticos and Practicos. We always see that the Armenian translator is always modifying, changing something, adding something, playing with the text. It's not done because he did not have the right vocabulary or did not know how to translate from Greek into Armenian, but we see that it has a purpose. They are doing this so that they can make it relevant to their own monastic circles. They are doing this to address like different questions that in that particular monastic settings may have come up or been discussed. So it's fascinating to see that. And of course, Pajark and Lutzmung, those are like different, very different. And I think there is so much work to be done in that aspect because it's just like chaotic, everything like piled together and kind of to take everything and separate and organize, I think. And I don't think much has been done in that field either. So.
The first thing I think of when I hearing you two is this has tremendous implications for Lachmann's method and for the history of the production of critical notations. But I mean, that could be a question for another day. So maybe because Jesse, okay, this is my final question, then everybody else gets it. Because you mapped out the cartography, so to speak. Do you have thoughts about why this curriculum is formed now? I mean, I know you mentioned large monasteries, but how is it formed and applied when it seems not to have been formed and applied before? So it's very difficult, as we know, to find out how Evagrius he's preserved, but how is he being used and studied in Armenia before this time? So maybe that's, just going to remain obscure, but what would you say for the introduction of his work now? Now, meaning the period you're talking about.
Yeah. And I think Professor Cowie could speak to this well too, but I do think it is because of the changing context of education in Armenia, where there's not really much in the way of lay education, and the education is pretty much just in monasteries. And now you have these more fixed locations with libraries being developed and things. And so and then also just a result of, we don't have many manuscripts or sources predating the 10th century, that survive. And so maybe there was more documentary evidence before that was lost, but because things are more settled and fixed starting in the late 9th and 10th century on, is when it sort of makes more sense for this Evagrius to be more central in focus here, with them being primarily or exclusively monastic schools.
Okay. Maybe we open the floor now to other questions.
I would like to say we have maybe time for one in-person question, and then I want to spend the rest of the time balancing with our Zoom audience, so we can also hear from them if that's okay. So one question from the audience. Any question? Yes.
So, a couple of comments related to Father Hosef's paper, and you can correct me if my comments are wrong, but just to help contextualize his presentation for those of us who know the Greek tradition better than the Armenian. He was speaking about CPG 2477, Word of Instruction, which is actually one of the very few, perhaps the only, Greek text that has not been edited, and for which we can't get the Greek text. There are two Athonite manuscripts that we both have talked about. We want to get our hands on, at least a digital facsimile, and if anyone knows how to get a hold of this, see us after. But Jean has argued that this particular work is the first of a trilogy of works, that it's this work and then his imitation on Ecclesiastes and then his imitation on Song of Songs. And that this particular work was lost in the trilogy when it was translated into Arabic, and the text that Stephen Davis has found is a parallel to it, is a substitute. So that's Jean's explanation of how this fits. And I'm curious to know if that hypothesis has any evidence in the Armenian tradition. Is it received as part of a trilogy, and is it received as an imitatio? What changes have happened?
To my best knowledge, I don't think in the Armenian tradition it's received as a part of the trilogy, because when you look at the manuscript tradition and also the way that Evagrius' works are presented in the manuscripts, it starts with the sign of Ezekiel and then goes on, the rest of the works, and this falls I think 8 in the list of Evagrius' works. So it doesn't occupy any particular place in the manuscript tradition. And I haven't seen anything in any other, for example, Grigor Megnici's interpretation that would allude to that, this being a particular part of the trilogy that you're referring to. So, but that's interesting. I'll keep an eye and read more closely. Yeah.
Stephen Davis says so.
Yeah, I was just one of the things I discovered was that the argument that was substituted out or that dropped out was based on Gahin's reading of the published version of a manuscript, but that published version wasn't complete. Didn't include a piece that was in fact in the manuscript. He also built on that linguistic arguments. But part of what I was trying to do was saying this may in fact not be a replacement, may in fact be the first piece that goes back. And one of the manuscripts, the manuscript that I when I was able to examine in person, also has a reference to it being translated out of Coptic, which was the first time that I encountered anything like that related. So yeah, there's some interesting things going on with the trilogy.
Thank you. For our Zoom audience, any questions, please, you can put your camera on and unmute and ask to either from the first panel or even here on our second panel, both panels being part 1, part 2 on Armenia, Evagrius in Armenia. Yes, Professor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay. I have a question to Jesse. Are you or anybody is working on critical edition of Armenian translation of Evagrius works?
Not personally, but other hosts might.
Yes, currently I'm working on Gnosticos and Practicos. So, and then we finish the letters. But
yes, because working on Evagrius, we desperately need the critical edition, possibly of Armenian text and possibly English translation, because otherwise it's not accessible to us. And the second question is, how do you see this Armenian translation? Because Peter said that, for example, Gnosticos, Practicos, and Theoreticos were translated into Armenian from Greek. If I'm not wrong, Frankenberg and Muldermans had this opinion that the Armenian translations are basically based on Syriac text, not on Greek. Do you know something about that? What is the relationship between Armenian and Greek and Syrian and Syriac translation? Is anybody working on that? Do you have something to say on that?
Practicos specifically, or like the corpus in general?
The corpus in general.
Yeah, the corpus in general, like earlier scholars like Tashjan and some others from 1800s to beginning of 1900s, they date most of the corpus of Evagrius from Greek from 6th, 5th to 7th centuries. Some of them they did, like, for example, Gnosticos and Practicos, they are basically dated 5th century. But the letters are later, and Kaphala Gnostica is also later translation from Syriac. So particularly these two works, letters and Kaphala Gnostica, are translated from Syriac, probably around 11th century, 12th century. So. But most of the corpus is translated from Greek.
From Greek. Okay. Okay, thank you.
But in this case, you said that the Syriac and the Armenian has 45 chapters each.
Yeah.
So do you think that in this case also Armenian comes from Syriac, or do you think it comes from Greek?
I think it comes Greek.
It comes from Greek.
From Greek, yes, because the language, the style of the translation, it looks like Greek. It's from Greek. But most probably Greek also have 45 chapters, so they are just following the Greek, both Syriac and Armenian.
But in Greek there are 67 chapters. No, so the work that Wildermans is examining has 67 chapters, and it is divided into 3 different parts, and only last 18 chapters they correspond with the Armenian text. So only 18. So I have in my work, so I made columns and I divided them. So the Armenian has, for example, all the 45 chapters, but only selected Greek chapters were translated or they survived in that particular manuscript that Joe was mentioning. But apparently there are 2 other manuscripts that we are trying to get hold of that apparently have all 45 chapters surviving. Yeah, in Italy to go to more titles is easier, so that's what we are being told.
Thank you. Shall we move on to one more question from our Zoom audience, please? You may unmute and ask. Yes, Professor Christie, please.
Good morning, and thank you, everyone. Greetings from faraway California. So I'm interested in this notion of veiled instruction, and I want to make sure I understand the argument being made. Is there something distinctive in the Armenian reception of Evagrius that is different from what we see in the earliest tradition? It seems to me there's also an interest in and sensitivity toward the state of mind of the supplicant or the person posing a question. That's always at play, especially you see this in the apothegmata, but in other texts. The truth of your own life or the truth of God will not be revealed to you unless and until you open yourself with some degree of purity of heart. So there's always this back and forth, I think, in the earliest tradition. Is there something distinctive that shows up in the Armenian reception that helps us think about these questions differently? Thank you.
And Jesse, if you lean forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how like different or unique the Armenian reception in that way is, except just to sort of consider the fact that the Armenian like literary and intellectual educational tradition is almost exclusively monastic, because of the fact that the alphabet itself being invented in the context of evangelization by a traveling monastic teacher, kind of like sets the whole literary and intellectual tradition in that trajectory and in the setting of like combined ascetic and mystical sort of practice. And so one of the focuses that I've tried to bring in the studies I've done is trying to understand Armenian texts in general, like in that context, rather than separating them out or just looking for sort of historical or other sort of details. But I'm not sure in its particularities, like how unique or different it is from maybe the contemporaneous Greek or Syriac or Coptic traditions.
Any other responses to the question?
Actually, tying into that, it's nice to see you again, Douglas. We haven't seen each other in quite a while. This is the question also of structure of the week, structure of the life. As we know from the Egyptian practice, hermitages and then Saturday night was a time of prayer and also spiritual dialogue. Did any of that move into the Armenian world that we know of, into the monasticism of Armenia? It did. Yeah. Because that would enable then a response to the Kephaliah coming from the personal experience of the monks in dialogue with their teacher, right?
Mm.
And so that's an example of a practice, a monastic practice that would reveal the degree of purity of heart, the degree of spiritual maturity, because actually any interpretation of any Kephaliah can only be on the basis of the experience of the monk who's responding, right? There can be no universal interpretation. It's the life that interprets.
Yeah, I think in the case of Pankharadu that I presented, it's written particularly for the Gnostic monks. So this is not for the practicing ones. Mm-hmm. So those are for the ones, the knowing ones. So the ones that have passed their practical preparation and now they have reached the knowledge, the highest knowledge. So this is kind of given like a wake up, call to them, reading and contemplating and kind of always keeping them in tune, that they have the danger is always there. They should never, let it go the guard, and should always be watchful and meditating and practicing. So.
Well, what's the setting in which that's disclosed? That's the question. What's the monastic setting? There's a conversation. There's an evening conversation. There's one-on-one conversation. How does it work?
In the Evagrian times, the times of Evagrius.
Yeah, that we know.
So it's but later on, of course, as it was mentioned, it was in the curriculum, in the monastic curriculum. So they would probably, a teacher would sit and teach and admonish and give instructions, just like we saw in one of the manuscripts that people presented. So,
one of the things which I think is very interesting there is that this particular piece is separate. So your focus, Krukov and Megnich, is the only one to comment on this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that too suggests that it is in various ways set apart. But at the same time, one of the things which I think is very interesting is, so your comment with regard to the translation, so translation isn't word for word. It's already a sort of accommodation to some sort of preceding understanding. And presumably, you could argue that this is true also with regard to Krukov Megnich himself, that he too may be relying on various types of preceding tradition. That obviously this may not have been written down, but clearly there would have been a process of trying to come to terms with this, out of which presumably he himself then derives.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
If I may add only one small thing, is that Babai the Great, in his commentary on Kephaliah Gnostica, he doesn't. So this text, CPG 2477, is not in the first supplementum. So is not commented by Babai, but it is mentioned. 8 chapters, eight Kephaliah are mentioned in the preface. Mm-hmm. So very likely he uses them for his scholastic commentary, because Babai's commentary is very likely from a scholastic milieu of Nisibis and the monasteries. So yes, and the commentary is quite difficult, albeit it is a shortened version. It is still quite difficult, and I think that this text also in Syriac, which is also in Syriac apart. It is not in a trilogy, if I am right, it's in Syriac. Or there is.
You're talking about the 3 works?
No, only the Proverbs. Only his one, CPG 2477. I'm not sure, but if I read Milderman correctly, it is a part of in Syriac, and it is used in a quite complex and scholastic milieu, also in Syriac, a few centuries earlier, because we are at the beginning of the 7th century.
I will come back to final question from the audience, but I want to turn to our Zoom. Any other questions from our panelists? Okay, no questions from,
Professor.
I think that he has that.
There
So, Professor Islam.
Just a small question.
Yeah.
Because we are speaking about the reception of the ascetic teaching of Evagrius. So how was his metaphysical teaching received in the Armenian tradition, for which he was condemned in the Greek tradition?
Yeah. Well, for this, I think we have to read the newly published Zakaria Babumi's newly published commentary on the Kapla and Estika that Giragosios and Gotsi wrote. But these texts are really just coming into availability now. Yeah.
So this is new.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the book on display for your view when you have a chance. We are at an international conference. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to panel 3, Evagrius in the Latin and Syriac world. I'm very happy and excited to introduce our first speaker today on panel 3, Professor Leszek Misarczyk, and apologies if I did not pronounce it perfectly. Professor Misarczyk obtained a magisterium in theology in 1990 from St. Paul Theological Seminary. In 1997, he completed his doctorate in Theologia and Sciences Patristicus at the Pontifical Patristic Institute in Rome. His dissertation is about midrashic elements in Justin Martyr's dialogue with Typho, and messianic, and he also has published on messianic exegesis of selected Old Testament prophecies, examining midrashic elements in early Christian exegesis. In 2008, he was awarded Doctor of Habilitus in Humanities in the discipline of history by the decision of the Faculty Council of the Faculty of Historical and Social Sciences of the Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski, if I pronounced that correctly, Wyszynski. Let's see, his habilitation thesis was on the 8 logosmoi in the writings of Evagrius of Ponticus, published in 2007. Since 2000, Professor Misarczyk has been engaged in teaching at the Faculty of Historical Sciences of Cardinal Stefan Wyszynski University. In March 2018, he received the title of Professor of the Humanities conferred by him by the President of the Republic of Poland. Without further ado, it's an honor, and I would like to welcome Professor Misarczyk with his presentation, and I will share your slides.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the reception of Evagrius' spiritual teaching in the Latin version of Sententiae ad Monachos. The study of the ancient Latin translations of Evagrius' works such as Sententiae ad Monachos, Sententiae ad Virginem, and De Octo Spiritibus Malitiae, because only these 3 works survived in Latin translation, is of particular importance for at least 4 reasons. Jerome and Gennadius of Marsilia attest that this translation was produced by Rufinus of Aquileia, a friend of Evagrius, at the beginning of the 5th century. That would be at 403, 404. They therefore predate all other known translations by approximately 100 years, including those into Syriac and Armenian, and probably by 200 years or even more in the case of Ethiopic, Georgian, and Arabic version. Next, please. This translation, could you change the slide?
Yes, 1 second, sorry.
These translations were produced with the aim of promoting the second point, Evagrius spiritual teaching within, monastic circles prior to the outbreak of the so-called First Origenist controversy. They were not intended to preserve his writings after the condemnation of Origenism in 354, nor were they created within the polemical context of the theological disputes between Syriac, that is, Nestorian Christianity, and Byzantium. And third, they provide the earliest extant interpretation of Evagrius' spiritual doctrine as presented in this treatise, having been produced only 5 to 6 years after the author's death. Consequently, they constitute a crucial source for reconstructing Evagrius' original theological thought. Next, please. They played a decisive role in the development of the specifically Evagrian technical vocabulary in Latin concerning monastic and ascetical life within Western Christianity. Next, please. Authorship of the Sententia ad Monachos. We have different witnesses. Socrates Scholasticus in Historia Ecclesiastica 423, which we have in Patrologia Greca. Stichea duo, en prostus entos tois koinobios en synodais monachus, kai en prosten parthenon, because he puts together the tractate, the work Sententia ad Monachos and ad Virginem. Gennadius of Marseille, de viris illustribus, cenobitis ac synodis doctrinam aptam vitae communis et ad Virginem. That's the same. And Jerome, Epistula 133, Evagrius Ponticus Hyborita, qui scribit ad Virgines, scribit ad Monachos. So we have the confirmation that the Evagrius was the author. There's no doubt. Rufinus as a translator, Jerome in Epistula 1 in the letter 134, huius libros per orientem Grecos et interpretante discipulo eius Rufino. Some Evagrius work, that means that some Evagrius work were known, next please, were known in Latin at the beginning of the 5th century, translated by Rufinus. And Gennadius, de viris illustribus 17, Rufinus is presented as a translator of Evagri Sententiae, as he called it. De nique maximam partem Grecorum bibliothecae Latinis exhibuit, 60 Romani Sententias and Evagri Sententias. Next, please. Style of the work and addressees. Socrates Scholasticus called it stichera in Greek, which literally means arranged in verses or set out line by line. And in the Christian Greek could designate either the poetic book of the Bible or the text composed in verses or short paragraphs. And the title was, and the addressees was, according to Socrates Scholasticus, always in Historia Ecclesiastica, prostus en koinobios he synodais monachus. Edition of Greek text of Gressman has the same title. Jerome transmitted only the title ad Monachos. So regarding the addressees, most probably are Rufinus, Melania, and the monastic communities established by them on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. Next, please. The title, as I said, Scholasticus prostus es koinobias and synodais monachus, Gressman the same. But the oldest manuscript, Regensis Latinus 140, has this very strange title, Incipiunt proverbia evacri episcopi ad eos qui in cenobiis et sixenodihis habitant fratres. Jerome, we have the same at Monachos, Gennadius et cenobitis ac synoditis, which is also very interesting. Manuscript P has a title, Sermo Sancti Ambrosii, which will be explained later. Episcopi ad eos qui in cenobiis habitant. Next, please. Manuscript R has a title, Proverbia only. Manuscripts BMV de Sententiis or Sententiae, which would correspond to the Greek probably Kephalaia. So majority of Latin manuscripts has monachos, but some of them MRV fratres. Matteo Polani, who has made very serious studies on sententias ad monachos and sententias ad virginem, is convinced that the original Latin title should be Sermo od sententiae Evagria Deos quim cenobis et synodihis habitant fratres. Next, please. The structure of the work. Jeremy Driscoll arrived to this conclusion that the text has a very precise structure. Chapters or sayings 1-2 introduction, then from 3 to 106 first major section, which would be for beginners, practice, and section 107 to 136, which would be second major section for advancing the spiritual life, Gnostic, and chapter or saying 137 conclusion. Joists, who make the addition of the Greek text and the first German translation, proposes a more detailed structure for the Gnostic section, the second one, and the entire work follows, according to him, a circular movement directed toward its ultimate objective, namely Gnosis to Theou. Matteo Poiani essentially accepts the structural analysis proposed by Driscoll and Joest in his, or Joest as in German. In his view, Ad Monachos is not merely an exhortation addressed, it is very important, addressed to monks, but rather a concise synthesis of Evagrius' spiritual doctrine organized around the three stages, Practicae, Gnosticae, and Theologicae. Now, the textual tradition of Ad Monachos, refined translation was traditionally believed to have been preserved in the 9th century manuscript Vaticanus Regensis Latinus 130. First published in print in 1661 by Lucas Holestenius in his Codicis Regularum Appendix in Fasactorum Patrum Exhortationes ad Monachos, Exhortationes et Virgines, and so on. This edition, this printing, has been revised by Marianus Brucchi in the Codex Regularum Monasticarum Canonicorum, Volume 1, edited in Augsburg in 1759 and reprint in Graz 1957, and later incorporated in Patrologia Graeca. The first major study of the Sententia ad Monachos and the first critical edition of the Latin version of the text were undertaken by Jean Leclerc. According to his analysis, the version published by Holestenius, hereafter H, is represented by three families of manuscripts. Matteo Poiani further refined the internal structure of the second manuscript family. He distinguished two separate branches. The first corresponds to what Leclerc has designed as the Versio Mixta, mixed version, represented primarily by the manuscript E, L, T, and U. The second branch represents the ancient recension, Versio Antiqua, which served as a basis for Leclerc's critical edition of Ad Monachos. Whereas Leclerc relied principally on the manuscripts C, M, P, and R, Poiani expanded this group by adding manuscripts A, B, and V, which in his judgment belong to the same textual family and preserve substantially the same ancient version of text. Consequently, the critical edition established by Jean Leclerc, when supplemented and refined in the light of Matteo Poiani's research, is based on the manuscript witnesses A, B, C, M, P, R, and V. I would like to underline the first one, A, Arezzo, Biblioteca Municipale, and B, Munich, C, Paris, M, Madrid, Paris, Vatican, and Verona. And what is interesting is technical Latin vocabulary, which was created during this translation. We have here on the left, you have the chapters. Anahoresis in manuscript A is translated as a separatio, but in Holestenius edition, successio or separatio. So, Anastasis, resurrectio or resurrectio et suscitatio. Dianoia, sensus, and in Holestenius, cor or mens, so the heart or logismoi are translated very strangely as sermones, and in Holestenius, cogitationes or sermones. Dogmata, doctrine, next, concilia o decreta, yeah. No, previous. Sorry. No. The translator of Holestenius often prefers more sophisticated and stylistically refined vocabulary, while manuscript A tends toward literal translation, even at the risk of producing a less elegant Latin text. Thus, in chapter 55, or saying 55, Leukena is rendered by manuscript A as a curat, whereas Holostenius gives contristat. In saying 63, where the Greek text repeats gnosis or gnoseos, A reproduces the repetition literally, while Holostenius suppresses it altogether. In numerous instances, manuscript A is content with the phonetic or transliterated equivalent of Greek terms, whereas Holostenius searches for a more idiomatic Latin rendering. Thus, we have in saying 36, Votos becomes Africus in A, but Ventus Auster in Holostenius. 56, Acadia is translated by manuscript A as Acidia, and that became a technical term in Latin for Acadia, and by Holostenius as Tedium, which is very close to Cation, In saying 79, Organa appears as Organa in A, but Instrumenta in Holostenius. In saying 155, Angeloi becomes Angeli, that's normal in A, and Nunci in Holostenius. Saying 166, Dogmata is rendered by Dogmata and by Holostenius as doctrine. While Eremos becomes Heremus in A and Desertum in Holostenius. So in many instances, manuscript A alone preserves the original sense of Greek text or remains the closest witness to it. Thus, in saying, for example, 55, the phrase "en Cairo palin epophele" is rendered by manuscript A as "in tempore luctum utilem," whereas Holostenius gives the more generalized "in tempore tristitie." The translation of A is often more concrete. In saying 45, "ho diaphteiron" becomes "qui corrumpit" in A, but "qui disperdit" in Holostenius. In sayings 109 and 10, "theoria" is translated by manuscript A as "visio" and "inspectio," whereas Holostenius prefers "consideratio." So manuscript A is also frequently more precise. In saying 107 and 136, "nous" is rendered by A as "mens," while Holostenius translated as a "census." Moreover, manuscript A often preserved a stronger expression. In saying 86, "prophastizetai" becomes "incusabit" in A, but merely "fingit" in Holostenius. In saying 124, "hinagenetai Kyrios en se psyche" is translated by A as "ut fiat Dominus in anima tua," whereas Holostenius softens the expressions to "ut acid Dominus anime tuae." Most importantly, the translation represented by recension A preserves the traditional meanings of number of key terms central to the spirituality of the early monastic tradition and to Evagrian tradition, we would say. Thus, in saying 7, for example, "Sophrosyne" is rendered as "castitas" in A, but as "pudititia" in Holostenius. In saying 133, "phronesis" becomes "prudentia" in A and "intellectus" in Holostenius. In saying 119, "Sophia" is translated as "sapientia" in A, but as "illuminatio," very interesting translation, in Holostenius. In saying 121, "Gnosticus" appears as a "cognitor" in A, and as a "plenus scientia," full of science, in Holostenius. In saying 120, "theologos" becomes "divina loquens" in A, but "predicator divinorum" in Holostenius. That's interesting also. A similar pattern emerges in translation of "timos," which is a technical term for Evagrius, sayings 12, 98, and 100, which in Evagrius designates the irascible part of faculty of the soul, and consistently renders manuscript A consistently renders the term as animositas, where Holostenius varies between ira, indignatio, and iracundia. The same in Practicus is translated in manuscript A as actuosus or actualis, preserving the technical meaning inherited from the ancient philosophy and early monasticism. Holostenius, by contrast, offers paraphrastic renderings such as "bene agens," "bene operatrix," "operator boni," o actor ponoro. And here we have the different, I have put the different technical words: agape, castitas, directio, gnosis, theus, scientia, encrateia, continentia o abstinentia, apates, impassibilis, porneia, fornicatio, sophrosine, castitas, anachoresis, separatio, mnesica kian, very interesting, memoria, militiae, fantasias, cacas, visiones, que fantasia is translated as a visiones, aner timodes, next please, vir animosus, hyperephania superbia, agnosia ignorantia, timos animositas, sophia sapientia, apatheia, impassibilas, psyche practicae, anima actualis, cosmicos secularis, monachus, timodus kai orgilu, animosus et iracundus, timos furror, logismoi cogitationes, dianoia sensus ormens, logismus ponerus cogitationes pessimas, logismus mataius cogitationes vanas, and so on, and so on, and so on. Nous is very interesting, mens, sense, or sensus sometimes, is very strange. Gnosis triados, scientia trinitatis, gnosis asomaton, scientia incorporarium, theoria, sometimes inspectio, logos, ratio o sermo, practicae aretae actuales virtutes, gnosticos cogitor, practicos actuosus psyche anima, logoi pronoias cae criseos, rationes providentiae, et judici, which is technical for Evagrius also, logos asomatos we have seen, physeos neoras naturales intellectuales. Taken together, these examples suggest that the recension A is closer to the Greek original. It is also the more literal and accurate translation, and is almost certainly the older of the two traditions. Its character is more primitive and spontaneous, preserving many features of the original Evagrian vocabulary. By contrast, the Holsteinius recension appears to be the work of translation with the more refined command of Latin. The translation is more nuanced, stylistically polished, and often more interpretative. Its author sought to render the Greek text in the form intelligible and elegant for readers of his own period, while remaining broadly faithful to the original. The translation represented by recession A, on the other hand, seems to have possessed a better understanding with preserving it constantly. Next slide, please. This difference is particularly evident in the vocabulary employed by two recensions. Recension 8 tends to translate key terms with remarkable consistency, while the Holsteinius recension. This difference is particularly evident in the vocabulary employed by the two recensions. Recension A tends to translate key terms with remarkable consistency, where the Holsteinius recension frequently varies in the lexical choices, preferring stylistic elegance and linguistic diversity over strict terminological uniformity. The differences between the two recensions become even more apparent when their vocabulary and translation techniques are compared in detail. Recension A tends to preserve a consistent correspondence between Greek and Latin terminology, where recension H frequently varies its lexical voices. Next, please. Rufinus translation. According to Antoine Guillemot, Rufinus was probably the translator of the ancient Latin versions of Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem. Jean Leclerc, Columba's stewards express themselves in similarly cautioned terms, refraining from definitive conclusions while acknowledging the plausibility of Rufinian authorship. By contrast, Christoph Jest and Lucio Cocco, apparently without taking into account Leclerc's study of the manuscript tradition, state more categorically that the version published in Patrologia Graeca is generally regarded as a Rufinus translation. Johannes Quastan and Susanna Elm, also relying on the studies of Leclerc and André Villemard, likewise support the attribution of the translations to Rufinus. Giorgio Fedalto also accepts Rufinian authorship, though he does not specify which recension should be identified with the Rufinus work. Columba Stewart has further suggested that the Latin version edited by the Leclerc and Villemard should be compared with Rufinus' translation of Origen and other works known to have been translated by Rufinus. And this proposal was taken up, at least in part, by Matteo Poiani in his study, who compared passages from the Historia Monachororum in Egypto and in sentences of Sextus with the Latin text of the Ad Monachos, edited by Leclerc, and Ad Virginem, edited by Wilmert. I put this text together because they are believed to be translated by the same translator. According to Matteo Poiani, although chapters 62 and 3 of Historia Monachororum contain themes that are unmistakably Evagrian, such as contemplation, theoria, pure intellect, nous kataros, practicos, and theoreticos, their vocabulary differs significantly from that of Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem. The comparison with the sentences of Sextus, on the other hand, yielded more promising results. Not only do these texts share the theme of apatheia, or freedom from the passions, but all three works also employ a markedly literal translation techniques, verbo de verbo, so apparently intended to preserve both the stylistic characteristics and rhetorical force, vehementia of the original Greek. On the basis of this evidence, Matteo Poiani cautionally concludes that Rufinus might indeed have been the translator of the ancient Latin versions of Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem. The differing vocabulary of the Historia Monachororum can be explained by the fact that the work was addressed to a different readership and served a different literary purpose. Consequently, the lexical divergences between the text and the Evagrian treatise do not constitute sufficient grounds for excluding Rufinus as the translator of the earliest Latin versions of Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem. Taken together, the external testimonies of Jerome and Gennadius, the antiquity of the manuscript traditions, the literary character of the translation, and Poiani's comparative analysis all support the hypothesis that the Versio Antiqua, represented by manuscript A, B, C, M, P, R, and V, may ultimately derive from Rufinus of Aquileia. Although definitive proof remain elusive, the cumulative evidence makes Ruthenian authorship the most plausible explanation currently available. However, it should be remembered that Matteo Poiani compared only short passages from Historia Monachororum and sentences of Sixtus. Consequently, his conclusions remain somewhat tentative and are based on the very limited comparative analysis. To substantiate the attribution of Rufinus as a translator of both Ad Monachos and Ad Virginem into Latin, more systematic comparative studies are required, particularly involving this treatise and Rufinus' Latin translation or of Origen's, for example, De Principis. Thank you for your attention.
Matteo Poiani holds a PhD from both Strasbourg University and also the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, completing his doctorate in 2023. He is a member of the Benedictine Abbey and an associate member of UR 4377 at the University of Strasbourg. His studies focused on Evagrius Ponticus and his reception in ancient Christianity, especially in Syriac literature and among the East Syriac mystics. His interests are in general on late antique monasticism and spirituality, in particular in Syriac culture. He also devoted a number of studies on Syriac poetry of the 5th century, with Cyrillona and Isaac of Antioch. And we did hear him referred several times in the previous lecture by Professor Misarczyk. So please welcome Dr. Poiani.
Thank you very much for this invitation and this wonderful conference to especially Dr. Anisha Hinyan and Professor Roberta Irvine. It is a real pleasure to be here in person at this wonderful conference with you, colleagues and friends. And I must admit that I changed my plans in order to attend, and I am especially glad to have done so, since I have had the opportunity to meet many colleagues and friends. And a little update on my bio. It is not as happy as Jesse did this morning, because my update is that I am no longer a member of the Benedictine community. So for that reason, I'm here in person. In this paper, I would like to offer a broader survey of the reception of Evagrius of Pontus, and it is indeed a monster presentation, I will note. And between the 5th and the 6th century, and the early 7th centuries, but yes, early the end of the 6th.
My aim is not to reconstruct the entire history of Syriac Evagrianism, an impossible task within the limits here, but rather to trace some of the principal trajectories of the reception, translation, adaptation, and also a little bit of controversy. In particular, I would like to focus on the process through which Evagrius became progressively integrated into Syriac monastic culture and the theological discourse, both in West Syriac and East Syriac milieux. The reception of Evagrius of Pontus in Syriac Christianity is especially fascinating because it differs from the Byzantine reception. Shortly after his death, Evagrius became associated, at least in some circles, with Origen, we know very well. In the Latin tradition, for example, John Cassian never mentions him by name, most likely because of his connection with Origenist theology, which remained deeply suspect in Rome at the beginning of the 5th century. Likewise, the two early Latin translation of De Octo Spiritibus Malitiae, produced by the beginning of the 6th century, circulated under the name of Nilus rather than that of Evagrius. In Greek-speaking Christianity, we know very well, especially after the Origenist controversies, Evagrius increasingly became inseparable from the figure of Origen, but not totally. In the polemical literature of the 6th and 7th centuries, the two and also Didymus are frequently coupled together as objects of refutation. The Syriac evidence, however, presents a rather different picture. Although anti-Origenist controversy is certainly present in Syriac literature, particularly during the early 6th century, Evagrius is often disentangled from Origen and received independently as an authoritative spiritual master. The distinctive feature of the Syriac tradition has been emphasized recently by several scholars. Columbus Stewart stated, in the Syriac tradition, Evagrius was never associated with Origen. While this statement perhaps requires more qualification, it nevertheless captures a fundamental aspect of the Syriac reception of Evagrius. From Guillemot, we can say a general sketch. We have a vision of Evagrius as an heretic, and then with Gabriel Bunge, we have the opposition, Evagrius in an apologetic way as only a saint. Bunge does not deny the connections with Origen, but it pushes a lot sometimes on the apologetic part of the reading of Evagrius. So, in many Syriac milieus, but also Armenian, as we have seen this morning, Evagrius was not perceived primarily as a speculative theologian, suspected of heterodoxy. Rather, he was received above all as an ascetical authority. We can see in Syriac from the very old manuscript 17167 from the British Library, Mar Evagrius to Bono, the blessed Mar Evagrius, and this is the conference I organized 4 years ago in Strasbourg. He was received above all as an ascetical authority, a spiritual physician, and especially in East Syriac mystical circles as the primus inter gnosticos. The Syriac reception of Evagrius, therefore, invites us to reconsider broader questions of translation, cultural mediation, and monastic identity. Syriac monks did not simply preserve Greek ascetical literature. They transformed, reorganized it, and integrated into pre-existing Syriac ascetical frameworks. In many cases, the reception of Evagrius reveals not passive borrowing, but a process of creative adaptation. In order to examine these dynamics very, very quickly, I will proceed in several stages. I will begin with a brief discussion of the possible relationship between the Liber Gradum and Evagrius of Pontus and the earliest Syriac reception. I will then turn to the Syriac translation, very, very quick, and then on Philoxenos of Marburg, Jacob of Serug, so the early 6th century. Afterwards, I will address the complex dossier involving Pseudo-Dionysius, Sergius of Reshina, and Stephen Barsodaili, but we have also Professor Istvan Perse that will address in details the next days. Finally, I will move to the East Syriac tradition, very rich, but later, and consider figures as Abram of Kashgar, Abram of Natpar, Gregory of Cyprus, and finally, Babai the Great. My intention is not to propose a unified model of Syriac evangelism. On the contrary, what emerges from the sources is the coexistence of multiple perceptions of Evagrius: practical, speculative, mystical, polemical, and apologetical. So, the Liber Gradum. Before turning to the Syriac translation of Evagrius, the indigenous Syriac ascetical tradition must be tackled a little bit. By the 4th century, Syriac Christianity had already developed sophisticated ascetical models, often centered on the ideals of the Sons of the Covenant, as we know, penitential practices, and a strong emphasis on scriptural symbolism, as we can see especially in Ephraim the Syrian and Afrat. However, during the 5th century, a more developed monastic theology and even the first monastic rules began to emerge. One may think, for instance, to the rules of Rabula, who died in 437 AD, or the reforming monastic poems attributed to Isaac of Antioch, or rather to the various authors conventionally grouped under that name, the studies of Adam Becker and Matilde Mazzini. Among the most important witnesses to this native ascetical tradition, we have the Liber Gradum, or Book of Steps. The date is very debated, and the work probably belongs to the 4th century, and there is a highly structured ascetical theology based on the distinction between upright ones and the perfect ones. This distinction proved extremely influential in later Syriac spirituality, and I would argue also shaped the Syriac reception of Evagrius in a significant way. For the moment, let me offer just one example of how the Liber Gradum may have influenced the Syriac reception of Evagrius. It concerns the vocabulary of perfection. The Greek terminology of Evagrius, especially concepts such as praktike and apatheia, was not always translated literally in Syriac. In several passages, Syriac translators introduced the term gmiruta, perfection, thereby reinterpreting Evagrian asceticism within the conceptual horizon of the Liber Gradum. The culmination of the ascetical life thus came to be understood as a state of perfection, a reading that is not on characteristics of Evagrius himself, but which fits quietly, naturally, within the dual framework of the Liber Gradum, structured around these two categories. This is not merely a linguistic phenomenon, it represents a genuine hermeneutical operation. Syriac translators and readers were not simply reproducing Greek, but they integrated. In future, I will study more this native Syriac background. We can recall here only that chapter 14 of Liber Gradum circulated under the authority of Evagrius in several manuscripts. Whatever the explanation for this attribution, it illustrates the extent to which the two traditions could converge in the minds of Syriac readers. Also, I would remind that in the preface of Liber Gradum, there are 3 Greek fathers, Basil, Gregory, and Evagrius. Why the preface of Liber Gradum should name the lives of these 3 Greek fathers? I think that the explanation is that the writer of the preface had in mind the Syriac life of Evagrius. Because in the Syriac life of Evagrius, you find Basil and Gregory. If you read the lives of Basil and Gregory, you don't find Evagrius inside. But if you read the life of Evagrius, you read Basil and Gregory. So I think that is one, but the Liber Gradum is a mess. So now we move on. The translation of Evagrius, I am a thief, and this table is from Robin and Friends books, and is a very good table. because it shows the main translation of Evagrius between S1 and S2, and there is much confusion, but this table is very clear. Evagrius, so we should remember, was translated along with many other Greek ascetic authorities like Mark the Monk, Nilus, Vita Antoni by Athanasius, the first letter of Antony, very important, and very, very important, the second letter of Basil to Gregory of Nazianzus. The Syriac translations are 2 or 3 even for some works like Practicus and Gnosticus. They are not merely a repository of lost Greek originals, they are interpretative acts. A particularly interesting example concerns the translation of Cephalae Gnostica. Building on observation already made by Guillaume, Gabriel Bunge suggested that certain inconsistencies within S1 of Cephalae Gnostica may reflect the translator's own theological intervention. According to Bunge, the translator was fully aware of the complexity of the originistic milieu within Evagrius' theological system, and therefore introduced modifications during the process of translation. For this reason, we find at the beginning of Cephalae Gnostica some originistic clues, because he, along with the translation, he acknowledged some problematic terms and concepts. For my part, I will publish an article very soon about the S1 translation of Cephalae Gnostica, where based on the studies of John Watt in particular, but also Paul Jean, I will demonstrate closely that the S1 translation of Cephalae Gnostica has inside theological concepts of Theodore of Mopsuestia and Antiochian theology. So not only anti-originistic of Guillaume's hypothesis, which is correct, but also in positive Antiochian theology as the positive way to interpret Evagrius in Syriac. Also, there are Paolo Bettiolo suggested that there are also clues from Afrat and Ephraim the Syrian. Now we can pass to Evagrius among the Miaphysites, which is very, very rich, and Paul Jean in this beautiful article, d'Égypte en Mésopotamie, réception d'Evagrius le Pontique dans les communautés syriaques, devoted to his master, Antoine Guillaume, but in this article he also goes against a little bit of his master. And Paul Jean traces 3 main lines: Philoxenos of Mabug, Sergius of Reshina, and Stephen Bar Sudaili. I will integrate this line with Jacob of Serug. Taken together, these different receptions reveal the remarkable flexibility of the Evagrian corpus. There is also one big problem, which is the chapters of the disciples, written in Greek and translated in Syriac during the 5th centuries. Their addition, they are from the disciples, another conference, another conference. So we can pass to the big guy of today, maybe, Philoxenos of Mabug. So here you can find on the slide a few details for you who doesn't know who was Philoxenos, very important author. Antoine Guillaume once hypothesized that Philoxenos himself might have translated S1 of Cephalae Gnostica, but John Won has rejected this identification because he didn't know Greek. This is the main reason. Nevertheless, the influence of Evagrius on Philoxenos remains undeniable. Philoxenos quotes directly from Practicus, Gnosticus, and also Cephalae Gnostica. More importantly, his entire monastic theology is deeply shaped by Evagrian anthropology and ascetical psychology. The discourses already reveal a strong Evagrian influence. One famous passage, almost verbatim, Practicus est tu. You can say the Syriac, Malchuto Teshmaio, Ithie Lochushuto Denefio, Am Idaf de Shoro, the Highland, the Ithihen. My vowels are a little random, but it should work. Philoxenos, it is almost the same. So the kingdom of heaven, it is the impossibility of the soul with the true knowledge of the things that there are, and the Philoxenos has only a little change, nefsho de lo hashe, so does the soul which has not the passions. Also, in Philoxenos, we see a connection between Liber Gradum and Evagrius ascetical theology. So we see already at the end of the 5th century an integration of both theological and ascetical systems. At the same time, Philoxenos wrote in the case of Stephen Bar Sudaili, in the famous letter to Abraham and Orestes, I think it says in English, and he says, it is the only time that Philoxenos quotes Evagrius. So in a very problematic place. But as Robin Darnley Young, but also David Michelson and Paul Jean, and also myself, there is the conviction that when Philoxenos quotes Evagrius, in this case, it is to maybe underline the richness of his particular theology. Because otherwise, Philoxenos, as the oldest tradition, as we have seen also in Armenian tradition, they didn't quote the name. And so Philoxenos quotes literally Evagrius here. It is, but he doesn't write Evagrius says, no, he says one of the fathers. Because Evagrius is important, but there is a full we can say place of fathers. Then we can pass to Jacob of Serug, and I must admit that my articles should be published after the publication of this book. You can see here. I didn't find a bigger image, which is Jacob von Serug im Kontext der Entwicklung des syrischen Monktums, written by Simon Birol. It will be published in July. I am in contact with him, and we agree that also in Jacob of Serug there is a certain reminiscence of Evagrian theology, but Jacob of Serug is really rooted in the native monastic Syriac monastic, and so it is difficult to find quotation except in one or two passages where Jacob has really Sidney Griffith at Catholic University of America 15 years ago found close parallels between Jacob of Serug and this passage of Evagrius, which is you know quite well, seated in your cell, gather together your mind, give heed to the day of your death, and then look at the dying of your body. There is almost a literal quotation by Jacob of Serug, although it is present in some part also in Ephraim of Nisibis. So we must pay attention. Now we go to a very problematic point of my presentation, which is the dossier involving Pseudo-Dionysius, Sergius of Reshina, and Stephen Bar Sudaili. It's very complex, and I cannot tackle here also with people who knows better than me, like Professor Petze. I must admit that I follow mainly the Italian scholarship, in that case, Emiliano Fiori's articles, and also Ernesto Sergio Mainoldi big monograph. I think it is the last big monograph published less than 10 years ago. According to Emiliano Fiori, Dionysius' insistence on preserving distinction within union, the distinction within union is very Christological in this sense, may represent an implicit response to more extreme theological tendencies of the Evagrian theology in the 5th and early 6th centuries. These tendencies become especially visible in Stephen Barsudaili, whose books of Holy Hierotheos radicalizes themes associated with apocatastasis and universal reintegration. Stephen appears to have interpreted the Evagrian and Dionysian concepts in an exceptionally daring manner. This in turn provoked reaction from figures such as Philoxenus and Jacob of Serug. The role of Sergius of Reshaina, Syriac author of early 6th century, he died in 530s, is equally important. Sergius translated the Corpus Areopagiticum into Syriac and prefaced it with a spiritual treatise deeply marked by Evagrian ascetical theology, but also Origenian. Already in the opening sections of this treatise, Sergius divides the spiritual life into two stages: the practical observance and the contemplative knowledge, practicae and gnosticae, or theoria. Sergius' translation itself reveals considerable theological sophistication. He does not simply translate mechanically, but he interprets, adapts, and occasionally clarifies the Greek into Syriac. A particular interesting example concerns his introduction of the notion of mixture when translating the Dionysius. This terminology appears indebted to Evagrian tradition, especially the letter to Melania. So, reading also Evagrius and the letter to Melania, Sergius adapts his translation of the Corpus Areopagiticum. An important question remains whether Sergius read Evagrius in Greek or through Syriac translations. We cannot tackle here, and I didn't deepen this question. After a decade, in the same years of Sergius of Reshaina, we have the oldest Syriac manuscript. We can see here the Kephalaia Gnostica, first century, third Kephalaion, of a manuscript dated 534 AD, quite ancient. And in the 6th century, there are at least 4-5 manuscripts. From my studies, I have found 115 manuscripts in Syriac, which bear text of Evagrius, but I think that Paul Jean has found more than me. I am quite sure, and we are waiting for his Repertorium Evagrianum Syriacum. We pass quickly to the Evagrius among the East Syriac authors. I have 10 minutes, 10 minutes, yeah. Five, okay. So it's the most quoted author, and we have here two beautiful articles by Sabino Chiala and Sebastian Brock on the quotation of Evagrius inside, direct quotation inside Isaac von Nineveh theology, and then other two important studies on Evagrian theology among the East Syriac authors, Isaac von Nineveh, Dadisho Catraia, John of Taliata, Joseph Chatzaya. All of them depend heavily on Evagrian anthropology and mysticism. But we can pass quickly to Abraham of Kashgar and Abraham of Natpar. Abraham of Kashgar made in the 540s, 550s, the biggest monastic reform of the Church of the East. But Evagrius doesn't seem to be inside this reform, although later sources said that among his rules, he said to read Evagrius, Gregory, and others. But Abraham of Natpar, we have only a not published PhD dissertation of 22 years ago for Abraham of Natpar. We have nothing. So it is really an open field. He seems to quote Evagrius, but it is a little bit complicated. Like for the Liber Gradum, the first two discourses of Abraham of Natpar are under Evagrius' name. So this is important. They felt free to place Abraham's work under Evagrius' name. So they saw similarities indeed. Which one? I'm trying to publish and translate some of Abraham's work, so we'll see in the next years. But more interesting is Gregory of Cyprus. I am almost at the end, the last two. Gregory of Cyprus and Babai the Great. Gregory of Cyprus, here we have only one edition and translation of his big oeuvre, active around 600, so the late 6th century, studied at Edessa and Nisibis. And he wrote the Theoria Sancta on the holy contemplation, on the holy theory. And we have direct quotation from Kephalae Gnostica, Practicus, Gnosticus. Yet the most decisive development comes with Babai the Great, the end of my presentation. Babai composed two commentaries on Kephalae Gnostica. I thought only the shorter, which is quite long, survives today. These commentaries constitute one of the most important witnesses of the East Syriac reception of Evagrius. Modern scholarship has long debated of the purpose of Babai's project. Antoine Guillaume interpreted Babai primarily as an anti-Origenist commentator. But more recent scholarship, Gianmarco Tondello and Paolo Bettiolo in particular, two articles of Paolo Bettiolo will publish soon in French, so you can read them, has significantly nuanced the interpretation. Babai certainly adopts an apologetical and anti-heretical posture, yet he never fundamentally questions the orthodoxy of Evagrius. Writing after the Fifth Ecumenical Council, he is fully aware of the broader anti-Evagrian controversies. Yet he continues to defend Evagrius as an authoritative monastic theologian. Babai therefore distinguishes between authentic and corruptive forms of the Evagrian tradition, although this is not always his main focus. This concern appears especially in his discussion of different Syriac recension of the Kephalae Gnostica. Whether Babai knew the S2 recension or not remains uncertain. What matters above all, however, is his awareness that translation itself can become a site of theological controversy. Babai's commentaries therefore stand at the threshold of late East Syriac mystical theology. It is a door toward the East Syriac mysticism. And I would suggest, but many with me agree, that this commentary exercised a significant influence on later authors such as Isaac of Nineveh. Conclusion, very short. The Syriac reception of Evagrius reveals a remarkably diverse and dynamic process of cultural and theological transformation. Evagrius was neither passively received nor uniformly interpreted. Syriac translation, monks, and theologians continuously adapted his works to new contexts and new concerns. At times, Evagrius appears primarily as a practical and spiritual guide, at others as a speculative theologian, and in yet other contexts as a contested authority requiring careful interpretation. The Syriac evidence also shows that the association between Evagrius and Origen was far less automatic than in Byzantine traditions and also in Latin in 5th century. Many Syriac authors succeeded in separating Evagrius from broader anti-Origenistic polemics, thereby preserving him as a central monastic authority. At the same time, Syriac Evagrianism and not Syriac Origenism. Syriac Evagrianism was never monolithic. Philoxenus, Jacob, Sergius, Stephen Barsodaili, Abraham of Natpar, Gregory, and Babai all represent distinct ways of reading and appropriating Evagrius. Moreover, Evagrius never entirely displays indigenous Syriac ascetical tradition. For this reason, the history of Evagrius in Syriac Christianity should not be understood merely as the transmission of Greek theology eastward. Rather, it represents a process of negotiation between languages, traditions, and the monastic cultures. The Syriac word did not simply preserve Evagrius, it recreated him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrani. Very, very nice presentation. Now we will move to our respondent, Professor Peter Cowie, for comments, and then we'll move to our question and answer session, after which I believe we'll take, I don't have a break on the program, but I'd like to take about 5 minutes just to stretch, just so that we're not late for our next panel. The reason for it, with the sort of condensing the time zone, because we have speakers from England and I want to be mindful of their time. So we don't want to take too long of a break. So please, Professor Cowie, I'm happy to have you at the table, or if you're, that's fine. Okay, excellent.
Okay, and I thought it will be brief. But I think it's been extremely interesting to with two speakers from China. So we have an introduction into the early reception of Evagrius thought in these very, very different traditions, East and West. With regard to the first presentation in Latin, clearly this is very detailed and systematic presentation of a very intriguing subject. I was curious about the terminology used with regard to this presentation. Fundamentally focusing on two different traditions, and I guess the relationship between that and the original translation, and the ascription then of the original translation to Rufinus at Armenia. One of the things which I think is interesting between the two papers, although in many traditions you find the opposite development, is that it seems that the earliest phase is one which is much more literal. Often, in fact, for example, in the Syriac tradition with regard to the tradition of the Bible, you see this process of increasing literalism in rendering. When we get into the 6th century or so, the Hartzian version, etc. And you can parallel this in Armenian and later on in the medieval period in Georgian, etc. So it's interesting that in both cases we see that this was a characteristic feature of the earliest one. One of the questions really that I have is, I think it's very significant, sorry, from the feature of the original, let's say, recension A, is the close representation of Greek to the degree, in fact, as we saw from the samples, there are a very large number of terms which are actually transliterated, not actually translated. This, I think, is very striking. And it was suggested that the goal here was to try to represent something of the rhetorical force of the Greek and the stylistic element. But I'm curious whether, in fact, that was so. I think it would be useful to have a more detailed discussion about that. With regard to the question then of the original translation and what's referred to as recension A, again, it was not quite clear whether, in fact, this is a recension and therefore implies that there's a further development of the translation, or whether this is just terminology, that you have a recension connected with manuscript H, and so you compare the two recensions. But in fact, is there recensional activity on the part of this manuscript A and its confreres, or not? That would be very interesting to know. And again, I think one of the issues that this raises for the future relates very much to then the context in which this second, if indeed that's so, second recension developed. So what sort of translator or actually redactor would be involved in this process? Roughly at what period might this have been produced? and obviously for what sort of readership. Clearly, it would be very different from those associated with the first. But again, presumably, it's building on a certain tradition that has already been established, and therefore this might give a reason for this sort of nuance and variation in terms then of the changes that were introduced. I'm also very curious about the differences in the later interpretation of the structure of the work, particularly the reference then to there being a circular movement in terms of the original, and how exactly we can see that being worked out. But that goes beyond the particulars of the presentation that we had today. So, sorry, some of the questions I got to the first. With regard to the second, clearly this is mind-blowing. I mean, this is a very, very rapid investigation of very, very wide range of material over, perhaps rather limited chronologically, but geographically and in terms of the significance, the situation of the different authors, quite remarkable. I guess that one of the key questions that I have, and this emerged with regard to the influence of these texts within those different traditions. But I've often had this question myself, and so I'll just throw it out here since I have the opportunity, is to what degree then do we see this major difference between the development of the East and West Syriac tradition? How far is that also associated, so also not only geographically, but in terms of the context? So obviously, West Syrian tradition is largely associated with the Roman Empire, and the East is much more in this Persian milieu, which of course later on enters into the Caliphate. And to what degree does the context then of those different socio-political settings impact then the development of the theological literature that emerges there? One of the other points that I was curious about, so with regard to the question of the acceptability or the raising of various issues with regard to the status of the works of Evagrius. You mentioned just very briefly, and I'd be curious to elicit a little more information there. With regard to by the Great, you mentioned that he suggested that one of the issues that should be borne in mind, I guess, with the acceptability of Evagrius was this question then of trying to divide into two the works that have come down under his name, suggesting that some were authentic but others were corrupt. So I was very curious as to what exactly that relates to, and to what extent this was an authentic approach, or one could well imagine that this could be a means of trying to provide a certain defense or support for the acceptance of law.
Lester, che vuoi partire te?
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the terminology is very hard, because we have the great problem of the manuscripts, because Greek version is based on the 13th century manuscript, and we compare to this Greek text Latin translations which came from the manuscripts of the 9th, 10th, and 11th century. So they are based on the other Greek manuscripts, not on that which is the base for the Grecian edition. And that's the major problem with the terminology, because we don't know if this 13th century manuscript transmitted literally the good version of the text. That's the first point. Second point, we have to realize always that in the Latin context, we observe this process of, I would say in English, moralization of the terminology. You can say in English, moralization?
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, it's seen very well in the eight logismoi, because Evagrius used the term Greek logismoi, no? Or logismos in a singular. Cation translated it as a vitium, as a vice. And Gregory the Great, in his commentary to Job, even worse, as a peccatum, the sin. So, logismos for Evagrius is a kind of temptation, as you know. Your mind, your soul is attacked by this temptation, this passionate thoughts, which are no vices at the moment of attack, nor the sin. The sin is the end of this process if you are overwhelmed by this kind of temptation. So we should keep in mind all this broader context of Latin community based on Roman law, and they translated everything according to law, not in metaphysical terms like in Greek community. So some of these terms are it should be seen in this broader context of this moralization. That's in general. Now we should see every word after another to analyze them. For example, translating nous as mens is normal, but sensus, what does it mean? So we have to discuss here every translation and every term. Problem is that the version of Holostenius, we don't know on which kind of manuscript it's based, because it's different from this Versio Antiqua, as I said, now, which was the base for Leclerc's critical edition, adjusted a little bit by Matteo Poiani in his recent study. And so, if you want, we have to logos, ratio or sermo. Ratio, it might be, but sermo is completely out, I think, of the spirit of Evagrius, if you read it in Greek. So now you have to analyze every word by word and try to see why this translation was made in such a way, and so on and so on and so on. That's what I would say, because we don't have time now to analyze all this. Translate all these verbs and translations. Some of verbs like porneia, fornicatio are very, very well translated. And there's no doubt, because in Latin fornicatio means the same, like porneia in Greek. But some of them, or gnosis triados scientia trinitatis, gnosis asomatos scientia incorporarium, there's no doubt. But some of these technical Evagrian terms are very difficult to accept in Latin translation, but they created monastic and ascetic, I would say, vocabulary for the future monastic life, especially in the Benedictine tradition, because most of these manuscripts were translated and kept in Benedictine monasteries, as you see in Reichenau in Germany and in Italy. That's what I want to say in general. Otherwise, we have to analyze word by word and discuss the translation of every single word. And I think we don't have a time here.
If I can say one word.
Yeah, sure.
So in Latin we have only three works of Evagrius. Monachos, the presentation of Professor Misiatic, Ad Virginem, that Professor Misiatic presented at the beginning of May in Rome, and the Octus Spiritibus Maritiae. The Octus Spiritus Maritiae has been published the last year, a new critical edition with a deep study on the Latin. An Italian classics scholar did that,
Here,
by
I can show you the book.
very good Greek of the
Diego Marchiani.
Latin versions of Dr. Pilmitze. He studied really in deep, but he didn't find anything about rough date, early 6th century, but when it is almost impossible to see the context where these were translated. But for this text, the Octus Spiritus Polite, there is one very interesting fact that it is in Latin. It is translated before the early 6th century, and it is already under Nilus of Ancyra.
Yes.
So it is not true that Evagrius was under Nilus after the Second Constantinople Council, but earlier.
Wow.
Why? Where? The problem is Constantinople in the 5th century. Constantinople 5th century, where manuscripts were kept, and it is really a place to study better. But it's not easy. Also because Ninus is famous, but not so much famous. He's
Matteo.
Yeah.
What would be the reason, according to you, to put Evagrius under the Niles?
Maybe for in mind, I have the same reason of John Cassian, that in Rome, Evagrius was under Origen theology, and in Rome, Origen in the 5th century was not accepted.
But in Rome, they didn't know Origen theology. They didn't understand it completely.
No,
I don't think that the Origen theology or the Origenism was the problem in Rome in 4th century.
Because in the early 5th century, John Cassian was really linked to the Pope, and the Pope Jerome and that milieu did not accept it totally. Jerome, there is the book of Emanuela Principalli.
Yeah, might be. Yeah. The Pope was influenced by Jerome more than by Rufinus and Nilus. Yeah.
Yes. But maybe there are other internal reasons in the Greek Constantinople milieu. That is also one problem that I can tackle because of it. But yes, there are many problems to study. Few texts, many problems. So I pass to the Syriac very quickly because time is running. So the context of the reception, historical political reception, East and West. So they are trying to context, you're right, because in the East, particularly before the 7th century, there is the Sasanian Empire, and so there is this kind of reception. In the West, the Syriac Church, we are close to the Byzantine, but they are not Melkite. So this is also very important because among the Melkites, Adrian Pirtea has shown that Evagrius is not accepted because they are Church of Macedonia. But I think that in a certain sense they are really monks, so they don't care about what happens sometimes in the world. And so general historical, political, it's not the main. It's not we cannot understand, and if you understand in which era Evagrius was read in East and West, historical context doesn't help really well. On the contrary, there are internal lines in the West Syriac Church and in the Eastern Church. In the West Syriac Church, Evagrius is always present. We have a ton of manuscripts from the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 20th century. And we have Gregory Barebreus said, I was converted reading Evagrius. So Evagrius is still important at the end, in the 13th century. But and and we have at the same era the great commentary of Dionysius Barsalibi. Dionysius Barsalibi made a big commentary in Syriac on Evagrius. But yes, we know that Dionysius comment everything, also the Apocalypse. So yes, it is him the exception. But it is underground Evagrius. So I will say in the West Syriac tradition. After Sergius, it is underground. Also because we don't have, I would say, big names in the Syriac mystical, West Syriac mystical tradition. On the contrary, in the East Syriac mystical tradition, until Gregory and Babai, so at the end of the 6th century, there is silence. After Evagrius shows up everywhere. Everywhere there is Evagrius, and all this old. But I think that there is also an anti-Evagrian monasticism among the East Syriacs that for me in the future I am arguing with Giovanni Gomiero every week about that, because it is Timothy the First, the Book of Governors. In the Book of Governors of Timothy the First, I think that there is the strongest anti-Evagrian line. In Timothy the First, there are no stories except one, which is very big, so only one story. There are no stories about Evagrian monks. Timothy the First doesn't cite Isaac of Nineveh, which was at that era the most famous monk. But he doesn't cite Bettiolo wrote about that. And he doesn't cite the Discio, he doesn't cite John of Taliata, because there is we can say
they condemned him.
Yeah, they condemned it also because it is a non-Evagrian tradition, and have, for instance, at the epoch of Babai, we have Shubhal Maran, monastic and mystical author of the late 6th century, who wrote mystical books in a non-Evagrian style, but it is an open field. So.
And excellent. If I may check in with our Zoom audience, but also in person for the last question before a very brief break, going to our last panel. I have one from the audience. Do I have any from the Zoom audience? Professor Alexander. Professor Alexander Triger. I will do this. I will go with Professor Alexander Triger and then with Professor Esteban, and then we'll close for a very short break. Please unmute yourself, Professor, and you may speak. Professor Triger.
Hi, I have a very quick question, and I suspect there may be no answer to it. The question is really about the only manuscript that has the S2 translation of the Kephalaya Gnostica. We know, of course, that it comes from Dairos Suryan, but I just was looking at Wright's catalog, and it looks like there is some kind of erased note there. That sort of maybe it's underneath the note from Dairos Suryan. I mean, that's my impression from Wright's catalog. And I'm wondering if there have been any attempts to read this note, because what really intrigues me is the question of the provenance of this ultimate provenance of this manuscript and of this translation. I was even thinking that multispectral imaging can be helpful in maybe reading this note, if indeed there was such a note and it was erased. Thank you.
So as far as I know, the studies on this manuscript are done already by Antoine Guillemot in the 50s, so many decades ago. And but as far as I know, Monsieur Paul Jean is going to make a new edition of Kephalaya Gnostica in Syriac and also in Greek fragments that are the 25%, so quite a lot, maybe 30%. And so if Paul Jean can read
note. I think we will know in a few years. In Sus Chrétien edition, but as far as I know, nobody touched that manuscript. I also tell you this short story. René Draguet told to Paolo Bettiolo in the 70s that he had a manuscript of S2, Kephalagnostica S2, but no one saw it. So, so I don't know if it is kept in his microfilms that now are available in Louvain-la-Neuve, and maybe we find a new manuscript. But Paul Jean knows better than us all, so we must only wait 1 or 2 years.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. And message, John.
I have so many questions.
We can only do very briefly.
Which I'm to you concerning pseudo-Dionysius.
Oh, yeah.
So that article, Emiliano Fiori, that you quoted, was directly written against me.
Mm.
And it is connected to the question of whether there is an underlying other Vorlage for Sergio's translation. And this is what Emiliano denies.
Yeah.
And this is what I hope recently I could get in some publications, and the next is coming. But I think, so this is one thing. So, for example, this question of Crassus, whether it was there or not, it depends on whether there was another Vorlage.
Yeah.
Now, if that takes Emiliano's hypothesis that whatever is Evagrian and is very clearly there in the Syriac and is not in the Greek, comes from direct reading by Sir Joseph Evagrius. If it is so, no, let us accept it. If it is so, then he did not read in Syriac translation. Why? Because there are quotes almost, or references to Evagrius in the Syriac Dionysius, which do not match with any translation. For example, there is Paulo category, the naked income. And in the ecclesiastic hierarchy, I will show, there is this, but it is translated as Madrao, and no, I don't remember exactly the naked, two different words. So this is about it. However, we could read it, even that class, in the origin. So this was one. And the second is the concept of origin is completely blurred. And I think we should somehow stop using it. We should somehow stop using it. And here we get into complete confusion. Because after Evagrius, we have several tendencies who consider original Evagrius authorities, but are fighting with each other. So when we find a fight between two people who are considering Origen and Evagrius as authorities, and one of them has been labeled as Origenist, we are shouting, but the other is anti-Origenist. And this is what happened to the hypothesis of Evans concerning Leontius Byzantium, when he is criticizing Theodore of Mopsuest's idea of a certain catastasis. And why? Because the Protopist Origenists had Theodore of Mopsuestia as their authority, and Leontius was an Isochrist from the opposite, and it is from the Isochrist perspective that he is so, because apparently the Protopist idea was that there is no, or at least Theodore, that there is no hell. And this is what he is criticizing, saying there is hell, but it is for healing. So it's not the eternal. And this has been completely misunderstood in all the literature. primarily by Brian Daly. But complete misunderstanding. And the same when Emiliano Fiori sees that a certain concept of mingling, which is there in Dionysius, is not bulbolo, not confusion, then he cries immediately anti-originalism. No, it's a different concept within the same tradition.
I think this is wonderful, and we can continue over dinner. But in order for us to make it to dinner, I'm going to interject. Thank you very much. So this concludes panel 3, Evagrius in the Latin and Syriac worlds. Thank you very much for each of your contributions. We're going. Welcome to panel 4, our last panel on day 1, Evagrius as father. Our first speaker is Dr. Adrian Pierta. He defended his PhD at the Universität Berlin in 2017. He's currently a researcher at the Austrian Academy of Sciences, Institute for Medieval Research, Department of Byzantine Studies. His main area of study is the history of Eastern Christianity, with a strong focus on Syriac, Byzantine, Greek, and Christian Arabic patristic and monastic literature. Currently, he is the principal investigator of the ERC Starting Grant, Reviving the Aesthetic Ideal in the Eastern Mediterranean. Entangled Memories of Early Egyptian Asceticism in Syriac, Arabic, and Armenian Christianity from 969 to 1375, which runs from October 2023 to September 2028. Welcome, and thank you for joining us at such a late hour, Dr. Pierta from Vienna. Thank you.
Just a second. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So, and I hope you can hear me well. So, yes, first of all, thank you very much for the very kind invitation to join this conference. Thank you to Ani Shahinian and to Professor Irvine for the invitation. And I'm very sad that I cannot be there in person. It would have been very nice to see many of my colleagues and friends and meet new people working on Evagrius in various traditions. But nevertheless, here I am online speaking to you from Vienna at almost 11 p.m. So I hope I'll be more or less coherent. So the topic of my paper, of the presentation, is to speak about Evagrius in the Apophthegmata Patrum and to trace the reception of Evagrius as a father, as a desert father, in the collection of the sayings of the desert fathers and mothers. As was mentioned in the brief introduction, I'm currently leading a project that focuses more or less on exactly this subject, namely the reception of the Apophthegmata Patrum traditions in Syriac, Arabic, and Armenian. So what I'll present today is part of the ongoing work in this project. So if we leaf through the Philokalia edition of Venice 1782, which is this very famous collection of Byzantine ascetic and monastic literature published by Nicodemus of Athos in the late 18th century, we find quite strangely only very few texts by Evagrius of Pontus. He's not even called a saint in this collection. He's simply Evagrius the monk. There's a short biography at the beginning where he's indeed called wise, but he's not presented at the same level of sanctity and perfection, let's say, as the other protagonists of the Philokalia. And the texts that are included in the Philokalia are actually just a few, as you can see on the screen. So it's a very small selection of works on the fundamentals of monastic life, the fundamentals of monasticism, CPG 2441, on thoughts, and a few excerpts from his Practicos. There is, of course, in the same collection, the Philokalia, there's also the chapters on prayer, but these are, of course, transmitted under the name of Nilos. Some modern translations of the Philokalia into English, for instance, include the chapters on prayer under their rightful author, Evagrius, but in the original edition, this was not the case. So, judging only by this very important collection for modern Orthodoxy, one would say that Evagrius played quite a modest or insignificant role in Eastern Christian spirituality. Not as important as many of the other people and authors included in this collection. Now, as is well known in this circle, I don't have to discuss the history of Evagrian scholarship. It's very clear that Evagrius's importance for early Christian theology, mysticism, was recovered over the last century or so by way of the Eastern reception of Evagrius, namely the rediscovery or research on the Syriac, Armenian, and to a lesser extent also Arabic tradition. And I would add to this also the Latin tradition about which we already heard. So I would argue in this paper that the role or the picture that we have of Evagrius in the Apophthegmata Patrum is somehow similar. So if we look at the printed Greek editions of the Apophthegmata, Evagrius doesn't really play an important role. However, by looking beyond the Greek tradition, beyond the Byzantine tradition, to Syriac, Arabic, Armenian, and so on, we get a much fuller understanding of the role of Evagrius in the Apophthegmata. And perhaps this should lead us to reconsider his role as a desert father. So the question that I started with, how is Evagrius portrayed in the Apophthegmata Patrum, seems easy or simple. However, as we will see, the Apophthegmata is such a complex tradition that the answer is far from easy. And of course, one thing that we have to bear in mind, and this was already discussed in previous papers, the Byzantine tradition, especially after the Second Origins controversy, acted against Evagrius by censoring his works and forgetting some of his works entirely. So the question for me, starting this research, was to see how much we can reconstruct about Evagrius through looking at Apophthegmata traditions in other languages. And perhaps the manuscripts of the Apophthegmata, so going beyond the printed editions, can tell us some details about this process. So before starting to look at the Apophthegmata collections, one should mention, of course, that Evagrius was himself an important early collector of Apophthegmata material. This is particularly visible in the Practicos, at the end of the Practicos, where in chapter 91, he says, and I cite, it is also necessary to make diligent inquiry of the upright ways of the monks who have gone before us, and to correct ourselves with respect to these, for one can find many noble things said and done by them. And then he goes on to cite several apophthegmata by other fathers. And we see a similar small collection of apophthegmata or sayings in the Gnosticos, and also in his chapters on prayer. In the chapters on prayer, we also see that Evagrius was not only collecting oral traditions about the Desert Fathers, but he also refers to at least one written work called The Lives of the Monks of Tavenesi. So even though Evagrius was a very early collector of apophthegmata, there were apparently even earlier written collections in circulation. So that's just as a reminder that Evagrius was an important collector himself. Another thing to keep in mind, again, not the focus of my talk, but just to reminisce on this, there are some sources on Evagrius's life. Of course, starting with the Historia Monacorum, which has a very short entry about Evagrius. Palladius, of course, the most important source. Plus, there's a Bohairic Coptic Life of Evagrius, which is a bit more extensive. You can see an image of the manuscript on screen, which may go back to some kind of Greek source dating to before the mid-5th century, so quite close to Evagrius's lifetime. Then we also have the 5th century church historians, Socrates and Sozomenus, who also use Evagrius's works and talk about him. And there's a few episodes about Evagrius in the Syriac Paradise. So one other question would be, if we look at the tradition of the Apophthegmata, can we perhaps learn something more about Evagrius's biography, something that we do not read in his other biographical sources. So in order to understand the complexity of the apophthegmata material and how Evagrius is handled in these sources, I thought it necessary to give a very brief overview of the apophthegmata and the research problems connected to them. So, of course, since their first compilation in around the 5th century in Palestine, the apophthegmata in their various forms were always read as very important monastic lecture in all across Christianity, not only in monastic circles, but at least from the later Middle Ages, also in lay Christian circles. The history of modern editions of the apophthegmata begins perhaps in the 17th century, when we see the first printed editions of Latin, Greek, and also then Armenian collections of sayings. This continues, of course, throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. We see huge or larger editions of apophthegmata being published in the 19th century. Mahitherist edition, for example, the reprinted editions in the Patrologia series, and so on. But of course, the actual research into the history and the philological problems of the apophthegmata really kicks off in the 20th century with some of the scholars that I listed here on screen. And throughout the 20th century, we did see some critical editions being published, some versions into various languages being identified, studied, translated, and so on. There's some research on the manuscripts, but we're still pretty much at the beginning with research into the rich textual transmission of the apophthegmata. And we will see what the problems are with the sort of very limited access we have to critical editions. We'll see how this affects our understanding of Evagrius in the apophthegmata. Now, obviously, these days is perhaps a very optimal period to study the apophthegmata, because we have the benefit of digital tools like the Monastica database that is curated by Professor Samuel Rubenson, where you can see hundreds, thousands of apophthegmata across various languages and collections. And it's perhaps not an easy tool to start with, but once you get used to it, it's very useful to compare and analyze the apophthegmata in various traditions. And we also have today the benefit of hundreds or if not thousands of digitized manuscripts from across the world in many languages, which also greatly simplifies our work on this complex tradition. So I'll briefly try to give an overview of the apophthegmata collections across languages, and this will be important for when we discuss Evagrius's role. Most people, when we think about apophthegmata patrum, instantly think about the so-called Greek alphabetical collection. So it's this huge collection of apophthegmata arranged alphabetically after the names of each desert father or mother. And the most used edition of this alphabetical collection actually goes back to one single manuscript, and which was printed by Cotellier in the 17th century. The second very important collection is the so-called systematic collection, the only one which exists in a critical edition by Guy. And then together with the alphabetic collection, there's several manuscripts contain an anonymous collection of apophthegmata as well, which differ in length. Now, these three collections are usually the ones that scholars turn to when they want to discuss the apophthegmata material in Greek. However, it's less known that there are other Greek collections of apophthegmata which, to some degree, to a large degree, reflect earlier or very early strata of the text. In particular, I would highlight the so-called Old Alphabetical Collection, which is extant in at least 3 manuscripts, but is very little researched yet. Some of it is included in the Monastica database. And then there's also an Old Systematic Collection, also preserved in a few manuscripts. So the important thing here is that what we have in the first 3 collections that are edited and most people use, they reflect, let's say, a Middle Byzantine state of the text. Fortunately, scholars were able to identify that these 2 Old Alphabetical and Old Systematic collections reflect a much earlier stage of the text, so which helps us to understand the history of the changes that were made to the original collection. And we'll see why this is relevant in a minute. So in addition to these collections, there's also very different types of paterika, or collections of sayings that do not follow a specific pattern. So one important one, for instance, here is the Sabaitic Paterikon, which was compiled at Marsaba Monastery. If we turn to the versions from Greek into other languages, there's also we see a very complex pictures as well. So in Latin, the earliest and most well-known collection is the so-called systematic collection translated by Pelagius and John in the 6th century, which is also available in a very early modern edition. There are also other collections like the ones of Martin of Braga and Pascasius of Tumium, which were small collections translated from Greek into Latin in the Kingdom of Galicia, so in northwestern Spain. And there's, of course, a series of other collections in Latin that are less studied. An important early tradition going eastward is the Coptic one. There's a systematic collection. So again, this type of systematic collection that we find in Greek, we also find a translation of that in Coptic. The important thing here is that this Coptic translation is also very early, perhaps 7th century, and is preserved in quite old manuscripts. So again, the Coptic tradition here can help us understand the history of the text. I just added here a very interesting case where there's a Coptic script manuscript with apophthegmata, but the language is actually Arabic. So there's all sorts of very interesting collections to be found in Egyptian collections. Now, one of the most important early traditions of the apophthegmata are the Syriac ones. The most well-known collection in Syriac is the so-called Paradise of the Fathers, which was compiled in the 7th century by an East Syrian monk called Enanisho, or it's attributed to Enanisho by Thomas of Marga. And this edition, this late 7th century redaction or recension of the Syriac apophthegmata is the one that is available in critical, not in a critical, but in a modern edition by Paul Bejan. And this very similar version of the text was published by Budge with an English translation. This 7th century compilation of the apophthegmata in Syriac also received a commentary by Dadisho of Qatar, another East Syrian monk, towards the end of the 7th century, which this commentary is now has now recently been published. Here again, it's very important to note that Enanisho, or whoever was the compiler of this Paradise in the 7th century, he was resorting to earlier manuscripts of the apophthegmata in Syriac. The compiler didn't do fresh translations, but he was using and reordering earlier translations. Now, the really puzzling thing for me when I started working on this was to see that actually there are these early manuscripts, the sources of Enanisho are still extant. And I would highlight at least 3 manuscripts. One of them was mentioned by Matteo Poiani before. So the earliest dated manuscript in any language with apophthegmata is dated to 532, which is the year in which Saint Savas died. And there's at least 10 other manuscripts from the 6th and 7th centuries with this material. And they have been almost entirely neglected so far, with the exception of the Sinai manuscript, on which there is one study. So again, in contrast to all the other languages where the Syriac, where the translations are much earlier than the manuscripts that we have, in Syriac we have these very early dated complete copies from the early 6th century. So these will become very relevant later on. Very briefly, I won't discuss the Armenian tradition in detail, but of course it's highly important. There are very early modern editions of apophthegmata. The first one published in New Julfa, Isfahan in 641. And there's, of course, later editions. Here, scholars usually discern between 2 recensions. And the second recension is the one preserved in the famous Kaffa Paterikon of the 15th century, which is also the source of Evagrius's image that we have on our beautiful flyer for the conference. The Arabic tradition, again, very important because it contains early manuscripts, many of them going back to Palestinian or Sinaitic translations of the 8th to 10th centuries. But of course, the Arabic tradition doesn't stop there. There's later, much more extensive translations of the Apophthegmata into Arabic. And the same can be said for many other languages that I won't go into. The Slavonic transmission will be mentioned briefly later on. But of course, the history of the Apophthegmata in all of these languages would require a much longer lecture. So, what is Evagrius? How is Evagrius presented in the Apophthegmata? The alphabetical collection has a very short collection of 7 passages attributed to Evagrius, and as you can see on the screen, 5 of them are readily identifiable as extracts from Evagrius's works. There's one saying that is also found attributed to Antonius, and the only one that is actually a story about Evagrius is Evagrius 7, which we'll discuss in a minute. And some of the lesser known collections of alphabetic apophthegmata also contain some additional Evagrian material, and as you can see, again, most of them are extracts from Evagrius's known works. The really puzzling, just to highlight, in the alphabetical collection of the Apophthegmata, Evagrius is there, but he's not very important. There's 7 sayings attributed to him. The systematic collection, by contrast, has no explicitly Evagrian material in the Greek edition that we have in the critical edition published by Guy. If we look at the apparatus in the index at the end, we see that Evagrius only appears in the apparatus, and this apparatus refers to Latin versions of apophthegmata. So in the Greek text that we have, Evagrius is always omitted. So let us look at one case study in more detail to understand what's going on and why was Evagrius omitted completely in the systematic collection. So in the 10th chapter of the systematic collection in Greek, we read 10:24, we read, "A brother visited some elder and said to him, 'Abba, utter a saying for me, showing how I might be saved.' But the elder said to him, 'If you wish to be saved, when you visit somebody, do not begin speaking until he questions you.' Pricked in his conscience by the saying, he prostrated himself before him, saying, 'I have indeed read many books, but never knew such teaching.' He went his way improved." And then the next saying in the same collection is also anonymous. An elder said, and then there's the quotation. So this reflects the Greek text in the critical edition we have. If we look into the manuscript tradition, we see that even at the earliest stages, so in the earliest Greek manuscript of this systematic collection that we have, Protaton 86, these 2 sayings are already anonymized. And the same goes for the early versions. So just as an example, here, this Arabic collection from Mount Sinai from the year 900, where these same 2 sayings appear one after the other, and they're also anonymized. A monk did this and that, and an elder said. Now, if we go even more back in time, to the Latin version of Pelagius and John in the 6th century, to the Coptic systematic collection of the 7th century, and even to the Slavonic translation, we see that these early translations all agree that both sayings are actually sayings about or said by Evagrius. So the name Evagrius appears in Latin, in Coptic, and in Slavonic. So what happened here is that the original systematic collection that we think was compiled in the 5th or 6th centuries, when it was first translated very early on into Latin and then into Coptic and into Slavonic, still contained Evagrius's name. At some point before the 9th century, when we already have the earliest Greek manuscripts of the new collection or of the revised collection, somebody decided to eliminate Evagrius's name. And this is what you see in the modern critical edition. We also have the same saying in the what we nowadays call the alphabetic collection, the text printed by Cotillier. In this collection, the same story is attributed to another Ava Evprepios. So what's going on here? Again, a look at the old alphabetic collection and also a look at the very early Syriac collection, the one in Sinai Syriac 46, dated to 534 AD. We find the name of Evagrius instead of Evprepios, or an anonymous father. What is more, in the Syriac, we also see that Evagrius is called Evagrius the Great. And there's also this extra detail that he went not just to an elder, but he went to Scetis, to a specific elder. We can think of Macarius, for instance, who we know was his teacher. Even more interestingly, we see that here, the saying about Evagrius going to an elder is followed by another story about Evagrius, which is nowadays Evagrius 7, which is also about how Evagrius, when he was still a novice, spoke in a gathering of monks and he was silenced. So, yes, here we see the two manuscripts, the old alphabetic collection in Greek with the name of Evagrius here, and here in Syriac we see Evagrius the Great being mentioned. So, if we look at this evidence together, what we can say is that the initial saying that we read in the systematic collection, which is now anonymous, was about Evagrius and about Evagrius's early days as a monk. This saying was originally, as we can see from the alphabetic collection, was attached to another story about Evagrius. So one would say that together these two sayings formed a unit that meant to transmit not just a teaching about some father or just a general story, but it was something about Evagrius specifically. And if we know what Socrates, the historian, says about Evagrius, namely that when he went to the desert, he became from a philosopher in words to a philosopher in deeds, we see that these two stories, these two apophthegmata, actually tell something very important about Evagrius's biography. So initially there was no anti-Evagrian sentiment in these collections. Rather, he's called Evagrius the Great. And it shows us how great his transformation was when becoming a monk. And what happened later was that these traditions, when they were changed, began to obscure these biographical aspects of the stories. So, one collection changes the name to Evprepios, one other collection anonymizes it, and so on. So we lose something quite important about Evagrius. The same very briefly in another story, Arsenius 5. In the Greek alphabetic collection, it's just somebody who said to the blessed Arsenius that we have so much education, but these rustic Egyptians have acquired the virtues. It's a very famous saying. In the systematic collection, it's also one elder, unnamed elder, who asks Arsenius these things. But then again, if we look in the old alphabetic collection, if we look in the Latin, the Slavonic, the Syriac, it's always Ava Evagrius who asks Arsenius. And again, it makes sense that this is Ava Evagrius because he and Arsenius were the ones who were well educated and were impressed by the virtues of the Egyptian monks. So what we see in the Greek systematic collection is actually a total removal and a very intentional removal of Evagrius's name. Just to give you another brief example, in the original version that is still preserved in one of these Greek manuscripts and also in the Latin and Slavonic, in chapter 3, there is this story about a brother who asked Ava Amonas, and then there's a saying attributed to Evagrius. Now, when this text was revised, the name of Evagrius in two manuscripts that Guy used for his critical edition, the name was just changed to Theodoros. Other manuscripts took a different turn, and they simply eliminated the entire reference to Ava Evagrius, and they just added the word Palin. So he said also, which basically automatically reascribes the saying to the father who was mentioned before. And you can see this throughout the collection. So whenever there was Evagrius at the beginning, they changed to Palin, and the saying became a saying of whoever it was, Theodoros, Amonas, and so on. Now, the big question for me was, of course, where and why was such a systematic elimination of Evagrius carried out? And the obvious answer, which was already mentioned somehow in previous conversations, is that after the Second Origins controversy, and especially in the Judean desert monasteries, we see throughout other texts and genres the same tendency to eliminate Evagrius and to erase his memory. So starting from Cyril of Scythopolis to John Moskos, to specific paterika like the Sabbaitic one, which also excludes any Evagrian texts, moving to the translations of Isaac of Nineveh into Greek, where the name of Evagrius is replaced, and the series of other florilegia from the same context, where, again, Evagrius is usually eliminated or toned down in these collections. So that's very likely also the context in which such a systematic collection was redacted in order to eliminate Evagrius completely. But again, looking at I'm close to the end, looking back to the early collections, for instance, in Syriac, we do notice that Evagrius played a much more significant role than even in what we have today in the Greek collections. So there's a few Syriac manuscripts, very early collections of apophthegmata that contain Evagrian texts, longer Evagrian texts attached or added to collections of apophthegmata. And the manuscript that Matteo mentioned, additional British Library 12175, in fact contains a huge selection of Evagrian texts together with a collection of apophthegmata patrum. So Evagrius was very much part of the apophthegmata tradition, and his works were often transmitted together with stories about the Desert Fathers and Mothers. But this is completely obscured in the later Byzantine tradition. So just because Leontios of Byzantium was also mentioned briefly, I would like to also highlight that it's not only the enemies of Evagrius who started to anonymize texts about him. Rather, we might think that actually the first people to anonymize or to hide the name of Evagrius were his supporters. So Leontios of Byzantium, who was an Origenist, he speaks about the godly men who found him and took him on the right path towards knowledge. So he's referring to the neo-Origenist monks in Palestine, and he says that these monks showed him the books of the Theosophers, from whom they themselves had drawn truth and the rest of the virtues. Who are these Theosophers? In another passage, Leontius refers to a citation from Evagrius as a saying of a Theosopher. So clearly, he knows who the source is. He knows that he's citing Evagrius, but he's hiding the name, and he just gives him this very important epithet of a Theosopher who stated these things. So just to conclude, it's quite problematic to try to understand the reception of Evagrius in the apophthegmata if we look only at the edited Greek editions, the alphabetic, systematic, and so on, because these edited versions represent basically Middle Byzantine redactions of the apophthegmata. And in these Middle Byzantine redactions, Evagrius is already filtered through various stages of editorial revision, censorship, and so on. So it's quite important to look comparatively at older Greek collections, the ones that have been recently identified, and to look at the Syriac, Latin, Coptic, Arabic versions, and so on, in order to understand how Evagrius was changed and his memory changed in the apophthegmata. These manuscripts also help us see in which context and in which periods these important changes in his memory were made. Marsava and Sinai are good examples for this. And by looking at these very early manuscripts, we understand that Evagrius played a much more important role, even in the apophthegmata, than is often assumed. With these longer passages from Evagrius that were progressively apophthegmatized, if you will. And also this brief note that maybe it was sometimes the supporters of Evagrius who decided to anonymize him and not only his opponents. So with this, I conclude. There's a series of recent publications of mine that address all these things, and if you're interested in off-prints, digital off-prints of these, just write me an email and I'll try to send them to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pierta. And again, thank you for staying up late to give the presentation, which was very interesting and very clear. Thank you. If I may take just a moment now to introduce, again, just a reminder, the questions will be part of our response question and answer after the full presentations in the panel. Our next speaker is Joel Kalvasmaki. Kalvasmaki, there we go, who's a fellow in the Department of Ancient and Medieval Languages and Cultures at the Catholic University of America, where he earned his PhD in early Christian studies in 2006. Editor of the authoritative reference work Guide to Evagrius Ponticus, Joel has co-edited with Robin Darling-Young Evagrius and His Legacy at University Notre Dame Press in 2016, and co-authored with Robert Darling-Young, Columbus Stewart, Charles Stang, and Father Luke Dysinger on Evagrius of Ponticus, the Gnostic Trilogy. Everyone present at the conference, which is wonderful. Joel is a software engineer for the U.S. Government Publishing Office and lives on a farm in foothills of Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia with his wife and daughter. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you very much. Please join.
My many thanks to you, Annie, for inviting me here, and also to Lord Irvin for organizing this. And since we're doing thanks, thank you, Adrian, for such a tough act to follow. I hope to do justice to that, and it's great to have you in this conference. And I'd also like to thank the Republicans and the Democrats last year who shut down the government, because every autumn I go through the process of getting things ready for my new Guide to Evagrius. So in October, the government shut down, and I suddenly had a lot more time. And on top of my normal perfunctory activities of updating the website, I decided to explore this claim that I had been reading other scholars make, that the work we're about to read is really by Evagrius. So I started reading, and here I have to thank Father George Dennis of blessed memory, who taught me Greek paleography. I began to read Greek manuscripts, and suddenly it got very exciting. Find it very hard to sleep these days because of all the great things that are popping up in preparing this particular work. My thanks to William Vedder for corresponding with me, Lasha Kebuchava for vibrant correspondence and supplying me Jordan texts. Many thanks to Benjamin Yannick for proofreading my transcription of the Syriac, and also Father Josep Karapetian for typing up and discussing with me the Armenian versions of this work. My current script is about an hour long of material, so I'm going to heavily abbreviate this, and hopefully for those of you who are interested in details, there are beers tonight, and I hope there are beers somewhere, and we can have discussions. So let me explain to you the handout that you see here. There are 4 links. The first 2 links are to a comprehensive reading version of the versions of these works that I could find. There are some that are missing, but this will give you a good sense as to the texts that are out there. The Greek. Well, we'll get into that. The third link is a manuscript checklist that's in progress. Pinakes has about 30 manuscripts that are listed for the work we're about to discuss. At least 2 of those are mistakes, and I've been developing my own checklist. Almost 50 manuscripts, yeah, it's pretty exciting. The fourth link is to a concordance of the Syriac versions. Syriac versions being somewhat of a mess. I'll just note that I have read only through a handful of the manuscripts, which are on pages 1 through 2. We'll get into those word lists a little bit. Select Kephaleia on pages 3 and 4 are things that I found interesting. And if it's in boldface, it means it is a significant variation of or material not found in our printed editions. So this is new Greek text in one sense or another. And that does not mean that all of it's necessarily original, as I hope we'll see. And then the last 2 pages are bibliography. bibliography. Yeah. Okay. So, and just Ani, so that I can budget my time, when do you want me to wrap things up?
Is 35 minutes okay?
Oh, that's more than enough. I thought you want me to.
No?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
30 minutes.
No, I'll make it less because we want conversation and the works assigned CPG numbers 6583A and 6583B are two related collections of approximately 216 gnomic sayings, exhorting readers to ascetic discipline. This work, which I will call Maxims Useful for Life, has been traditionally assigned by scholars to Hesychius of Jerusalem, who flourished in the 5th century, or to Nilus of Ancyra, who flourished around the same time. In 2008, William Vedder, in his 2-volume study and edition of the Kjanic Isbornik, attributed these maxims useful for life to Evagrius, but without any explanation. He was followed a few years later by Anasaba Miltonova, who claimed, on the basis of the Old Church Slavonic translation, that this compound work should also be assigned to Evagrius, but she did qualify that as a conjecture. Finally, Lasha Tebuchava has argued that Evagrius is the author on the basis of the Old Georgian translation, but he's also engaged some of the content of the Greek. All three scholars have been working directly only with their medieval translations. The only modern scholarly discussions I know to really work with the original Greek versions are 2 articles from the Dictionnaire de Spiritualité, which shift the work squarely away from Nilus and into the ambit of Hesychius, as well as some codicological notes by Gribaumont, who does not comment on authorship. Until Vader's work, the possibility that Evagrius was the author had not even been considered. In his masterly Un philosophe au désert, Guillemont does not even mention this work in the extensive section devoted to the dubia et spuria. I have come to agree with my colleagues Vader, Miltonova, and Tekebuchava. Maxims Useful for Life is probably by Evagrius. But even if I'm wrong, I hope that this presentation initiates a proper conversation about this fascinating text, a small gem of late antique ascetic literature. My primary goal is to make available to readers the resources you all need to come to your own decision and to return this text to the same level of circulation it once enjoyed. Modern editions. The Editio Princeps of our text was published in 1559 by Michael Neander in a small work that presented Seriatim, a series of chapters and councils credited to Nilus, bishop and martyr. This bilingual edition represents a single work that we recognize, with the benefit of hindsight, as a concatenation of the 24 Kephalia of Evagrius's Maxims 1, CPG 2433, and followed by the Maxims Useful for Life. It's unknown which manuscript Neander used. These 228 Kephalia are unnumbered, and it terminates early without the closing Kephalia that are found in most other Greek manuscripts. 10 years later, Johann Jakob Grynaeus reprinted his text in a long commentary. 1608, Stefan Schönig also reprinted Neander's text, but he included a long Kephalon by Kephalon commentary because he was interested in how this interacted with other early church fathers, classical authors, and occasionally Calvinist authors. This scholarly edition enjoyed a reprint in 1679, and Neander's edition was also used wholesale by Duduc and Orelli in their collections. In all of these, the work is credited to Nilus. Neander's edition was not the only point of access to the Greek. In 1574, the year after his death, Pietro Francesco Zini's translation of the shorter recension of the first half into Latin was published, and it was based on some other Greek manuscript, again, not yet identified. And then a full corpus of Nilus's writings were published in 1679 by Joseph Marie de Suarez, Bishop of Vaison, based upon a deluxe 16th century manuscript, Autobonianus Graecus 25. Suarez knew about Neander's edition, but he opted not to edit not the entire text, but only the work that he had of the second half against the content of some control manuscripts mainly. His edition does some enumeration of the Kephalia. Means Petrolia Graeca is the main way we get this. And what they did was they took Suarez's edition and supplemented it as they could with others. But in the PG version, the second half appears first. And then, as if a separate work, the first half, but not immediately, you get Maxims 1 first. And as if it wasn't confusing enough, the Clavis Patrum Graecorum refers 6583 to chapters 25 through 124, as if it were a specimen of the genre, century genre. So most leaders are likely to dismiss Kephalia 125 through 139, plus the addenda, some other work, I don't know where it came from. So it's basically a mass of confusion. And in the course of the 20th century, the reattribution to Hesychius it put the text into the nosebleed section of the CPG and nobody reads it. A quick word on the reference systems. Because of the mess of the PG and it doesn't match the natural contours of what I think was the original text, I've done some renumbering in my edition of the version. We can discuss that further, but essentially it's numbered 1 through 123. I do recognize it is a bipartite work, and I will argue that it's 1 through 114 for the first half and 115 through the end for the second half. However, most versions you encounter put that caesura at the middle of 114. But if you look at your handout at that image, you have one of two manuscript examples where the caesura is placed between 114 and 115 and not in the middle of 114. And this likely points to a possible way in which the manuscript got garbled. That is, if this page had actually, if this title had appeared as the second line of the page and you had lost some folios beforehand, this would explain why somebody encountering would say, oh, there's a straggling line of text. I need to fit it into this work. That's the most natural explanation to my mind. Okay, the manuscript tradition. The most striking, so in my own checklist, I have 59 instances in 49 manuscripts. They date from the 9th through the 18th centuries. The most striking feature is that sometimes the text is an integral whole, and sometimes each half is treated as a distinct work. Fear of God, which is my name for the first half because that's the incipit, Fear of God, occurs on its own 16 times. The second half, which I call Craver of the Incorruptible for specific reasons, it appears on its own 14 times, but there are 9 manuscripts in which both of them appear but treated as distinct works. In 12 manuscripts, one half appears without the other, and in the remaining 28 manuscripts, it either has the integral text, just one run, or it just, I don't have enough information about it. Fear of God, the first half, comes in 2 recensions. There is a short recension that's very common where it finishes early in the middle of number 73, followed by a long kephalion 73b, which is on your handout. No, it isn't. Don't worry about it. It's in the printed edition. It's stylistically at odds with the rest of the work. 73b is basically identical to fragment 20c of the short recension of homily 23 by Macarius/Simeon. I don't want to speculate on what that relationship is, but it's essentially an unexpected, incomplete text. It's as if a bandage has just been put onto an amputation. I think that's what really happened. But there are places where fear of God goes on, and we'll see some evidence of that. The second half, Craver of the Incorruptible, as I've mentioned, I think begins really with 115. And I've not studied all of the manuscripts, but again, thanks to the shutdown of the government, I have read a few of them, some of which are listed here. They're organized according to an initial attempt to create some family groups, taking inspiration from the source Cratian stemmas. So the first 2 are attributed to Hesychius. The next 2 are attributed to Nilus in tradition Alpha, the 4th family. And then tradition Beta, the principal family, has 2 manuscripts. And then there's the lateral family that closes it all up. A handful of manuscripts have unearthed many places where neither Neander nor Suarez has the best reading. New Kephalia have surfaced, and a critical edition is badly needed. For the title, I consciously depart from the CPG, which calls 6583 Capita Parinetica and 65.3b Sententiae abducentis hominem a corruptibilibus. The first title is generic Capita Parinetica. I'm sorry, that's the name of a genre, not a specific work, and it's just going to invite confusion for all the other things we call parenesis. And the second title is actually incomplete. The entire Greek phrase that you find there is here's the full complete Greek title that you get. Nomai viophilis apagusa ton tharton ke kolosse tis aphthartis ton anthropon. Or, in English translation, maxims useful for life, leading a person away from the corrupt and binding him to the incorrupt. So that's a mouthful. I'm just calling it maxims useful for life, which helps situate in a genre, but also differentiates it from all the other maxims that are out there. It's a little bit premature to speculate what the title would have been for the second half of the work. So just bear with me with Craver of the Incorruptible as colorful and suggestive. Now, in these same Greek manuscripts, the author is either Hesychius, and we have four manuscripts that attest to Hesychius' authorship, or Nilus, 23 attestations. We also have extracts for the work in the Loci Communes by Pseudo Maximus Confessor, that's CPG 7718, in both the first and the second recensions of that Florilegium, where the extracts are credited to Nilus. These frequent connections to Nilus' corpus on its own should raise the question of Evagrius' authorship. As is well known, many texts once attributed to Nilus have been reattributed in the 20th century to Evagrius. And guess what? Many of those works are in close companionship with Maxims Useful for Life. In five manuscripts, Maxims Useful for Life falls between 8 thoughts and on prayer. And when it is in the Nilan tradition, it almost always accompanies pseudo-Nilus / Evagrius, not the authentic Nilus. I think there are one or two counterexamples, so that's not a watertight assertion. But by and large, it's traveling with the Evagrius material that's been reassigned to Nilus. We fortunately have many ancient translations. It was translated into Syriac, Old Church Slavonic, in both Glagolitic and Cyrillic scripts, Armenian and Georgian. Syriac translation was made sometime no later than the 7th century under the name of Nilus, and it was given the title Pearls. It has its own CPG number, 6068, but it's really nothing other than Maxims Useful for Life, except that it's missing most of the chapters between 70 and 114, i.e., the short recension of the first half and the full part of the second half, and all of the numbers are mixed up. It begins with number 153, goes to 18, 2, 26, 33, 39, 43, 47, 60, 61, 63. A combination of 134 and 146, 184, 142, 191. I could go on, but you get the basic pattern. It's moving easily between the two works, and the patterns are not quite clear. I have not seen any evidence that the Syriac order is the older one. There's no corroboration that I've found so far. So I regard it currently as something that happened later. The Syriac translator does not want to make such changes. They usually work with the manuscripts they've been given. So I speculate that this Syriac translator was given some Greek work attributed to Nilus with this new arrangement and just went with it. So it's something that happened in the Greek tradition that and not was something that the Syriac translator did. The Armenian translations, we have two different ones, both of them preserved in a 19th century print edition. We don't know the underlying manuscripts. The second half of the work, Craver of the Incorruptible, is presented first, followed by Fear of God. They're treated as separate works, and there's things we could say about it, but in the interest of time, I'll just move on and note that they are available on the website for your own inspection, and maybe Father Hofsep has some comments on the differences between them. The Old Church Slavonic translations were published by William Vader. The primary source is the Kniazy Ebornik, preserved in 5 manuscripts. It's a nomology derived from an earlier Menologium Ebornik, which is preserved in 8 manuscripts, and then later recompiled into the Ebornik of John the Sinner, which has 6 manuscripts. The Glagolitic text is based upon the Kniazy Ebornik, whereas the Cyrillic text is based on the Ebornik of John the Sinner, with supplements from the Kniazy Ebornik transcribed according to the patterns of the Ebornik of 1076. Bottom line, the oldest of these works places the translation around the year 900. Both versions point to an underlying Greek text that had the integral edition, but the Old Church Slavonic draws selectively from those, but it does proceed in sequence. The Georgian translations. An Old Georgian translation of Fear of God was first edited by Chaconia in 1963 on the basis of 4 manuscripts, oldest being the 13th century. And it includes some supplemental material I hope to get to. The Kephalae of the Fear of God were at some point reproduced with interleaved commentary, and this was translated into Georgian by St. Euthemius the Athonite under the title of Spiritual Teachings ascribed to Maximus Confessor. Lasha Kebichava has published an edition of this text, available on his Academia website. It's in the bibliography, based on Georgian manuscript A146, 14th century, and it too has a creative order and selections. And Kebichava is also the first to edit the Georgian translation of the second half, Craver of the Incorruptible, based upon 4 manuscripts, and that too listed in your bibliography. Ancient translations and authorship, well, they're quite variegated in their reception. They accentuate the problems of authorship. In Syriac, the author is Nihilus. In Old Church Slavonic, it's Hesychius. And in Georgian, it's either Nihilus or Maximus Confessor. Such discrepancies have signaled to scholars working in these other linguistic traditions that the author is someone else. There would be no reason for a work by Hesychius to be assigned to Nihilus or vice versa. But there would be good reason and ample precedent for a work by Evagrius to be assigned to all of these authors at different times and at different places. Okay, let's get into the text itself. 213 Kephalia, they have a loose but discernible structure. Works bipartite, and it's best understood by starting with the second half, Craver of the Incorruptible. These Kephalia tend to look toward the judgment to come, the transience of things of life. One of the very first words of this work, epithemunta, craving, points to the appetitive part of the soul. Although corruption and incorruption are mentioned a couple of times in the first half, those themes really dominate in the second half, which culminates in a block of woes and blesseds, which points to the judgment to come and the eschaton. The fear of God, on the other hand, the first half, the Kephalia tend to provide ways to cut off temptations in the present. The imperatives in the fear of God are frequent and stark. These are generalities that admit to exceptions, but by and large, they explain why the title takes the form of it does, idealizing a twofold process, cutting away, which would be the first half, fear of God, and cleaving to the incorruptible, the second half. The block of woes followed by blesseds is a tendency Evagrius exhibits in other works, such as on Prayer, Practicos, Gnosticos, where he finishes up a series of Kephalia with a thematic block. Another noticeable structural feature of Maxim's use for life is that Kephalia tend to cluster in the same way that they cluster in the Kephalia Gnostica and other Kephalia collection. There is no evidence that the Kephalia were numbered or intended to be thought of as centuries. Most manuscripts, especially the oldest, do not enumerate them, and there are places where one Kephalia ends and another begins, but manuscripts don't always agree. Genre. As a whole, the work is a creative experiment in synthesizing 2 genres, maxims and paraenesis. The genre of maxims is best known through Maxims 1, Maxims 2, Maxims 3, a short, pithy saying. Paraenesis, again, known very well through Evagrius's works known as like Paraenesis pros monachus, Paraenesis mentis, Paraenesis, Capitula Paraenetica, et Sermo Paraeneticus. Those are 4 different works, and you'll join me in being confused as to which Paraenesis you're talking about when somebody says, if you read the Paraenesis of Evagrius, well, which one? Another reason to avoid the title of a genre for the title of a work. Now, maxims could be normative, but they were not inherently so. A maxim might advise on a way to conduct one's life or pithily explain how the world worked, but a paraenesis could be a succinct or it could be quite lengthy. It didn't have to be one way or another. This particular work tries to synthesize the brevity of the nome with the impact of the parenesis. It's primarily a pastoral work, and it usually shows the common theme is for it a bipartite pattern, where each kephalion has an A section and a B section. The A being an imperative, doing something, and then a B as a gar clause explaining why you do it. So here's one, number 151. Endure tribulations, for in them a crown is braided for the contestants. All of the translations on my own, to my knowledge, there is no modern translation of this work. I'm working on one. I'll read that again because these do deserve a second reading. In the Greek, karteritas lipsis, en aftegar athlusian Stephanos plecate. Endure tribulations, for in them a crown is braided for the contestants. But that formula does lead to variations, such as the one that is on your handout, number 152, which does, I think, suggest Evagrius' authorship. Blessed is to suffer evil, but to do so thrice wretched. For one who suffers is the heir of Christ, but the one doing is the co-heir of the devil. Makarion to paskin kakos topiinde trisathlion, to Christugar klironomos opaskon opionde, to diavolu synchronomus. Vocabulary. By and large, the vocabulary is typical of a learned author in late antiquity. In considering whether Evagrius is the author, we would want to know whether the vocabulary of maxims used for life is typical or atypical for him. And a good way to start that is to ask, what words are there in this work that are unique to Evagrius' corpus, the hapax legomena? And I've provided you an entire list on page 2 of the hapax legomena to maxims useful for life. The words that are underlined are words that occur in maxims useful for life more than once. So they, for me, raise somewhat of a yellow flag in that why would the author of this work use them repeatedly? If it's by Evagrius, you would have expected something common like this to feature in his other works. But there is a good counter argument to that, which is, well, these usually feature the specific character he is adopting in writing this treatise. I mean, they're specific to the kinds of metaphors that he has adopted for this particular work. However, you do have to wonder, like ampho, really? Evagrius never wrote ampho anywhere. Hekastote, some of the simple words, you have to wonder. Like I said, if there are those who disagree with me, this may be a good place to begin our discussion. But it does provide places where it confirms other hapax legomena. Every work Evagrius wrote has hapax legomena, things that do not appear anywhere else in his corpus. And here is the list of other, currently up till now, hapax legomena in Evagrius' corpus that are corroborated by maxims useful for life, which means that this work is dovetailing very nicely into Evagrius' corpus. If you disagree that Evagrius is the writer, I think you probably have to admit that this is somebody who deeply admired and was influenced by Evagrius. Themes. Chapters 151 and 152, which I quoted, provide a useful entry into the theme. Endurance of wrongs and tribulations is constant, as might be expected in ascetic work. The idea of crown is also a recurrent theme, as are some other common metaphors. Farming, especially weeding, exercise, punishment, armor, warfare. From Christian practice, we find recurrent themes of psalmody, prayer, the law, works, saints, and the house or temple of God. Now, these are common stock themes throughout Christian literature. They're not distinctive to Evagrius, but we do get a few that are distinctive to him. For example, number 44, we get something on the logis me, the thoughts. Quote, when in prayer, lift the thought to God. Should it be diverted, but rush back, yet again, lift it. Henika prosevhi ton logismon prostoion anagage. Kan perispasis tatelti palin afton anagage. When in prayer, lift the thought to God. Should it be diverted, but rush back, yet again, lift it. 48. Tous ponirus ton logismon, logismis heteris an mocleve. Pry apart wicked thoughts with other thoughts. Practicos 59. If you are able, as I say, to drive a nail out with a nail. This is exactly from Evagrius' tradition. In fact, some manuscripts try to help out that by saying, pry apart wicked thoughts with other good thoughts. I think the original didn't have good in there. It was just with other thoughts, whatever thoughts you can find. 89. Fight the wicked thoughts and say to them as much as is said in the law. Antireticos, sort of thing. Mahu, tis poniris logis mi, que lege prosaptus hosa to nomo lalite. And then from your handout, number 50, when thinking something about God comes upon you, if it be humble, raise it up, and if lofty, temper it. Not God, but yourself, for nothing we grasp beyond measure is safe to stir up. Theology. Some of Evagrius' most distinctive ideas are found in the realm not of asceticism, but theology or metaphysics. Being primarily an ascetic treatise, Maxims Useful for Life should not be expected to tread in areas of rational being, logika, essential knowledge, gnosis, or the like, but occasionally that world peeks through. In chapter 152, quoted above, the one who suffers evil is said to be an heir of Christ, but the one who inflicts it is the co-heir of Satan. This interacts with the very same themes developed in the Kephalaia Gnostica, where one begins as a practicos, as the heir to Christ, but eventually graduates to Christ's co-heir. This relationship with evil is not symmetric, according to our new text. The devil has no inheritance to bestow, so he has no heirs. The only social relationship someone can have for inflicting evil is that of co-heir, not heir, to the devil. The author of the Maxims Useful for Life, just like Evagrius, leaves the details to the imagination of the reader. Also notable is Evagrius' positive view of philosophy and philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle. This comes up in perhaps the highlight of this presentation, number 92b, which is on your handout. This does not exist in the printed editions. What we have, though, is in the Munich manuscript, this. Regard nothing of the matters of God to be more esteemed than philosophy, for she is the mother of the law and shares the throne of the kingdom of God. Mi then ton theu tis philosophias endoxoteron nomis emiter, that tu nomu que tis theu Vasileus homothronos. Regard nothing of the matters of God to be more esteemed than philosophy, for she is the mother of the law and shares the throne of the kingdom of God. This is corroborated by both the Armenian and the Georgian translations, which leave out ton theou. So we know that this particular one is authentic, but we see that it troubled people, and we see evidence of it being troubled with the second version of 92b, which comes from manuscript C, which changes it, bowdlerizes it. Regard nothing to be equal to the rank of virtue, for it is the vision of God and shares the throne of the kingdom of God. Now, in Evagrius' other writings, when he wishes to refer to secular wisdom, he uses exothen sophia, exothen logi, and the verb exothen also points to engagement with people in the world. But here, does our author mean to equate the two? I don't think so, because in the other Kephalia, where philosophy is mentioned, it has an ascetic dimension, such as commiserating with the destitute, attending to virtue, being vigilant, fearing not death. In fact, what we see here is philosophy as the higher philosophy, invoked in eulogius and Lateran faith. The usage here is much the same as in early Christian writers that Evagrius admired, but that term in no way excludes pagan philosophy. And so people were uncomfortable with this volume. Last bit. Across a variety of considerations, manuscript tradition, structure, genre, vocabulary, and theology, there is strong indication that Evagrius is the author. The work was attributed not just to Nilus, but to other safe authors. And when it travels under the name of Nilus, it does so in close company, not with the authentic Nilian works, but with Evagrius's. It shares with several of Evagrius's other writings a creative approach to inventing genres, and it structures the text in a similar way. Being ascetic treatise, Maxims Useful for Life focuses on a tradition of virtue that was universal in Christian writers, but it occasionally touches theological aspects that are distinctive to Evagrius, such as the anaretic tradition, the idea of heir versus co-heir, and the appreciation of philosophy. On the other hand, the repeated hapax legomena do give me pause. Any single work of Evagrius provides terms that are missing from other parts of his corpus, but the repeated use of those terms needs some explanation and further study. In this case, I think that there's a thematic approach that's being adopted by the author, and that peeks through in these hapax legomena, but it needs more discussion. If we were to accept this as a work of Evagrius, where would we place it? I've argued previously that the 370s represents a period of what I call the lost decade of Evagrius's writing. And we should place the Letter on Faith and the Epiphyleia Gnostica in this period, a pre-monastic period. And because they have no monastic component and they reflect close engagement with the ideas of Gregory Nazianzus around the same time. They stand in sharp contrast to, for example, the Practicos, which is very monastic. So where does Maximus Use for Life fall between those two sides of a spectrum? There's nothing inherent in the treatise that suggests either the author or his audience were monks who had any monastic setting. In fact, it seems quite the opposite, because it frequently provides advice for how to deal with affairs in this world and in this life. On the other hand, the treatise shows clear engagement with monastic practices, fighting thoughts with thoughts, manipulating those thoughts, speaking against them. This analytical component is noticeably missing from Evagrius's datable early works. So, in my opinion, the earliest way to cut this difference is to situate the text between both sides of Evagrius's career. The treatise was written by Evagrius sometime early in his monastic training, but he wrote it in sympathy with readers who were practicing Christian asceticism in the world. Evagrius's time with Melania in 383 in Jerusalem would have been an ideal place and time for him to write this beautiful set of maxims. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for also staying within the time frame. I know we are just a little behind of a short break, but we're doing pretty well, I think. So thank you for, again, your participation, but also thank you. Oh, I should probably put this up so they can hear me here. Can you hear me okay in Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. So if I may now turn to Professor Peter Butanev from St. Vladimir's Orthodox Seminary to be a respondent to the papers. I'm happy for you to be joining us via at the tables or here, whichever you prefer.
There, just
perfect.
Project.
I'm very, very glad to be invited to address this august collection of people. I'm not an Evagrius scholar as such. I do systematic theology, and I studied the Cappadocians for my doctorate, etc. But all the more so, I'm struck by what I'm hearing this afternoon, and specifically from these two papers, which I had not had any access to before. I'm struck that in both papers, we witness what happens when a writer who is most associated with the privileging of the nous becomes interested in the lived life in the body, tribulations, tears, and the like. As Socrates says, the philosopher of words becomes the philosopher of deeds. And that alone is instructive for the contemporary reception of Evagrius, where he is still stereotyped in some contexts as the theologian of the abstract disembodied nous. His suppression in antiquity, especially in Greek contexts, in the apophthegmata tradition, is part of why we know so little of Evagrius in that context as a writer about the lived life. And that's tragic. This is how so much of the manuscript tradition works. It's a collective act of editing, of censorship, or of valorization by way of anonymizing or by way of false attribution. We're familiar too with what might be called the vortex phenomenon, how over just a few decades, both Dioscorus and Severus get pulled into the vortex of association with Eutyches, despite their explicit renunciation of his teaching. And Dioscorus and Severus are enshrined in later councils and in the Synodicon of Orthodoxy as Eutychian heretics. Again, despite having renounced that teaching very explicitly. More relevant to our theme, the vortex not of origin, but of originism, and even among his supporters like Leontius of Byzantium, as we saw in Dr. Pirtea's paper. This is redolent of what happens within the Cappadocian tradition. Basil and Gregory of Nazianzen revered Origen, compiling their own Philokalia of Origen, drawing on De Principiis and other texts. But then, as we know, the same Basil who transcribed passages about the allegories of Genesis feels compelled in his own homilies on the Hexameron to say, when I hear grass, I think grass, as a direct slap against Origenistic allegorization. For his part, Gregory of Nyssa specifies in his treatise on the making of humanity the simultaneity of the genesis of the body and the soul in the womb against a putative Origenist pre-existence of souls. And when we come to Evagrius, who, at least in the Greek world, all but disappears, we know from the correspondence of Barsanuphius and John how Origen and Evagrius were associated with each other and in a damning way, literally. And in the Greek context, it's as if no one has the courage to stand up for him, to celebrate him, or even simply to name him. One would think that even as one might have suppressed texts by any author that taught the soul's pre-existence or the apokatastasis, such texts might be suppressed, but not the paraenetic literature. Attribution to Isaac of Nineveh did not pose anything like the same problem despite his supposed association with Nestorianism. So we have this perplexing and ultimately sad suppression of Evagrius in the Greek tradition, but not the Syriac world. And I would like to learn much more about why that would be. But I, as you can tell, have learned a lot from these two presentations, and I'm happy to open now the discussion to the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Butena. Thank you for those comments. I would like to first open the question and discussion to our audience here around the table, and then go from there to Zoom. But we do have limited time, so if I may start, Gio.
First of all, thank you to both professors or both doctors, I guess, for your presentation. They were really engaging. I learned a lot. I hope this doesn't veer into a comment, but for Joel, on this question of the kind of value of the hapaxes as a determinant, I'm extremely skeptical of arguments from hapax legomena. And I'm sure you've done all the reading on this already, so I'm sure this isn't new to you, but they seem to be extremely correlated with both, much more strongly correlated with the genre and audience than author for both modern and pre-modern works. This is a big issue even in Pauline studies, where the question is actually a lot less settled, as Benjamin White has recently argued, than people like to think it is. And I think for an author who, as you yourself said, is as dynamic in his experimentation with genre, as well as we've seen in some of the previous papers, as willing to adapt his work to different audiences as Evagrius, I personally would not be surprised at all if we find different or unusual sets of hapaxes across his work. So I'm sorry, this is more of a comment, but just something to kind of further the pro-Evagrius case on that reading.
I agree.
Thank you. May I turn to our Zoom audience briefly as we try to, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Poyini. Anyone from our Zoom panel audience has a question for either papers? Yes, Professor Misarczyk.
Yes, I have a question to Adrian, if
Yes.
possible. You said that the about modest role of Evagrius in the Eastern spirituality. That struck me a lot. What do you mean by that? If you find a lot of text of
I
a lot
meant
of Evagrian text
apparently.
translated into Syriac and
No, apparently.
and Armenian and Sogdian and Coptic and so on, and then you yourself said that we recovered the Evagrian text, or a lot of Evagrian texts by Eastern tradition. How do you put it together?
No, so it was maybe just a misunderstanding. So what I meant was that if we only would look at the Philokalia and with a few texts that are by Evagrius in the collection of the Philokalia, then we might be led to think that Evagrius played a modest role, and precisely all the rest of the lecture was to show the opposite.
Okay, thank you for this clarification.
Dr. Pion.
Yes, so I was very happy about these two talks by Adrian and Jules, because I think outside Paris, they restart a little bit the research on the Greek manuscripts. That it is very, 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 very important. And so to Adrian, I would ask, so the importance, how much Evagrius is preserved in Greek manuscripts of the Stegmata Patrum you mentioned, the old systematic Greek collection and so on. And thank you very much, Joel, for your presentation and your deep studies, because it's a mess, this text. It's a mess. I tried a little bit with Google Translate to understand the Metanova articles in Russian or Bulgarian, I don't know. But yes, it's a mess. But yeah, on APAX that Giovanni says, I worked on a little text by Nilus of Ansir, Cairo, and he also has a lot of APAX. So the 5th century seems to be a rich period of the Greek language, and not only Evagrius has many APAX, but also in Nilus I have found APAX. Then secondly, Nilus is a fond lover of Evagrius. So he uses his theology, he uses his system, he uses, and also Nilus seems to have written something like Anteretikos or Anteretikos. It seems also to be written by Isaiah of Skytes. And also other things. There is one case in which a text of Nilus is under Evagrius in Syriac, the Magistris et Disciples. But in Greek it is under Nilus, and the deep scholar studies by Luciano Bossina in Padova. He's not published PhD thesis. He published a couple of articles where he says the Magistris et Discipulis belongs to Nilus because of the Greek tradition manuscript and because of the content of the spiritual direction. But in Syriac is under Evagrius' authority. Here, I see that you have found this text in many Greek Evagrian manuscripts, but there is no tradition which bears Evagrius' name. This, for me, in particular, in the Oriental churches, in Syriac, in Armenian, if you don't find Evagrius, I think this is a strong case to have strong doubts. This is my personal feelings. And here on the 92b, regard nothing of the matters of God to be more esteemed than philosophy. I would know. Sometimes I discover phrases of Evagrius that I don't know where Evagrius speaks
in a good manner of philosophy in this way. There is a text, I think, in a letter where Evagrius says free rhetorical matters, something like that. So where Evagrius speaks of this kind of philosophy in a good manner. I don't know.
Very quickly, so in the Greek index that's on my website, look up the word exothen. It's usually attached to exothen Sophia or exothen logi, and those are the places where he does commend and engages positively with it, and he quotes silently Aristotle and other people without. He's got a very positive view of the
Yeah, he's got
Greek
with
philosophy.
Plotinus and with Porphyry maybe. Adrian wrote a few lines or pages with Porphyry's Evagrius citations, which are quite complicated, but maybe. But
Capulae and Optica 1 and 1.2 are paraphrases of Aristotle's categories, which he does not explicitly note.
Yeah,
he's indicating his posture to the entire Greek rational tradition.
Yeah, but categories and isagogy of Porphyry, these are scholastic books. It is not Enneades. From categories to Enneades, there is a bridge. I mean, a scholastic book, the scholastic book in Enneades or Porphyry, I mean, speculative works are more complicated. Yes, but Adrian, I agree with Adrian that Evagrius cites Porphyry sentences. I agree with you. So it's not totally against, but it's more complicated. I think.
Yes, Professor Davis.
Yeah, I have a question. I've been thinking a lot recently. This is not actually, this question is coming out of like stuff I've done outside of Evagrius. But the title of this work that you're working on has just prompted some thoughts, connected thoughts, and that is the category of the useful. I wonder if you could reflect for us a little bit on where else you see that category functioning. Concern with use. Whether, I mean, this could be a question that pertains to authorship, but it doesn't. I mean, my interest is not contained to that, right?
Yeah.
So where do you see that category operative in Evagrius? In what wider context, monastic or otherwise, genre context, do you see that category operative philosophically, theologically? I was working on an Arabic text in which use of the Psalms in particular was relevant, right?
I think it's a widespread category. I don't know if it has like a specific genre, but I just happen to have in front of me manuscript Barbarinus Graecus 515, which has the schemata and some of the other things we're doing. And the rubric for it on folio 50 verso is Cephalia Evagrius Diaphora Psychon Feli, so useful for the soul. And that's probably a title that some later scribe did, but it's in the air, this idea of utility for everyday life. These are practical things that one should use.
Yeah.
That's about all I can say on it. It's in the air, but I don't know what shape it has.
Do you mean with useful phrases?
Yeah.
Because it is quite studied.
I haven't looked. I mean, again, I was thinking about it in Arabic countries, so I haven't looked at other corpora. But I'm just curious where it crops up, whether in titles or as a kind of key category motivating the writing of works. I don't know.
Useful is
thinking about it.
Actually, can I
Yes,
follow
Father
up?
Hustep?
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to put a pin in that a little bit because my paper tomorrow deals with usefulness of Evagrius in the present, and I'd actually like to revisit this question. And I just want to throw that out there.
That's great. Yeah. And is that your framing of that category? Is that a question you're coming up with, or are you drawing that on like earlier
I'm actually appropriating it through William James and pragmatism and some others.
Okay.
I have a question from Father Hosep and then also Dr. Pierta. So Father Hosep, please.
Yes, just not a question, just clarification on the Armenian text. Both there are two texts that are preserved in Vita Patrum, and the editors, they put what they thought was the oldest version on the top, and then the more kind of later version footnote. So when you read it, so we have both in your website, so I transcribed them. But it's interesting that Mulderman thinks that they're not translated during the golden eras, which is like 5th century, but later on, 6th, 7th century. This is what he thinks, and the editors of Vita Patrum, they inserted the older version up. But when I was doing my transcription, it was interesting because some of those usually when it's shorter, you think that it's older. Yes, later on people would add to it. So it was kind of mixed. I had mixed feeling. Sometimes I was thinking that the one in the footnote was older and more authentic, rather than in the text that they inserted. So I think it really worth to study and to make some more comparison and to find out which is what. And sometimes I also got the notion that they were like using two different Greek texts, because sometimes they were very close, but other times they were like very different from each other. So that's another thing that came to mind. So, but I'll
I think you're right on that, because one of them has 83b, but the other one doesn't.
Yes, some of them, and then some of them had additional versions. You remember? Yes. At least 3 of them. Yes.
Dr. Pierta.
Yeah, so sorry, just briefly on what Matteo was asking about the number of apophthegmata on Evagrius in the old systematic collection. So there's around 15 or 16, I think, that I could identify, and they mostly are the same that you find in other collections. It's just that they are attributed explicitly to Evagrius, whereas in what we have in the printed edition, the name is always removed. So there might be some still unidentified new apophthegmata out there in less studied collections. But I also wanted to ask something about Joel's paper. Thank you very much. This was really interesting. Although I'm also a bit, well, maybe not skeptical, but just to continue in the line that Matteo was asking, why do you think that in the Syriac tradition we don't have early manuscripts and it's never attributed to Evagrius? So how can we imagine the transmission into Syriac? Would it be like, was it translated at a later stage when what they found in Greek was only Nilus, or is it transmitted in Syriac together with authentic Nilus material? What's going on?
I don't know fully yet. It's tied up, in my opinion, with the question of recensions and how the first half of the work was disrupted, and how did we get the short recension of the first half of the work? Why is it that the Syriac is? I think these questions are interrelated somehow, and I don't have a good answer on how the text fell into different recensions yet. I think that needs collaboration from other scholars who come to the material fresh. And I have a related question to you, Adrian, if I may. I think the related thing of our two papers is the question of when things got attributed to Nilus, which has cropped up in our conversation. Father Gabriel Bunga, in his recent books, has used the Latin apophthegmata patrum as a terminus at which to place the dating of a sudden turn to an anti-Origenism or anti-Evagrius around the 530s, around when Justinian starts to come to power. What do you think of that, his hypothesis, and does this comport with what you see in the Apophthegma Patrum, that the attribution to Nilus is somehow tied to the events of the 530s?
Yeah, so I think there was this discussion also a bit earlier. Matteo was referring to this Latin attribution to Nilus that was earlier than the sort of high Origenist debate. So it could go back to something like the 530s or even earlier, I don't know. What I can say from the Apophthegmata is that the attribution or the inclusion of pseudo-Nilian material, i.e. chapters on prayer, in the Apophthegmata. So if you go in the alphabetic collection, you find Nilus, which is basically Evagrius's on prayer. I tried to argue in one of these articles that this entered the Apophthegmata collections very late. We're talking about maybe 9th or 10th centuries. So the early alphabetic, the early systematic collections do not contain any Nilus material that is Evagrian in reality until around the 9th, 10th centuries. What we see is, for instance, in some collections, we see much longer excerpts from On Prayer, even like in the Savaitic Patericon, I think there's around 80 chapters or something from On Prayer under the name of Nilus. And I think what happened in the alphabetic collections that we are familiar with is just that they reduced or they shortened these pseudo-Nilian texts to 7 or 8 or whatever they were. But this is a very late phenomenon. So I don't think the Apophthegmata really can help us solve the problem of when this began to be attributed to Nilus. They're including this very late.
Any final comments, thoughts, questions? Yes, Professor.
This is for Professor Pertea. Has any of your work looked at the kind of expansive, not translations or even paraphrastic translations of the Apophthegmata, but the development of traditions like the garden in Arabic, Bustan al-Ruhban, and things like that?
Yes, we're starting to look into that. So we'll have an actual, we'll have a postdoc position for 2 years that will start in September, looking specifically at the Bustan al-Ruhban traditions. So we've started to look at it, and we'll look into more detail into these traditions as well. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Stay tuned.
Can we all, with a join of applause to our Zoom audience for staying up so late, but also Evagrius. So thank you for each of your contribution. I would like to say good night to our Zoom audience, and thank you for joining us and staying up. We will resume tomorrow at 9:30, starting the first panel at 10. So please join us tomorrow. We're very much looking forward. Before the in-person audience parts, I do have a small announcement, so please stay tuned. Thank you again. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.